The Tin Roof Blowdown, a Dave Robichaux novel by James Lee Burke, narrated by Will Patton. This book is copyrighted 2007 by James Lee Burke. In the waning days to summer 2005, Hurricane Katrina has left the commercial district and residential neighborhoods of New Orleans awash with looters and predators of every stripe. The power grid has been destroyed, and the city has been reduced to the level of a medieval society. There is no law, no order, no sanctuary for the infirm, the helpless, and the innocent. Bodies float in the streets and lie impaled on the branches of flooded trees. In the midst of this apocalyptic nightmare, Dave Robichaux must find two serial rapists, a morphine-addicted priest, and a vigilante who may be more dangerous than any criminal currently running loose in the city. And now, the Tin Roof Blowdown.
Before the mountains were settled, before the hills, I was brought forth. While as yet he had not made the earth, or the fields, or the primal dust of the world. When he prepared the heavens, I was there. When he drew a circle on the face of the deep, when he established the clouds above, when he strengthened the fountains of the deep, when he assigned to the sea its limit, so that the waters would not transgress his command, when he marked out the foundations of the earth, then I was beside him as a master craftsman, and I was daily his delight, rejoicing always before him, rejoicing in his inhabited world, and my delight was with the sons of men. Proverbs chapter 8, verses 24 through 31. Chapter 1. My worst dreams have always contained images of brown water and fields of elephant grass and the downdraft of helicopter blades. The dreams are in color, but they contain no sound, not of drowned voices in the river, or the explosions under the hooches in the village we burned, or the thropping of the Jolly Green and the gunships coming low and flat across the canopy like insects pasted against a molten sun. In the dream, I lie on a poncho liner, dehydrated with blood expander, my upper thigh and side torn by wounds that could have been put there by wolves. I am convinced I will die unless I receive plasma back at battalion aid. Next to me lies a Negro corporal wearing only his trousers and boots, his skin coal black, his torso split open like a gaping red zipper from his armpit down to his groin, the damage to his body so grievous, traumatic, and terrible to see or touch, he doesn't understand what has happened to him. "I got the spins, Lute. How I look," he says. "We've got the $1 million ticket, Doo-Doo. We're Freedom Bird bound," I reply. His face is crisscrossed with sweat. His mouth is glossy and bright as freshly applied lipstick when he tries to smile. The Jolly Green loads up and lifts off with Doo-Doo and 12 other wounded on board. I stare upward at its strange rectangular shape, its blades whirling against a lavender sky, and secretly I resent the fact that I and others are left behind to wait on the slick and the chance that serious numbers of NVA are coming through the grass. Then I witness the most bizarre and cruel and seemingly unfair event of my entire life. As the Jolly Green climbs above the river and turns toward the China Sea, a solitary RPG streaks at a 45-degree angle from the canopy below and explodes inside the bay. The ship shudders once and cracks in half, its fuel tanks blooming into an enormous orange fireball. The wounded on board are coated with flame as they plummet downward toward the water. Their lives are taken incrementally, by flying shrapnel and bullets, by liquid flame on their skin, and by drowning in a river. In effect, they are forced to die 3 times. A medieval torturer could not have devised a more diabolic fate. When I wake from the dream, I have to sit for a long time on the side of the bed, my arms clenched across my chest as though I've caught a chill or the malarial mosquito is once again having its way with my metabolism. I assure myself that the dream is only a dream, that if it were real, I would have heard sounds and not simply seen images that are the stuff of history now and are not considered of interest by those who are determined to recreate them. I also tell myself that the past is a decaying memory and that I do not have to relive and empower it unless I choose to do so. As a recovering drunk, I know I cannot allow myself the luxury of resenting my government for lying to a whole generation of young men and women who believed they were serving a noble cause. Nor can I resent those who treated us as oddities, if not pariahs, when we returned home. When I go back to sleep, I once again tell myself I will never again have to witness the wide-scale suffering of innocent civilians, nor the betrayal and abandonment of our countrymen when they need us most. But that was before Katrina. That was before a storm with greater impact than the bomb blast that struck Hiroshima peeled the face off southern Louisiana. That was before one of the most beautiful cities in the Western Hemisphere was killed 3 times, and not just by the forces of nature. Chapter 2. The centerpiece of my story involves a likable man by the name of Jude LeBlanc. When I first knew him, he was a nice-looking kid who threw the Daily Iberian, played baseball at Catholic High, and was a weekly communicant at the same church I attended. Although his mother was poorly educated and worked at menial jobs and his father a casualty of an oil well blowout, he smiled all the time and was full of self-confidence and never seemed to let misfortune get him down. I said he smiled. That's not quite right. Jude shined the world on and slipped its worst punches, and in a fight knew how to swallow his blood and never let people know he was hurt. He had his Jewish mother's narrow eyes and chestnut hair, and he combed it straight back in a hump like a character out of a 1930s movie. Somehow he reassured others that the earth was a good place, that the day was a fine one, and that good things were about to happen to all of us. But as I watched Jude grow into manhood, I had to relearn the old lesson that often the best people in our midst are perhaps destined to become sojourners in the Garden of Gethsemane. Ordinary men and women keep track of time in sequential fashion by use of clocks and calendars. The residents of Gethsemane do not. Here are a few of their stories, each of them touching, in an improbable way, the life of a New Iberia kid who grew into a good man and did nothing to invite the events fate would impose upon him. On Friday, August 26, 2005, Jude LeBlanc wakes in a second-story French Quarter apartment, one that allows him a view of both the courtyard below and the spires of St. Louis Cathedral. It's raining hard now, and he watches the water sluicing down the drain pipes into the beds of hibiscus, banana trees, and hydrangeas below, pooling in the sunken brickwork that is threaded with leaves of wild spearmint. For just a moment, he almost forgets the ball of pain that lives 24 hours a day in the base of his spine. The Hispanic woman, whose name is Natalia, is fixing coffee and warm milk for him in the tiny kitchen off the living room. Her cotton sundress is dark purple and printed with bone-colored flowers that have pink stamens. She's a thin woman whose strong hands and muscular tautness belie the life she leads. She glances at him over her shoulder, her face full of concern and pity. When she hooks, she works with a pimp who drives an independent cab. She and her pimp usually find Johns in the early a.m. along Bourbon and take them either to a private parking lot behind a burned-out building off Tchoupitoulas or a desiccated frame house owned by the pimp's brother-in-law on North Villery, thereby avoiding complications with their more organized competitors, most of whom enjoy established relationships with both cops and the vestiges of old mob. Natalia brings him his coffee and warm milk and a single powdered beignet from the Café du Mont on a tray. She draws the blinds, turns the electric fan on him, and asks, "You want me to do it for you?" "No, I don't need it right now. I'll wait until later in the day." "I don't think you got no sleep last night." He watches the rainwater feathering off the roof and makes no reply. When he sits up on the rollaway bed, tentacles of light wrap around his thighs and probe his groin. Natalia sits down beside him, her dress dropping into a loop between her knees. Her hair is black and thick, and she washes it often so it always has a sheen in it, and when she takes it down on her shoulders, she is truly lovely to look at. She doesn't smoke or drink, and there's never a hint of the life she leads in her clothes or on her skin, not unless you include the tracks inside her thighs. Her face is lost in thought, either about him or herself, he's not sure. To her, Jude LeBlanc is a mystery, one she never quite understands, but it's obvious she accepts and loves him for whatever he is or isn't, and imposes no judgment upon him. "Can I do something else for you?" "Like what?" "Sometimes I feel I don't ever do you no good, that I can't give you nothing," she says. "You fix breakfast for me," he says. She changes her position and kneels behind him on the rollaway, rubbing his shoulders, clutching him briefly to her, resting her cheek against the back of his head. "They got drugs in Mexico the pharmaceutical companies don't allow on the market here," she says. "You're my cure," he replies. She holds him, and for just a moment he wants to release all the desperation and hopelessness and unrelieved sense of loss that have characterized his life. But how do you explain to others that a false Gleason score on a prostate biopsy can result in so much damage to a person's life? Most people don't even understand the terminology. Plus, he does not wish to rob others of their faith in the exactitude of medical science. To do so is, in a way, the same as robbing them of the only belief system they have. The Gleason scale had indicated that the cancer had not spread outside the prostate. As a consequence, the surgeon had elected not to take out the erectile nerve. The positive margins left behind went into the lymph nodes and the seminal vessels. Natalia flattens herself against him, pressing her loins tightly into his back, and he feels desires stirring in him that he tries not to recognize, perhaps secretly hoping they will preempt the problems of conscience that prevent him from ever escaping his own loneliness. He gets up from the rollaway, trying to hide his erection as he puts on his trousers. His Roman collar has fallen off the nightstand, and a tangle of animal hair and floor dirt has stuck to the bottom rim. He goes to the sink and tries to clean it, rubbing the smudge deeper into the collar's whiteness, splashing it with grease from an unwashed pot. He leans heavily on his hands, his sense of futility more than he can hide. Outside, the velocity of the wind is fanning the rain off the roof in sheets. A flower pot topples from the balcony and bursts on the bricks below. Across the courtyard, a neighbor's ventilated wood shutters rattle like tack hammers on the hinges. "You going to the Ninth Ward today?" Natalia asks. "It's the only place they will have me," he replies. "Stay with me," she says. "Are you afraid of the storm?" he asks. "I'm afraid for you. You need to be here with me. You can't be without your medicine." She calls it his medicine to protect his feelings, even though she knows he's been arrested twice with stolen prescription forms and once with morphine from an actual heist, that in reality he is no different from her or any other junkie in the quarter. The irony is that a peasant woman from the third world, one who works as a prostitute to fuel her own addiction, has a spiritual love and respect for him that few in his own society would be willing to grant. He feels a sudden tenderness for her that makes his loins turn to water. He puts his mouth on hers and goes out into the rain, a newspaper over his head, and catches one of the few buses still running down to the lower end of the Ninth Ward. Chapter 3. Otis Baylor proudly calls himself a North Alabama transplant who is at home any place in the world, New Orleans or New Iberia or wherever his insurance company cares to send him. He's effusive in manner, generous in his giving, and devoted to his family. If at all possible, he refuses to judge others and to be marked by the prejudices of either his contemporaries or the people of his Piney Woods birthplace, where as a boy he witnessed his father and uncle attend cross-lightings in full clan regalia. In fact, Otis learned the insurance business from the bottom up, working a debit route in the Negro and blue-collar neighborhoods of Birmingham. Where other salesmen had failed, Otis was a shining success. At a convention of salespeople in Mobile, a cynical rival asked him his secret. "Treat folks with respect and you'll be amazed at how they respond," Otis answered. Today he drives home early in rain and heavy traffic, telling himself that neither he nor his family will be undone by the forces of nature. His house was built in 1856 and was mute witness to Yankee occupation, epidemics of yellowjack, street battles between Union loyalists and white leaguers, the lynching of Italian immigrants from street lamps, and tidal surges that left the bodies of drowned clipper ship sailors hanging in trees. The men who built Otis's house had built it right, and with the gasoline-powered generators he has placed in his carriage house, the flashlights and medical supplies and canned food and bottled water he has packed into his pantries and his attic, he is confident he and his family can persevere through the worst of natural calamities. Have faith in God, but also have faith in yourself. That's what Otis's daddy always said. But as he stares at the rain sweeping through the live oak trees in his yard, another kind of fear flickers inside him, one that to him is even more unsettling than the prospect of the hurricane that is churning toward the city, sucking the Gulf of Mexico into its maw. Otis has always believed in the work ethic and taking care of oneself and one's own. In his view, there is no such thing as luck, either good or bad. He believes that victimhood has become a self-sustaining culture, one to which he will never subscribe. When people fall on bad times, it's usually the result of their own actions, he tells himself. The serpent didn't force Eve to pick forbidden fruit, nor did God make Cain slay his brother. But if Otis's view is correct, why did undeserved suffering come in such a brutal fashion to his homely, sad, overweight daughter, his only child, whose self-esteem was so low she was overjoyed to be invited to the senior prom by a rail of a boy with dandruff on his shoulders and glasses that made his eyes look like a goldfish's? After the prom, Thelma and her date had headed up Interstate 10 to a party, except the boy who had moved to New Orleans only 2 months earlier got lost and drove them into a neighborhood not far from the Desire Welfare Project. Mindlessly, the boy killed the engine and asked directions of a passerby. When he discovered his battery was dead and he couldn't restart the engine, he walked to a payphone to call Otis, leaving Thelma by herself. The 3 black thugs who stumbled across her were probably ripped on weed and fortified wine. But that alone would not explain the ferocity of their attack on Otis's daughter. They stuffed a red bandana in her mouth and twisted her arms behind her while they forced her between 2 buildings. Then they took turns raping and sodomizing her while they burned her skin with cigarettes. 2 years have passed since that night, and Otis still seeks explanations. Thelma's attackers were never caught, and Otis doubts they ever will be. Psychiatrists and therapists and the minister from Otis's church have done little good in Thelma's recovery, if recovery is the word. He wakes in the middle of the night and sits by himself in the den, determined that his wife will not discover the level of torment in his soul. More important, perhaps, he refuses to be embittered or to join ranks with his neighbors who comprised part of the 40% of the electorate that voted for the former Klansman and Nazi David Duke in a gubernatorial runoff. He makes a cheese, lettuce, and mayonnaise sandwich, places it on a tray with a can of soda and a long-stemmed rose, and carries the tray up to Thelma's room. She has been over her desk, dressed in a black T-shirt and black jeans with big brass brads on them, earphones clamped on her head. He has no idea what she is listening to. Sometimes she is enthralled by recordings of birdsong or waterfalls. Other times she listens to heavy metal bands that make Otis wish he had been born deaf. "I thought you might want a snack," he says. Her mouth is painted with purple lipstick, her hair dark and freshly shampooed and clipped in bangs so that it looks like a helmet. Her face wears a perpetual pie-plate expression that makes others feel the problem in communicating with her is theirs, not hers. She vacillates between bouts of anorexia, binge eating, and bulimia. By normal standards, she would not be considered a likable person. But why should she be? Otis asks himself. How many young girls were psychologically prepared to deal with the damage these men had inflicted upon her? She begins eating the sandwich without removing the earphones or speaking to him. He reaches down and lifts the foam rubber pads from her head. "Can't you say hello to your old man?" he asks. "Hi, Daddy," she says. "Want to help me latch the shutters when you're finished?" She looks up at him. An intense thought like a dark bird with a hooked beak seems to hide behind her eyes. "A civil defense guy said it's going to be awful." "It could be, but we're tough guys." He tries to read her expression. It's not one of fear or apprehension. In fact, he wonders if it isn't one of fulfilled expectation. She's a reader of Nostradamus and is drawn to prophecies of destruction and death as though she wishes to see the unhappiness in her own life transferred into the lives of others. "The insurance companies are going to screw the city, aren't they? Does your company write exceptions for water damage?" she says. "That's silly." "Not if you're one of the people about to get screwed." He leaves the room and closes the door behind him, repressing the anger that blooms in his chest. Downstairs, his wife is dropping 30-pound bags of crushed ice into the deep freeze. Her name is Melanie, and she insists that he not call her Mel, even though that was the affectionate nickname he gave her when they first courted. "Why are you doing that?" he asks. "So we'll have a way to preserve our food if we have a total outage," she replies, a cloud of escaped cold air rising into her face. He starts to explain that he's already covered that possibility with his installation of gasoline-operated generators, that in effect she's displacing the room in the freezer that should be used for all the perishables they can pack into it. But he doesn't argue. He was a widower when he met her 5 years ago on a beach in the Bahamas. She was a divorcee, deeply tanned and gold-haired and beautiful, much younger than he, a strong woman physically, bold in her look, her brown eyes wide-set and unblinking, her laughter suggesting disregard for convention and perhaps a degree of sexual adventurism. She was the kind of woman who could be a friend as well as a lover. Otis was 53 at the time, prematurely bald, but proud of the power in his hands and shoulders and not ashamed of his libido or the profuse way he sweated when he worked or the scent of testosterone his clothes sometimes carried. He was what he was and didn't pretend otherwise. Obviously, Melanie, or Mel, did not find him an unattractive man. They were opposites in many ways, but each seemed to possess a set of qualities that compensated for a deficiency in the other. She with her urban sophistication and degree in finance from the University of Chicago, he with his work ethic and his common sense in dealing with people. They said goodbye in the Bahamas without consummating their brief courtship, but continued to talk long distance to each other and exchange presents and emails. 2 months passed, and on a summer night when the light was high in the sky and he could no longer stand his loneliness, Otis asked Melanie to meet him at the Ritz-Carlton in Atlanta. He was surprised at her aggressiveness in bed and the fact she came 3 times their first night together, something no other woman had ever done for him. He proposed 1 week later. His friends thought he was impetuous and that perhaps he was being taken advantage of by a woman 20 years his junior. But what did he have to lose, he told them. His daughter needed a mother. Otis needed a wife. And let's face it, he said, women with Melanie's looks didn't come his way every day. After the first year, he began to realize he had married a complex, if not mercurial, woman. Her attitudes were often inflexible, although the issue involved was usually insignificant. She canceled the cable service because the technician tracked mud into the foyer. She accused Otis of over-tipping waiters and allowing the gardeners to get by with sloppy work. She seemed to carry a reservoir of anger with her as she would a social bludgeon, and selectively utilized it to cause embarrassment in public places and ultimately get her way. An acquaintance in Chicago has told him that Melanie's former husband was an alcoholic. The friend's offer of information about Melanie's past has only made Otis more confused. Melanie is rigidly abstemious, and Otis does not understand how her former husband's behavior could account for her unpredictable mood swings today. But the transformation in Melanie that was most difficult for Otis to accept took place after the attack upon Thelma. Each evening she began to show fatigue and complained of nausea and insisted on talking about non-existent problems with their finances. He could feel her back constrict when he touched her in bed. On Saturday and Sunday mornings, she awoke an hour earlier than he and went downstairs and into her day's schedule, effectively neutralizing any romantic overture on his part. On one occasion, unbeknown to her, he glimpsed her picking his clothes off the back of a chair, smelling them, then flinging them with disgust into a dirty clothes hamper. Now, as the worst storm in Louisiana's history approaches the city, he wonders if she blames him for the assault upon his daughter. Is that the reason behind her irritability and her implicit criticism of whatever he does? Does she no longer think of him as protector of his family? "I'm going to the club for a workout. Want to come?" he says. "Now? Are you serious?" "My daddy always used to say, respect Mother Nature, but nail down the shutters and don't let her scare you." She can hardly hide her ennui at the mention of his sawmill employee father who went to the 9th grade. "Take Thelma with you," she says. She doesn't like the club. Melanie makes no reply and begins pulling dishes from the dishwasher and putting them away loudly in the cabinets. "What is it? Why do I make you angry?" he says. She seems to teeter on a direct answer to his question, her eyes charged with light. Then the moment passes. "I'm not angry. I just don't think it's good for Thelma to stay in her room all the time. Maybe she should think about getting a job," she says. But secretly, Otis has always suspected that his wife is like many Northerners. She likes people of color collectively and as an abstraction, but she doesn't feel comfortable with them individually. It's been obvious from the night of the attack that she doesn't want her friends to know her stepdaughter has been the victim of black rapists. "You think I'll let Thelma down somehow?" he asks. She examines her hands over the sink, feeling the bones in them, the joints of her fingers. She has begun to complain of arthritis, although she has not seen a doctor for at least a year. She looks at the rain beating on the philodendron and the banana trees and windmill palms in the side yard. "Why did you let her go to the prom with an idiot who doesn't know how to wash the dandruff out of his hair, much less protect his date from a bunch of animals?" she says. "You never made any mistakes when you were that age," he replies. "Of that magnitude? No, I had to wait until I was a mature woman to do that," she says. He slings his workout bag over his shoulder and goes down the covered walk to the carriage house and backs his car under the canopy of oaks and into the street, knocking the trash can into the hedge. Melanie's last statement to him is one he knows he will never be able to scrub out of his memory, no matter what form of amends or atonement, if any, she ever tries to make. That thought is like a cold vapor wrapped around his heart, and briefly the avenue and wind-swept neutral ground and the scrolled purple and pink neon tubing on the corner drugstore go out of focus. The health club is almost empty, the basketball court echoing with the sounds of a solitary shooter bouncing shots off a steel rim. The shooter is Otis's neighbor, Tom Claggart, an export-import man who flies in a private plane with business friends to western game farms where they shoot animals that are released from either cages or pinned areas shortly before the hunter's arrival. Tom has told Otis with a lascivious wink that he and his friends also land at a private airstrip not far from a brothel outside Vegas. "Got her battened down?" he says, the basketball grasped between his palms. "Pretty much," Otis says. Tom's torso is as solid as a cypress stump, his head bullet-shaped. Each week a barber clips his mustache, which is threaded with white, and lathers his scalp and shaves it with a straight-edged razor. "I think after landfall we're going to have monkey shit flying through the fan," Tom says. "I don't know as I follow you," Otis replies. "The Black Irish get restive after natural disasters." Tom is smiling now as though the two of them share a private knowledge. "I guess we'll find out," Otis replies. Tom flings his basketball down the court and watches it bounce and roll across the maple boards into the shadows. The windows high up on the walls are streaked with rain, whipped by the branches of trees. His face becomes thoughtful. "I've never talked to you about this before, but my sister-in-law told me what happened to your daughter. They ever catch those guys?" "Not yet." "That's a shame. If they didn't catch them by now, they probably won't." "I couldn't say," Otis replies. "You own a gun?" "Why?" "Come Monday, those bastards are going to be swarming all over the neighborhood. If I were you, I'd stop jerking on my dork and smell the coffee." "What makes you think you can talk to me like that?" "Just speaking to you as a neighbor and a friend." "Don't." "This isn't like you, Otis." "That's what you think, you idiot," Otis says to himself, and is surprised by the virulence of his own thoughts. Chapter 4. It's Saturday evening, and long lines of automobiles are streaming out of New Orleans, northbound on Interstate 10, although rumors have already spread that there's not a motel room available all the way to St. Louis, Missouri. But for the glad of heart, life goes on full throttle in the French Quarter. In a corner bar off Ursuline's, one in which Christmas lights never come down, Cleet Purcell has positioned himself at a window so he can watch a shuttered cottage across the street, in front of which a black male is smoking a cigarette in an illegally parked panel truck. The rain has stopped, and the air is unnaturally green and contains the dense, heavy odor of the Gulf. There is even a rip of bone-white light in the clouds as though the evening sunset is about to resume. The black male in the panel truck is talking on a cell phone and blowing his cigarette smoke out the window, where it seems to hang in the air like damp cotton. Then he twists his head and stares at the bar, and for a moment Cleet thinks he has been made. But the black man is watching a woman in spiked heels and skin-tight shorts walking rapidly down the sidewalk, her sequined, fringed purse swinging back on her rump. The owner of the bar is opening all the doors, filling the interior with a bloom of fresh air that smells of brine and wet trees. The revelers inside react as though a bad moment in their lives has come and gone. "You want another drink? It's on the house," the owner says. "I look like I can't pay for my drinks," Cleet says. "No, you look like you got the heebie-jeebies. Maybe you ought to get yourself laid." Cleet gives the owner a look, one that makes the owner's eyes shift off Cleet's face. The owner is Jimmy Flanagan, an ex-professional wrestler who now wears earrings and has a full-body wax done at a parlor on Airline Highway. "So don't get laid, but you're making my customers nervous. No one likes to get stepped on by out-of-control circus elephants." Cleet has long ago given up contending with Jimmy's insults. "I got news for you. The apocalypse could blow through this stump and your clientele wouldn't notice," he says. Jimmy pours into Cleet's glass from a scotch bottle with a chrome nipple on it. The scotch swirls inside the milk like marbled ice cream. "What's eating you, Purcell? Just off your feed?" he says. Cleet drinks his glass half empty. "Something like that," he says. How can he explain to Jimmy Flanagan the sense of apprehension and the déjà vu that dries out his mouth and causes his scalp to tighten against his skull? Or describe helicopters lifting off a rooftop into a sky ribbed with strips of blood-red cloud while mobs of terrified Vietnamese civilians fight with one another and plead with United States Marines to let them on board? You learn it soon or you learn it late. There are some kinds of experience you never share with anyone, not even with people who have had their ticket punched by the same conductor you have. Cleet returns to the window and tries to concentrate on the black man parked across the street. The black man is André Rochon, a 23-year-old bail skip whose forfeited bond is less consequential than the information he can provide on two other bail skips who are into Cleet's employers, Nig Rosewater and Wee Willie Bimstein, for 30 large. 2 drinks later, the scene has not changed, and neither has the knot of anxiety in Cleet's stomach or the band of tension that keeps tightening like a strand of piano wire wrapped around his head. Cleet is convinced he's watching a meth drop in the making. The 2 other players are the Melançon brothers, full-time wiseasses with busts on both their sheets for strong-arm robbery, illegal possession of firearms, and intimidation of witnesses. Cleet suspects that one or both of the Melançon brothers is about to show up at the shuttered cottage. But nothing seems to happen, either outside or inside the cottage, and the man in the panel truck is becoming restless, turning his radio on and off, starting and restarting his engine. What to do, Cleet asks himself. Take down Rochon as a penny-ante bail skip or gamble that the Melançon brothers will show up. When the storm makes landfall late tomorrow night or early Monday morning, the lowlifes will either go to work looting the city or be blown like flotsam in every direction. Either way, it will be almost impossible to get a net over Rochon and the Melançons. Cleet decides it's showtime. He puts an unlit cigarette in his mouth, combs his hair in the mirror behind the bar, and fits on his pork pie hat. His cream-colored slacks are pressed, his oxblood loafers shined, his Hawaiian shirt taut on his massive shoulders. A Hideaway .25 is Velcro strapped to his ankle, a slapjack and pin light in one trouser pocket, a set of cuffs in the other. He wishes he were on a plane, lifting above highways that are clogged with automobiles, buses, and trucks, their headlights all pointing north. Or over in New Iberia, where he has a second office and a room he rents at an old motor court on East Main. But you don't surrender the place of your birth either to evil men or natural calamity, he tells himself, and wonders if he will feel the same in 24 hours. You decided to meet a lady friend after all? Jimmy says. No, I got an appointment in the street with a piece of shit that should have been a skid mark on a bowl a long time ago, Cleet says. If it gets rough outside in the next few minutes, I don't want NOPD in on it. You with me on that? At this bar, 911 is a historical date. You're a beaut, Jimmy. Put a couple of inner tubes on the roof. What about you? Ever hear of circus elephants drowning in New Orleans? See? No precedent. Cleet steps out on the sidewalk. The light has gone out of the sky, and clouds are rolling blackly over his head. He can feel the barometer dropping rapidly now, and he smells an odor that is like sulfur or rotten eggs or water beetles that have washed into the sewer grates and died there. André Rochon stares straight ahead, his wrists resting idly on the steering wheel. But Cleet knows that Rochon has either made him for a cop or a bondsman and is deciding whether to brass it out or fire up his truck and bag ass for North Rampart. Cleet crosses the street and opens his badge holder and hangs it in front of Rochon's face. Step out of the vehicle and keep your hands where I can see them, he says. That's not a suggestion. You do it or you go to jail. His words are all carefully chosen, indicating in advance to Rochon that he has viable choices, that with a little cooperation and finesse he can skate on the non-appearance and have another season to run. Rochon steps out onto the asphalt and closes the door behind him. He wears tennis shoes without socks and paint-splattered slacks and an LSU T-shirt scissored off at the midriff and armpits. His arms are scrolled with one-colored tats. He smells of funk and the decayed food in his teeth. His face is narrow, a grin tugging at one corner of his mouth. He strokes the exposed skin of his stomach as a narcissist might. He probes his navel with one finger. "You a P.I., blood?" he says. Cleet glances at the streetlight on the corner, his eyelashes fluttering. "See, people don't give me nicknames, particularly when they're racial," he says. "Right now you're standing up to your bottom lip in pig shit. In the next minute, one of two things will happen. You'll either give up the Melançon brothers, or you'll be on your way to central lockup. If you want to be on the bottom floor when the hurricane hits, I'll try to arrange that." "Eddie and Bertrand already evacuated. I'm just here to see about my nephew. I'm telling the truth, man." Rochon presses his palm against his sternum, his face earnest. See, you're doing something else that bothers me. George W. Bush spreads his hands on his chest when he wants to show people he's sincere. You think you're George W. Bush? You think you're the President of the United States?
Roshan is confused, his eyes darting back and forth. Why are you leaning on me like this? 'Cause of something Eddie and Bertrand done?
No, because you skipped your court appearance and burned Nig and Wee Willie for your bond. You also smell bad. Willie and Nig don't like people who don't shower or brush their teeth and who smell bad. They got to spray the chairs every time you come in their office. Now you've disrespected them on top of it.
Man, you've been drinking the wrong stuff.
Cleet's hands feel dry and stiff at his sides. He opens and closes his palms and wets his lips. He can feel a dangerous level of anger building inside him, one that has little to do with André Rochon. Get on your cell and tell Eddie and Bertrand to pull the rag out of their ass and get over here, he says.
I ain't got their number.
Really? Well, let's see what you do got. Cleet throws him against the side of the truck and shakes him down. When Roshan tries to turn his head and speak, Cleet smashes his face into the paneling so hard he dents it.
Shit,
Roshan says, blood leaking from his nose across his upper lip.
I ain't did nothing to deserve this.
What do you have in a truck?
Nothing. You ain't got no warrant to go in there nohow.
I work for a bond service. I don't need warrants. I can cross state lines, kick your door in, and rip your house apart. I can arrest and hold you anywhere I want for as long as I want. Know why that is, Andre? When someone goes your bail, you become his property. And if this country respects anything, it's the ownership of property.
I ain't holding, man. Do what you want. I ain't did nothing here. When this is over, I'm filing charges.
Cleet opens the driver's door and shines his pin light under the front seats and into the back of the truck. The homemade plank floor in back is bare except for a coil of polyethylene rope that rests on a spare tire. A stuffed pink bear with white pads sewn on its paws is wedged between the floor and the truck's metal side. Cleet clicks off the light, then clicks it on again. The images of the rope and the stuffed animal trigger a memory of a newspaper story, one that he read several weeks ago. Did it concern an abduction in the 9th Ward? He's almost sure the story was in the Times-Picayune, but he can't remember the details. Who belongs to the stuffed bear, he says.
My niece.
What's the rope for?
I was putting up wash lines for my auntie. What's with you, man?
Behind him, Cleet hears an automobile with a gutted muffler turn the corner. I'm taking you to Central Lockup. Get that grin off your face. Then Cleet hears the car with the blown-out muffler accelerating, a hubcap detaching itself from one wheel bouncing up onto a sidewalk. He turns, just as the grillwork of a 1970s gas guzzler explodes the open door of the panel truck off its hinges and drives it into Cleet's face and body. For just a moment he sees two black men in the front seat of the gas guzzler, then he is propelled backward into the street, his skin and hair speckled with broken glass. He lands so hard on the asphalt his breath is vacuumed out of his chest in one long, uncontrollable wheezing rush that leaves him powerless and gasping. The gas guzzler mashes over his pork pie hat and fishtails around a corner at the end of the block. As Cleet tries to shove the door off his chest, André Rochon fires up his panel truck and roars away in the opposite direction, his red taillights breaking once at the intersection before disappearing into the darkness. Jimmy Flanagan and Cleet's other friends from the bar pick him up and clean the glass off his clothes and touch him all over like he's a piece of bruised fruit, amazed that their friend is still alive. Someone even calls 911 and discovers that every cop and emergency vehicle in Orleans Parish is already overloaded with obligations far beyond their capacity. Cleet stands dazed and chagrined in the middle of the street, unable to accept the fact he just got taken down by 3 dirtbags who couldn't clean bubble gum off their shoes without a diagram. He tells his friends to go back inside the bar, then opens the door to the cottage. Inside, a boy not more than 17 is sitting on the floor watching a cartoon on a television set, a paper bag packed with clothes resting by his foot. The volume on the television is deafening. "Turn that off," Cleet says. The boy does as he is told. He wears the stylized baggy pants and oversized T-shirt of a gangbanger, but his clothes look fresh from the box, and his body is so thin it could be made of sticks. "Where are your folks?" Cleet asks.
My auntie already lined up at the Dome to get us cots. My Uncle Andre is taking me there in a little bit. the boy replies. Everybody's supposed to bring food for 5 days. That's what they say.
Andre Rochon is your uncle?
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Kevin Rochon.
Your uncle had to take off somewhere. If you're going to the Superdome, you'll have to walk.
It ain't no big deal, the boy says, and refocuses his attention on the cartoon.
Right, Cleet says to himself.
He goes back to the bar and dispenses with scotch and milk and orders a frosted mug of beer and 3 shot glasses brimming with beam. Within an hour, he's as drunk as everyone else in the building, safe inside the sweaty ambiance of jukebox music and manufactured good cheer. His face is oily and hot, his head ringing with non-existent sounds that are generated by armored vehicles and helicopter blades. 2 stranded UCLA co-eds are dancing on the bar, one of them toking on a joint she holds to her lips with roach clips. Jimmy Flanagan fits his hand around the pitted back of Cleet's neck and squeezes, as though grasping a fire hydrant. I just come back from the Superdome. You ought to see the lines. Everybody from the Eberville project is trying to pack in there, he says.
Yeah, Cleet replies, unsure of the point.
Why are they sending everybody from the projects to the Dome? Jimmy asks.
It has stadium seating, Cleet says.
So why do people from the projects got to have stadium seating?
When Lake Pontchartrain covers the city, maybe some of the poor bastards can find an air pocket under the roof and not drown, he says.
Chapter 5. On Sunday afternoon in New Iberia, the clouds are gray. The leaves of the live oaks along Main Street riffling with an occasional gust of wind. The end of summer has arrived with a smell of dust and distant rain and smoke from meat fires across the bayou and City Park, but with no hint that south of us a churning white vortex of wind and water so great in magnitude that only a satellite photograph can do it justice is grinding its way toward the Louisiana-Mississippi coast. As I watch the progress of the storm on the television set, I feel like a witness to a Holocaust in the making. For 2 days, the governor of Louisiana, Kathleen Blanco, has been pleading for help to anyone who will listen. A state emergency official in Metairie has become emotionally undone during a CNN interview, waving his arms, his face blotched like a man coming off a drunk. He states unequivocally that 62,000 people will die if the storm maintains its current Category 5 strength and hits New Orleans head-on. My adopted daughter, Alifair, just out of Reed College, answers the telephone in the kitchen. I hope the call is from Cleet Purcell agreeing to evacuate from New Orleans and stay at our house. It's not. The call is from the sheriff of Iberia Parish, Helen Swallow, who has other concerns. We just busted Herman Stanger, she says. We got his meth lab and nailed 2 of his mules. You know how many times we've busted Herman Stanger? That's why I want you to supervise the case, Pops. This time we bury him. Dealing with Herman Stanger is like picking up dog feces with your hands. Get someone else, Ellen. The mules are of more interest to me right now than Stanger. I've got both of them in lockup. What's interesting about people who have minus signs in front of their IQs? Come on down, check it out. The barred cell has no windows and smells of the disinfectant that has been used to scrub all its steel and concrete surfaces. The 2 men locked inside have taken off their shirts and their shoes and are doing push-ups with their feet propped on a wood bench. Their arms and plated chests are blue with Gothic letter tats. Their armpits are shaved. Their lats as hard-looking as the sides of cupboard barrels, tapering into 28-inch waists and stomachs that are flat from the sternum to the groin. With each push-up, a network of tendons blooms against the tautness of their skin. They have the hands of bricklayers or men who scrub swimming pools clean with muriatic acid or cut and fashion stone in sub-freezing weather. The power in their bodies makes you think of a tightly wound steel spring aching for release, waiting for the slightest of external triggers. One of them stops his exercise routine, sits on the bench, and breathes in and out through his nose, indifferent to the fact that Helen and I are only 2 feet from him, watching him as we would an animal at a zoo. I dig your tats,
Are y'all 18th Streeters? I say. He grins and makes no reply. His hair is cut high and tight, his scalp notched with scars. Latin Kings? I ask. Who? He says. How about Mara Salvatrucha? I say. He pauses before he replies, his fingers playing stiffly on his knees, the soles of his shoes clicking playfully on the floor. Why you think that, man? He asks. The MS tattooed on one eyelid and the 13 on the other were clues, I say. You nailed me, man, he says. He looks up into my face, grinning. But the black luster in his eyes is the kind that makes one swallow, not smile in return. I thought you guys were out on the West Coast or creating new opportunities in Northern Virginia, I say. His eyes are fixed straight ahead as though he can see meaning inside the cell's shadows. Or perhaps he's staring at images inside his own head, remembering deeds that are testimony to the theory that not all of us descend from the same tree. He bobbles his head back and forth on his shoulders, working out a kink, a prize fighter in the corner awaiting the first round bell. When's chow? He says. The caterer will be here at 6, Helen says. The other man gets off the floor and begins touching his toes, a new crease folding across his navel, his narrow buttocks turned toward us. I glance at the computer printouts attached to the clipboard in my hand. Your street name is Chula? I say to the man sitting on the bench. Yeah, man, you got it. What's your name mean? I ask. Put it away, man. Like a high lie. Before the guy slams the ball into the wall, everybody shouts out, Chula, put it away. Y'all got impressive sheets. Lewisburg, Pelican Island, Marion, I say. Why fool with a small-town pimp like Herman Stanger? The black dude, we just stopped and asked for directions. Them cops was all over us, the seated man says. Yeah, mistakes like that can happen, I reply. But here's the deal, Chula. We've got a hurricane blowing in, and we don't have time for bullshit from out-of-town guys who haven't paid any local dues. See, Louisiana's not a state. It's a third-world country. That means we really get pissed off when outsiders come in and think they can wipe their feet on us. You guys are main line, so I won't try to take you over the hurdles. Stacking time at Angola can be a real bitch, particularly if we decide to send you up with a bad jacket. If you want to take the bounce for Herman Stanger, be our guest. But you either get out in front of this or we're going to crush your cookie bag. The man who has been touching his toes stops and faces me. Watch this, man, he says. He leaps against the wall with one foot and does a complete somersault and a wink returning to an upright position. What you think about that? Learned it in El Sal from the guys who killed my whole family and took turns raping me before they sold me to a carnival. Come on, man, tell me what you think about that. To be honest, I think you should have stayed with the carnival, I reply. The remark isn't intended to sink the hook in, but inadvertently, that is what happens. Just when Helen and I are almost out of the corridor, the man street named Chula rakes a tin cup back and forth on the bars. Hey you, the guy with the Maricona. My sister is fucking a junkie priest from New Iberia. You say we ain't paid no dues here? That ain't local dues, man? Helen returns to the cell door, her arms pumped. What did you call me? She says. Chula shrugs and smiles self-effacingly. It don't mean nothing against you. Your friend there shouldn't have made fun about somebody being sold to a carnival, he says. He leans against the wall, detaching from the world around him, his face striped with the bar's shadows. Back home, I try to forget the two men in the holding cell. Molly, my wife, is a former nun and once worked with the Marinoles in Central America. She has freckles on her shoulders and dark red hair that is thick and clipped short on her neck. She and Alifair were picking up the garden tools in the backyard and locking them in a tin shed behind the porte-cochere. The air is breathless, cool, rain-scented. The live oak and pecan trees in the bayou are still as images in a painting. Did Cleet call? I ask. No, but I called him. He's not going to evacuate, Molly says. She studies my face. She knows I'm not thinking about Cleet. Did something happen at the jail? A local priest named Jude LeBlanc fell through a hole in the dimension about a year ago. He has terminal cancer and a morphine addiction and 3 or 4 warrants out for his arrest. The truth is, I don't want to talk about it. If age brings wisdom, it lies in the realization that most talk is useless and that you stay out of other people's grief. "What's that have to do with the jail?" Molly asks. "A member of an El Salvadoran gang called MS-13 said his sister was in the sack with Jude." "Did you ask him where your friend was?" "You never empower the perps, no matter how many aces they're holding," I say. A hard gust of wind blows down the long corridor of trees that line Bayou Teche, wrinkling the water like old skin, filling the air with the smell of fish roe and leaves that have turned yellow and black in the shade. Katrina will make landfall somewhere around Lake Pontchartrain in the next 7 hours. "Let's fix supper," she says. "I don't have much of an appetite," I say. Her face looks dry and empty, her cheeks slightly sunken. She lets out her breath. "God, those poor people," she says. Hurricanes do not lend themselves to description, no more than do the pyrotechnics of a B-52 raid at Ground Zero. I have seen the survivors of the latter. Their grief is of a kind you never want to witness. They weep and make mewing sounds. Any words they speak are usually unintelligible. I have always suspected they have joined a group the Bible refers to as heaven's prisoners, anointed in a fashion most of us would resist even if we recognized God's finger reaching out to touch our brow. A Category 5 hurricane carries an explosive force several times greater than that of the atom bomb dropped on Hiroshima in 1945. But unlike a man-made weapon of mass destruction, a hurricane creates an environment that preempts our natural laws. Early on, the air turns a chemical green and contains a density that you can hold in your palm. The lightning and the thunder arrive almost like predictable friends, then fade into the ether and seem to become little more than a summer squall. Rain rings chain the swells between the whitecaps, and the wind smells of salt spray and hard-packed sand that has warmed under the sun. You wonder if all the preparedness and alarm hasn't been much ado about nothing. Then, the tide seems to shrink from the land, as though a giant drain hole has formed in the center of the Gulf. Palm trees straighten in the stillness, their fronds suddenly lifeless. You swallow to stop the popping sound in your ears with the same sense of impotence you might experience aboard a plane that is dramatically losing altitude. To the south, a long black hump begins to gather itself on the earth's rim, swelling out of the water like an enormous whale, extending itself all across the horizon. You cannot believe what you are watching. The black hump is now rushing toward the coastline, gaining momentum and size, increasing in velocity so rapidly that its own crest is absorbed by the wave before it can crash to the surface in front of it. It's called a tidal surge. Its force can turn a levee system into serpentine lines of black sand or level a city, particularly when the city has no natural barriers. The barrier islands off the Louisiana coast have long ago eroded away or been dredged up and heaped on barges and sold for shale parking lots. The petrochemical companies have cut roughly 10,000 miles of channels through the wetlands, allowing saline intrusion to poison and kill freshwater marsh areas from Plaquemines Parish to Sabine Pass. The levees along the Mississippi River shotgun hundreds of tons of mud over the edge of the continental shelf, preventing it from flowing westward along the coastline where it is needed the most. Louisiana's wetlands continue to disappear at a rate of 47 square miles a year. It's 1 o'clock a.m. and I can hear the wind in the oaks and pecan trees. The ventilated shutters on our house are latched, vibrating slightly against the jambs. The only sign of a weather disturbance is a flicker of lightning in the clouds or a sudden gust of rain that patterns our tin roof with pine needles. 2 hours to the east of us, the people of New Orleans, who have not evacuated, are watching their city ripped off the face of the earth. Why is one group spared and one group not? I don't have an answer. But I am determined that 2 newly arrived members of our community will not enjoy the safety of our jail, at least on their terms, while decent people are drowned in their own homes. I call the night jailer and tell him to separate the 2 MS-13 members. "What if they ask me why?" he says. "Tell them we have a policy against homosexuals sharing the same cell in Iberia Parish," I reply. "Tell them what?" A half-hour later, I drive to my office and read again through the faxes and computer printouts on the 2 MS-13 members. There are always dials on the perps. It's just a matter of finding them. The perps might be con-wise and they may have the cunning of animals, but when it comes to successfully confronting the system, they're charging uphill into a howitzer. I check my firearm at the entrance to the lockup area and ask the night jailer to bring Felix Chula Ramos to the interrogation room. When Chula arrives, his body is clinking with waist and leg chains. He is wearing only a pair of white boxer undershorts, and they look strangely innocuous against his tattooed skin. "Lose the restraints, Cap?" The night jailer is old and has gin roses in his face. He is not interested in either the thespian behavior of others or saving them from themselves. "Holler on the gate," he says. Chula sits at the government surplus metal table and takes my inventory, one hand relaxed on the tabletop. "I could rip out your throat before you could even beg. That fast," he says, snapping his fingers. I pinch the fatigue out of my eyes. "Your fall partner, what's his name? Luis, is an ignoramus, but I think you're even dumber than he is." The skin twitches under Chula's left eye as though an insect is walking across it. "Say that again?" "You guys dissed me and the sheriff because you have outstanding federal warrants on you and you thought you'd be blowing bumfuck for an upscale federal facility. It's not going to happen." "You're sending us to Gola, you're saying?" "Eventually. But right now we're transferring you to Central Lockup in New Orleans. Notice I said you, not you all. Orleans Parish has warrants on both you guys. It's chicken shit stuff, but we'll be honoring the protocol and shipping you off before dawn." "The whole city's getting blown off the map. Who you kidding, man?" "With luck, the prisoners at Central Lockup won't be deserted by the personnel, but who knows? The salaries of civil servants in Orleans Parish suck. Can you tread water in a flooded room full of other guys doing the same thing?" "That ain't funny, man." "The sheriff and I had a big laugh about y'all's jackets. Your fall partner boosted a bank in Pennsylvania, but a dye marker exploded in the bag and queered all the bills. So your idiot of a friend took $75,000 in hot money to a coin laundry and washed the bills over and over until they were pink. Then he tried to buy a $40,000 SUV with them. This lame brain not only outsmarted you, he clusterfucked you 6 ways from breakfast. You're going to do double nickels at Angola, half of it for him. If you think I'm lying, call me after you go into lockdown with the big stripes. Know what the midnight special is up there? Think of a sweaty 300-pound black dude driving a freight train up your ass." I wink at him. He stares at the opaque whiteness of the door, a shadow-filled crease forming across his brow. I can hear him breathing in the silence. A bolt of lightning crashes outside and the lights in the building flicker momentarily. "What you want, man?" "You said your sister was in the sack with a junkie priest." Chapter 6. By mid-morning, newscasters all over the country were announcing that Hurricane Katrina had changed direction and had dropped from a Category 5 storm to a Category 3 just before making landfall, devastating Gulfport, but sparing the city that care forgot. New Iberia's streets were clogged with traffic, as were those of every other town and city in southwest Louisiana. The Walmart parking lot, a coordination center for fundamentalist churches that unhesitatingly threw open their doors to anyone in need of help. But the sun was shining, the wind flecked with rain, the flowers blooming along East Main, more like spring than summer. We all took a breath, secure in our belief that we had faced the worst and that the warnings of the doomsayers had been undone by our collective faith. But the newscasters were wrong, and so were we. New Orleans' long night of the soul was just beginning. During the night, hurricane-force winds and a tidal surge had driven oceanic amounts of water up the Mississippi River Gulf outlet, nicknamed the Mr. Go Canal, all the way through St. Bernard Parish, into Orleans Parish, and the low-lying neighborhoods along the Intercoastal Canal. After sunrise, residents in the lower Ninth Ward said they heard explosions under the levee that held back the waters of Lake Pontchartrain. Rumors quickly spread from house to house. Either terrorists or racists were dynamiting the only barrier that prevented the entirety of the lake from drowning the mostly black population in the lower Nine. The rumors were, of course, false. The levees burst because they were structurally weak and had only a marginal chance of surviving a Category 3 storm, much less one of Category 5 strength. Every state emergency official knew this. The Army Corps of Engineers knew this. The National Hurricane Center in Miami knew this. But apparently, the United States Congress and the current administration in Washington, D.C. did not, since they had dramatically cut funding for repair of the levee system only a few months earlier. I had been successful in obtaining the address of my friend, the junkie priest Jude LeBlanc, from one of the MS-13 gang members. But at 9 o'clock a.m. Monday, all of my priorities were rearranged for me when Helen Swallow walked into my office, her shield already hung on a lanyard from her neck. "Throw your shit in a bucket, Pops. Half the department is being assigned to the big sleazy," she said. "What's going on?" "Take your choice," she replied. We didn't see the first large-scale wind damage until we were well east of Morgan City. The sugarcane was crushed flat in the fields, as though it had been steamrolled and matted into black dirt. Telephone poles were snapped in half, sections blown out of signboards, roofs ripped from stores in rural strip malls. The 4-lane highway was patinaed with leaves and gray mud from the flooded woods that lined each side of the roadway, and thousands of shrieking birds freckled the sky, as though they had no place to land. Helen was driving, her face somber, a dozen more departmental vehicles behind us, their flashers rippling with color. Some of the vehicles were towing boats that were packed to the gunnels with first aid kits, gasoline-powered generators, donated food, clothing, and bottled water, all of it tarped down and swaying on bumper hitches. Helen was an attractive, muscular woman whose intelligence and integrity I'd always admired. She had started her career as a meter maid at the NOPD, in an era when a female officer had to pay hard dues among her male colleagues. The fact she didn't try to hide her androgynous nature had made her a special target for several members of the department, in particular a plainclothes by the name of Nate Baxter, a degenerate and former vice cop I genuinely believed belonged in a soap dish. One morning at roll call, just after a sniper had opened fire on pedestrians from a hotel rooftop in the quarter, Nate took over from the watch commander and addressed all the uniformed patrol personnel in the room. "I want every swinging dick out there on the firing line in vests and with maximum ordnance," he said. "We've got one agenda. That guy gets cooled out. Nobody else gets hurt, civilians or cops. Everybody clear on that?" So far, so good. Nate turned his gaze on Helen, the skin denting at the corner of his mouth. "Helen, can you tell us whether swinging dick includes you in or leaves you out?" he said. Several cops laughed. Helen was in the second row, bent forward, her eyes still fixed on the notepad that was propped on her thigh. There was a cough or two, then the room fell silent. "Glad you brought up the subject of genitalia, Detective," she said. "A couple of weeks ago, a transvestite CI told me you made a few cross-dressers copy your stick in the backseat of a cruiser when you were in Vice. Back then, the transvestite was using the name Rachel. But actually, Rachel is a man, and his real name is Ralph. Ralph said you'd undergone penile enhancement. Since I don't get to use the same restroom as the swinging dicks, I can't really say if Ralph is lying or not. Maybe these other officers know." She stared thoughtfully into space. Nate Baxter's career never recovered from that moment.
He launched a vendetta against Helen through the departmental bureaucracy, and as a consequence was always looked upon by his fellow officers as a malicious coward who couldn't cut it on a level playing field. We were on the bridge over the Mississippi now, the wide brown expanse swollen and breathtaking down below, an upside-down houseboat spinning in the current as it floated out from under the bridge. Helen tore the wrapper on a granola bar with her teeth and spit the paper out on the steering wheel. "What's bothering you?" I asked. "Nothing," she replied, one cheek tight with chunks of granola. I didn't pursue it. We came down the other side of the bridge, swinging out on an elevated exit ramp above flooded woods whose canopy was stripped of leaves and strung with trash. "We're supposed to coordinate with a half-dozen agencies down here, including NOPD. I say screw that," she said. "I'm going to have a talk with all our people before we go in. We do our job and we maintain our own standards. That means we don't shoot looters. Let the insurance companies take their own losses. But if somebody fires on us, we blow them out of their socks." She looked at my face. "What's funny?" she asked. "I wish I had still been with NOPD when you were there." "Want to elaborate on that?" "No, ma'am, I really don't," I replied. She bit down on her granola bar and gave me another look, then drove on into the city. None of us was quite ready for what we would see. It wasn't the miles of buildings stripped of their shingles and their windows caved in, or the streets awash with floating trash, or the live oaks that had been punched through people's roofs. It was the literal powerlessness of the city that was overwhelming. The electric grid had been destroyed and the water pressure had died in every faucet in St. Bernard and Orleans parishes. The pumps that should have forced water out of the storm sewers were flooded themselves and totally useless. Gas mains burned underwater, or sometimes burst flaming from the earth, filling the sky in seconds with hundreds of leaves singed off ancient trees. The entire city within one night had been reduced to the technological level of the Middle Ages. But as we crossed under the elevated highway and headed toward the convention center, I saw one image that will never leave me and that will always remain emblematic of my experience in New Orleans, Louisiana on Monday, August 29th, in the year of our Lord, 2005. The body of a fat black man was bobbing face down against a piling. His dress clothes were puffed with air, his arms floating straight out from his sides. A dirty skim of yellow froth from our wake washed over his head. His body would remain there for at least 3 days. Any semblance of order at the convention center was degenerating into chaos. The thousands of people who had sought shelter there had been told to bring their own food for 5 days. Many of them were from the projects or the poorest neighborhoods in the city and did not own automobiles and had little money or food at the end of the month. Many of them had brought elderly and sick people with them, diabetics, paraplegics, Alzheimer's patients, and people in need of kidney dialysis. The sun was white overhead, the air hazy and glistening with humidity. The concrete apron outside the center was teeming with people trying to find shade or potable water. Almost all of them were yelling angrily at police cars and media vehicles. "You going to set up a command center here?" I said. I could see Helen biting her lower lip, her hands clenching on the steering wheel. "No, they'll tear us apart," she said. "The streets in the quarter are supposed to be dry. I'm going to swing down toward Jackson Square." "Stop! What is it?" "I just saw Clete Purcell there by the entrance." Helen rolled down the window and squinted into the haze. The gush of superheated air through the window felt like steam blowing from the back of a commercial laundry. "What's Clete doing?" she said. It took a moment for both of us to assimilate the scene taking place against the convention center wall. A huge, sunburned man wearing filthy cream-colored slacks and a tropical shirt split at the shoulders was trying to fit an inverted cardboard box over the body of an elderly white woman who was draped in a wheelchair. Her body was flaccid in death, and Clete could not get the box around her without knocking her out of the chair.
"Hang on, Helen," I said, and got out of the cruiser before she could reply. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her make a U-turn, pause briefly, and head toward the French Quarter, the rest of the caravan trailing behind her. But Helen was a good soul, and she knew I would hook up with her soon, probably with Cleet in tow. She also knew you don't leave your friends behind, regardless of what the rest of the world is doing. I held the old woman upright in the wheelchair while Cleet covered her head and upper body with the box. Then I smelled an odor from her clothes that brought back memories of a distant war that I wanted to forget.
"You think that's bad? Go inside the center. All the plumbing is broken. There are dead people piled in the corners. Street rats are shooting guns in there and raping anybody they want," Cleet said. "You got a spare piece?"
"No. Where's your hideaway?"
"Lost it on Royal, I think. A whole balcony came down on the street. I got hit with a flying flower pot."
He wiped the sweat out of his eyes with the flat of his hand and stared out at the wreckage of the city and the looters sloshing through the streets, their arms loaded with whatever they could carry.
"Who needs terrorists? Look at this shit, will you?"
For those who do not like to brood upon the possibility of simian ancestry in the human gene pool, or who genuinely believe that societal virtue grows from a collective impulse in the human breast, the events of the next few days would offer their sensibilities poor comfort. Helen had been worried she would have to give up command of her department to either NOPD or state or federal authorities. That was the least of our problems. There was no higher command than ourselves. The command structure and communication system of NOPD had been destroyed by the storm. 400 to 500 officers, 1/3 of the department, had bagged ass for higher ground. The command center NOPD had set up in a building off Canal Street had flooded. Much to their credit, the duty officers didn't give up their positions and wandered in chest-deep water outside their building for 2 days. They had no food and no drinking water, and many were forced to relieve themselves in their clothes, their handheld radios held aloft to keep them dry. From a boat or any other elevated position, as far as the eye could see, New Orleans looked like a Caribbean city that had collapsed beneath the waves. The sun was merciless in the sky, the humidity like lines of ants crawling inside your clothes. The linear structure of a neighborhood could be recognized only by the green smudge of yard trees that cut the waterline, and row upon row of rooftops dotted with people who perched on sloped shingles that scalded their hands. The smell was like none I ever experienced. The water was chocolate brown, the surface glistening with a blue-green sheen of oil and industrial chemicals. Raw feces and used toilet paper issued from broken sewer lines. The gray, throat-gagging odor of decomposition permeated not only the air, but everything we touched. The bodies of dead animals, including deer, rolled in the wake of our rescue boats, and so did those of human beings, sometimes just a shoulder or an arm or the back of a head, suddenly surfacing, then sinking under the froth. They drowned in attics and on the second floors of their houses. They drowned along the edges of Highway 23 when they tried to drive out of Plaquemines Parish. They drowned in retirement homes and in trees and on car tops while they waved frantically at helicopters flying by overhead. They died in hospitals and nursing homes of dehydration and heat exhaustion, and they died because an attending nurse could not continue to operate a hand ventilator for hours upon hours without rest. If by chance you hear a tape of the 9/11 cell phone calls from those attics, walk away from it as quickly as possible, unless you are willing to live with voices that will come a-borning in your sleep for the rest of your life. The United States Coast Guard flew non-stop, coming in low with the sun at their backs, taking sniper fire, swinging from cables, the downdraft of their choppers cutting a trough across the water. They took the children, the elderly, and the sick first and tried to come back for the others later. They chopped holes in roofs and strapped hoists on terrified people who had never flown in an airplane. They held infants against their breasts and fat women who weighed 300 pounds and carried them above the water to higher ground with a grace we associate with angels. They rescued more than 33,000 souls, and no matter what else happens in our history, no group will ever exceed the level of courage and devotion they demonstrated following Katrina's landfall. After sunset on the first day, August 29th, the sky was an ink wash, streaked with smoke from fires vandals had set in the garden district. There were also electrical moments, flashes of light in the sky, heat lightning, or perhaps sometimes the igneous trajectory of tracer rounds fired from automatic weapons. The rule books were going over the gunnels. Looters were hitting pharmacies and liquor and jewelry stores first, then working their way down the buffet table. A rogue group of NOPD cops had actually set up a thieves' headquarters on the 10th floor of a downtown hotel, storing their loot in the rooms, terrorizing the management, and threatening to shoot a reporter who tried to question them. New Orleans cops also drove off with automobiles from the Cadillac agency. Gangbangers had converged on the Garden District and were having a Visigoth holiday, burning homes built before the Civil War, carrying away whatever wasn't bolted down. Evacuees in the Superdome and Convention Center tried to walk across the bridge into Jefferson Parish. Most of these people were black, some carrying children in their arms, all of them exhausted, hungry, and dehydrated. They were met by armed police officers from Jefferson Parish who fired shotguns over their heads and allowed none of them to leave Orleans Parish. An NOPD cop shot a black man with a 12-gauge through the glass window of his cruiser in front of the convention center while hundreds of people watched. The cop sped away before the crowd attacked his vehicle. Some witnesses said he ran over the victim's body. The cop claimed the dead man had tried to attack him with a pair of scissors. A half block from a state medical clinic, I counted the bodies of 9 black people, all of them floating face down in a circle, like free-falling parachutists suspended on a cushion of air high above the earth. We heard stories of gunfire from rooftops and windows. Emergency personnel and rescue boats became afraid of the very people they were supposed to save. Some people airlifted out by the Coast Guard in the lower 9 said the gunfire was a desperate attempt to signal the boat crews searching in the darkness for survivors. Who was telling the truth? What cop or fireman or volunteer kneeling on the bow of a rescue boat preparing to throw a rope on a rooftop wanted to find out? Who wanted to eat a round from an AK-47? Charity and Baptist Memorial Hospitals had become necropolises. The bottom floors were flooded, and gangbangers turned over rescue boats that were trying to evacuate the patients. Without electricity or ice or unspoiled food or running water, hospital personnel were left to care for the most helpless of their wards, trauma victims with fresh gunshot wounds, those whose bodily functions depended entirely upon machines, patients who had just had organs surgically removed, and the most vulnerable group, the aged and the terrified, all of it inside a building that was cooking in its own stink. But a lot of NOPD cops were loyal to their badge and their oath and worked tirelessly alongside the rest of us for the next 72 hours. Among their number were many of Cleet's longtime detractors and enemies, but even the most vehement of them had to concede that Cleet Purcell was a beautiful man to have on our side. The kind who covers your back, tightens your slack, and humps your pack. He knew every street and rat hole in New Orleans, and he'd also fished every bayou and bay and canal from Barataria to Lake Bourne. He was on a first-name basis with hookers, Murphy artists, petty boosters, whiskey priests, junkies, skin bar operators, transvestites, disgraced cops, strippers, second-story creeps, street mutts, bondsmen, journalists, and old-time mobsters who tended their flower gardens in the suburbs. His bravery was a given. His indifference to physical pain or verbal insult was vinegar and gall to his enemies. His loyalty to his friends of such an abiding nature that with conscious forethought he would willingly lay down his life for them. But even Katrina did not change Cleet's penchant for the visceral and the sybaritic. On August 31, he said he was going to check his apartment and office on St. Anne in the Quarter. 2 hours passed, and no Cleet. It was afternoon, and Helen and I were in a boat out in Gentilly, surrounded by water and houses that were beginning to smell from the bodies inside. The combination of heat and humidity and lack of wind was almost unbearable, the sun like a wobbling yellow balloon trapped under the water's surface. Helen cut the engine and let us drift on our wake until we were in the shade of an elevated stretch of Interstate 10. Her face and arms were badly sunburned, her shirt stiff with dried salt. "Go find him," she said. "Cleet can take care of himself," I said. "We need every swinging dick on the line. Tell him to get his ass back here." That's what Nate Baxter used to say. "Remind me to scrub out my mouth with Ajax," she replied. I caught a ride on another boat to high ground and walked the rest of the way into the quarter. The quarter had taken a pounding from the wind and the rain, and ventilated shutters had been shattered off the hinges, and the planked floors of whole balconies stripped clean from the buildings and sent flying like undulating rows of piano keys down the street. But the quarter had not flooded, and some of the bars, using gasoline-powered generators, had stayed on the full-tilt boogie for 3 days. Their patrons zoned and marinated to the point they looked like waxworks figures that had been left under a heat lamp. I found Cleet in a corner dump 2 blocks from his office, his tropical shirt and cream-colored slacks black with oil, his skin peeling with sun blisters, his face glowing from the huge mug of draft beer he was drinking and the whiskey jigger rolling around inside it. A brunette woman in a halter and cut-off blue jean shorts and spiked heels was drinking next to him, her thigh touching his. The tops of her breasts were tattooed with chains of roses, her neck strung with purple and green glass beads, her mascara running like a clown's. "Time to DD, Cletus," I said. "Lighten up, big mun. Have a soda and lime. The guy's got cold shrimp on dry ice," he said. "You're shit-faced." "So what? This is Dominique. She's an artist from Paris. We're going over to my place for a while. Did you see that big plane that flew over?" "No, I didn't. Step outside with me." "It was Air Force One. After 3 days, the Shrubster did a flyover. Gee, I feel better now." "Did you hear me?" He leaned over the counter, filled his mug from the tap, and poured a jigger of beam into it. He upended the mug, drinking it to the bottom, his eyes fastened on mine. He smiled, his face suffused with warmth. "This is our country, big mun. We fought for it," he said. "I say screw all these cocksuckers. Nobody jacks the big sleazy when the Bobbsey twins from Homicide are on a job." I had no idea what he was talking about. But in AA, you do not try to reason with drunks. In Cleet Purcell's case, you did not invade the private cathedral where he sometimes lived. "I'll tell Helen you'll catch us later," I said. He laid the full weight of his big arm across my shoulders and walked with me to the door. The cloud of testosterone and beer sweat that rose from his armpit was suffocating. "Give me an hour. I just need to clean up and fix some supper for me and Dominique," he said. "Supper? What's wrong with that?" "That woman isn't from France. She used to work in a massage parlor in Lafayette. She was one of Stevie Gicano's whores." "Who's perfect? You've got something negative to say about every woman I meet." "That's a comment on your judgment, not mine." I saw the hurt flicker in his face before I could take back my words. He took his arm from my shoulders and stepped out on the sidewalk. The street was strewn with plaster, broken glass, chimney bricks, beer cans and red plastic beer cups, roofing shingles, and thousands of water beetles that had been forced up through the sewer grates and that snapped under your feet when you stepped on them. But in the waning of the afternoon, in the pool of shadow made by the building at our back, in the popping of a Mardi Gras flag someone had hung on a staff from a balcony, I felt for just a moment that an older and fonder vision of New Orleans might still be available to us. "I'm sorry for what I said, Cleet." His eyes crinkled, threading with white lines at the corners. He pulled a slip of paper out of his shirt pocket with 2 fingers and offered it to me. "Aside from her painting career, Dominique coincidentally knows every working girl in the quarter. You still want to find that junkie priest who's hooked up with the sister of the MS-13 dude?" he said. You didn't put the slide or the glide on Cleet Purcell. Chapter 7. On our way back to rendezvous with Helen, we stopped at the second-story apartment where Jude LeBlanc lived with a Hispanic woman by the name of Natalia Ramos. But the apartment door was locked and the shutters latched. A neighbor, a Cajun woman who had ridden out the storm, said Jude had left the apartment for the 9th Ward on Friday afternoon and Natalia had decided to join him. "I heard there's bad things happening down there. Maybe they ain't coming back, no," the neighbor said. "Do you know where they went in the night?" I asked. "There's a church down there that don't ask no questions about him. Natalia said it's made of stucco and got a bell tower," she replied. "Thank you," I said and started to go. "Hey, you," the neighbor said. "Yes?" "Maybe he ain't doing right, a priest living with a woman and all, but that's a good man, yeah." That night was one of surreal images that I suspect have their origins more in the unconscious than in the conscious mind. People looked and behaved as they do in our sleep, not quite real, their bodies iridescent with sweat, their clothes in rags like creatures living out their destinies on moonscape. I saw a man rowing a boat, vigorously pulling on the oars, his back turned toward two bodies that were piled in the bow, his face set with stoic determination, as though his efforts could undo fate's worst cut. I saw a black baby hung in the branches of a tree, its tiny hands trailing in the current, its plastic diaper immaculate in the moonlight. I saw people eating from plastic packages of mustard and ketchup they had looted from a cafe, dividing what they had among themselves. 10 feet from them, a dead cow matted with flies lay in the back of a wrecked pickup, a lead rope twisted around its neck. A gelatinous fat man wearing boxer trunks and mirrored sunglasses floated past us on a bed of inner tubes, a 12-pack of beer balanced on his stomach, one hand held high in a toast to a passing airboat. "You want to ride up to high ground?" I said. "And miss the show? Are you kidding?" he replied, ripping open another beer. I saw kids running from an antebellum home they had just torched, silhouetted against the flames like pranksters trick-or-treating on Halloween. When the gas lines exploded, sparks showered down on the entire neighborhood. 2 blocks away, vigilantes with shotguns and deer rifles prowled the flooded streets in a bass boat powered by an electric motor. One of them wore a headlamp, another a safari hat with a leopard skin band. They were all sharing drinks from a silver flask and happy as hogs rolling in shit. I don't know if they found their prey or not. In fact, at the time, I was too tired to care. We heard rumors that teams of elite troops, special forces or rangers or Navy SEALs were taking out snipers under a black flag. We heard that an alligator ate a deer on the second story of a flooded house by the industrial canal. Some NOPD cops said the personnel at Orleans Parish Prison had blown town and left the inmates to drown. Others said a downtown mob rushed a command center thinking food and water were being distributed. A deputy panicked and began firing an automatic weapon into the night sky, quickly adding to the widespread conviction that cops were arbitrarily killing innocent people. The number of looters and arsonists and dangerous felons in custody was growing by the hour, with no place to put them. We kicked looters loose only to see them recycled back into a temporary holding area 2 hours later. Some of those in custody were probably murderers, drug dealers, or sociopaths who had taken advantage of the storm to eliminate the competition or settle old grudges. When a chain-linked jail was created at the airport, we started packing the worst of the bunch into school buses for the trip up I-10 into Jefferson Parish. That's when I heard a woman on a wrist chain screaming at an Iberia deputy who was trying to push her up onto the steps of a waiting bus. She sat down heavily on the curb, pulling others down with her. "What's going on, Top?" I asked the deputy. She spit on a fireman and scratched his face. "She started yelling about a priest on a church roof," the deputy said. "I think she's nuts. She was also holding a few pharmaceuticals." The woman looked Hispanic and wore a filthy purple sundress with bone-colored flowers printed on it. Her hair and skin were greasy with oil, her bare feet bloody. "Who's the priest?" I asked her. She looked up at me. "Father LeBlanc," she answered. "Jules LeBlanc?" I asked. "You know him?" she said. "I knew a priest by that name in New Iberia. Where is he?" "In the lower 9, at St. Mary Magdalene. He filled in there sometimes because they ain't got no regular priest." "Can you kick her loose?" I asked the deputy. "Gladly," the deputy said, leaning down to the chain with his cuff key. She was off balance when she stood up. I steadied her with one hand and walked her toward a first aid station. "What happened to your feet?" I said. "I lost my shoes 2 days ago. We were on a roof that didn't have no shingles. The nails were sticking out of the boards." "Where's Jude, Natalia?" "How you know my name?" "Your brother is Chula Ramos. He's a member of MS-13. He told me about you and Jude." She twisted out of my hand and faced me. Her sundress was glued against her skin, her forehead bitten by insects. A helicopter mounted with a searchlight swooped by overhead, chasing looters in the business district. "Where's my brother? You using him to get to Jude?" she said. "You want to lose the attitude or go back on the chain?" Her eyes roved over my face, one tooth biting on the corner of her lip. "He was trying to get people at Mary Magdalene to evacuate, but a lot of them didn't have no cars. So we all went up to the church because it's got a big attic. Jude saw a boat floating by, one with a motor on it. He swam after it in the dark. That was 2 nights ago." I saw Helen waving at me. A fight had broken out on one of the buses, and through the windows I could see men in silhouette flailing at one another. "Go on," I said. "I saw him start up the boat and drive it back toward the church. I shined a flashlight on him so he could see better. It was a green boat with a duck painted on the side. And I could see him sitting in the back driving it straight for the church. He was going to take everybody out of the attic. He'd got an axe from somebody and was going to chop a hole in the roof because the window wasn't big enough for a lot of the people to go through. I could hear him chopping up on the roof. The water was rising, and I didn't know if he could cut through the boards quick enough. Then the chopping stopped, and I heard lots of feet scuffling and somebody cry out. I think maybe it was Jude." The incessant blast of airboats, the idling diesel engines of buses and trucks, the thropping of helicopter blades were like a dental drill whirring into an exposed nerve. Helen clicked a flashlight on and off in my direction to get my attention, her tolerance waning. "I have to go now," I said. "After you get your feet treated, I want you to get on that truck over there. In a couple of hours, it's going to a shelter in St. Mary Parish. I'm writing my cell phone number on my business card. I want you to call me when you get to the shelter." "The ones who couldn't get out the window drowned," she said. "Say again?" "Almost all the people in the attic drowned. I dropped the children out the window, but I didn't see them again in the water. Most of the others were too old or too big. I left them behind. I just left them behind and swam toward a big tree that was floating past. I could hear them yelling in the dark." I started to speak to offer some kind of reassurance to her, but there are times when words are of no value. I walked away and rejoined Helen and the other members of my department, all of whom were dealing with problems that were both tangible and transitory. When I looked for Cleet Purcell, I could not see him in the crowd. Chapter 8. Otis Baylor was proud of the way his home had withstood the storm. Built of oak and cypress with twin brick chimneys by a clipper ship captain who would later fight at the side of the Confederate Admiral Raphael Semmes, the house lost no glass behind its latched shutters and developed no leaks in the ceilings, even though oak limbs weighing hundreds of pounds had crashed down on the roof. Otis's neighbors were without power or telephone communication as the hurricane's center plowed northward into Mississippi, but Otis's generators worked beautifully and lit up his home with the soft pink-white radiance of a birthday cake. By midday Tuesday, he was clearing his drive of broken tree limbs, lopping them into segments with his chainsaw, preparing to get his car out of the carriage house and make contact with his company's state headquarters in North Louisiana. His street was still flooded, the water way up in his and his neighbors' yards, but Otis was convinced the city's storm pump system would eventually kick in and drain all of uptown New Orleans. Why wouldn't it? The city had gone under in '65 and had come back better than ever. You just had to keep the right perspective. But as the piles of sawed limbs grew higher and higher in his backyard,
He realized it would take a cherry picker to clear the biggest pieces of debris from his drive, and he also realized that probably 80% of his neighbors had evacuated, leaving their homes to whoever wished to enter them. He didn't condemn them, but he couldn't understand a man who would give up his home either to the forces of nature or to lawless men. The sky turned purple at sunset, and hundreds of birds descended into his backyard, feeding on the worms that had been flooded to the surface. Otis went into the kitchen and poured a glass of whiskey, put a teaspoon of honey in it, and sipped it slowly while he stared out the back window at the gold strips of sunlight that clung with a kind of fatal beauty to the ruined branches of his trees. "The toilet won't flush," Thelma, his daughter, said. "Did you fill the tank from the bathtub?" he asked. "It won't flush because everything is backing up. It's disgusting," Thelma said. "The sewer system will be back online in no time. You'll see." "Why didn't we leave like everybody else? It was stupid to stay here." "This is one time I agree with her," Melanie, his wife, said from the kitchen doorway. She was smoking a cigarette, her shoulder propped against the door jamb, every gold hair on her head neatly in place. "I've fixed a cold supper for us, chicken sandwiches and cucumber salad with ice cream for dessert," Otis said. "I think we have a lot to be thankful for." "Like our visitors out there," Melanie said. She nodded toward the front of the house, blowing smoke from the corner of her mouth. Otis set down his glass of whiskey and went into the living room. Through the front windows and the tangle of downed tree limbs in the yard, he could make out 4 young black men in a boat farther up the street. They had cut the gas feed and tilted the motor up on the stern of the boat so the propeller would not catch on the curb as they drifted onto the flooded lawn of a darkened house. One of them stepped down into the water and pulled the boat by its painter toward the front door. "Why not give our black mayor a call?" Melanie said. "That kind of talk doesn't help anything," Otis said. Melanie was quiet a long time. He heard her mashing out her cigarette, then felt her standing close behind him. "Can you tell if they're armed?" she asked. "I can't see them well in the shadows." Otis glanced through a side window. "There's Tom Claggart. I suspect if those fellows want trouble, they'll find it with Tom." "Tom Claggart is a blowhard and an idiot, and he's also a whoremonger," Melanie said. Otis turned and stared at his wife. "Don't look at me like that. Tom's wife told me he gave her syphilis. He and his buddies go to cat houses on their hunting trips." Otis didn't want to talk about Tom Claggart. "We can't be responsible for what vandals do down the street. I'll go out and yell at them, but the owners of those houses made a choice, and that's the way it is." "Don't provoke them. Where's your rifle?" "Our house is well lighted. They can see it's occupied. They won't come here." "You don't know that." "Their kind live under rocks, Melanie. They don't do well in daylight." She was standing even closer to him now, the nicotine in her breath touching his face. Her voice dropped into a whisper. "I'm scared, Otis," she said. She slipped her arm in his. He could feel the point of her breast against him. He couldn't remember when she had been so confessional in her need, so dependent upon his strength. "Put the rifle in our bedroom. I know you have it. I saw you with it the other day." "I'll keep it close by. I promise." She let out her breath and rested her cheek against his shoulder. In 10 seconds' time, the embittered woman he had been living with had disappeared and been replaced by the lovely, intelligent woman he had met on a Bahamian beach under the stars years ago. Otis waited until Melanie and Thelma were setting the dining room table, then removed a pair of binoculars from his desk in the den and focused them on the men who were breaking into homes on the other side of the neutral ground. Tom Claggart tapped on the side window. Otis unlocked the French doors and pulled them open. "What is it?" he asked. "The Snoop Dogg fan club is looting the goddamn neighborhood is what," Tom said. "What do you want me to do about it?" Tom Claggart's shaved head was pinpointed with sweat and the humidity, his muscle shirt streaked with dirt. "We need to take back our fucking neighborhood. You want in or not?" What I want is for you not to use that kind of language around my home. Those guys out there file their teeth, Otis. Considering what happened to Thelma, you of all people should know that. If they try to come in my home, I'll kill them. So far, they haven't tried to do that. Now go back to your family, Tom. My family left. Tom's face was flat when he said it, his buckshot eyes round and dead, as though he were announcing a fact he himself had not yet assimilated. I'm sorry. I can't help you, Otis said. Otis closed the French doors and locked them. As he looked at Tom's expression through the glass, he felt a deep sense of sorrow for him, the same way he had once felt toward his uneducated, work-exhausted father, whose sense of self-worth was so low he had to put on a clansman's robes to know who he was. "Who was that?" Thelma asked. "A fellow who will never own anything of value," Otis said. "What's that mean?" Thelma asked. "It means let's eat," Otis said, patting her fondly on the back. But a few minutes later, Otis Baylor realized he had arrived at one of those intersections in life when a seemingly inconsequential decision or event changes one's direction forever. He had forgotten to return the binoculars to the desk drawer, and in the fading twilight Thelma had picked them up and begun scanning the street with them. She froze, and a muted sound rose from her throat, as though she had stepped on a sharp stone. "What's wrong, kiddo?" he asked. "Those guys in the boat," she replied. "They'll take what they want, they'll go away, they won't come here." "No, it's them, Daddy." He took the binoculars from her and fixed them on the 4 black males who had now worked their way farther down the street, still on the opposite side of the neutral ground. "Those are the men who attacked you?" he said. "The one in the front of the boat is for sure. He kept lighting cigarettes and laughing while they did it to me," she said. "The guy behind him, the one with the hammer in his hand, he looks just like the guy who—" "What?" Her face was beginning to crumple now. "Who made me put it in my mouth," she said. Otis cleared his throat slightly, as though a tiny piece of bone were caught in it. He could feel his chest laboring for his next breath, his palms opening and closing at his sides, his mouth drier than he could remember. "You're absolutely certain?" "You don't believe me? You think I would just pick out some black guys I never saw before and lie about them? Is that what you think of me?" The pathos in her face was such he could hardly look at it. He walked out on his front porch and stared down the street at the 4 men. Their boat was a big aluminum one, painted green, the black men in the green boat almost lost in the shadows of the building. He climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor and in the hallway pulled down the lanyard on the collapsible steps that folded into the attic. His Springfield was propped against a cardboard box packed with his dead mother's clothes, which he could not bring himself to give away. The rifle had been a present from his father on Otis's 16th birthday, and was the best gift Otis had ever received, primarily because his father had owned very little, not even the clapboard house in which they lived, and the most dear of his possessions had been his Springfield rifle. It still had its original military dark-grained stock and leather sling and iron sights, but the oiled smoothness of its action and the accuracy with which it fired a round had no peer. The attic was musty and dry, strangely comfortable and peaceful in the shadowy light of the single electric bulb that hung from a cord overhead. Otis unlocked a bolt and from a box of Army surplus ammunition began pressing one .30-06 shell after another into the rifle's magazine. He felt the spring come tight under his thumb and slid the bolt forward, locking it down, a metal-jacketed, needle-nosed round resting snugly in the chamber. He climbed back down the folding steps and walked through his bedroom to the glass doors that gave onto the balcony. But the sky was dark now, the stars and moon veiled with smoke, the tangle of downed trees on his neighbor's lawns impossible to see through. He opened the doors onto the balcony and stepped outside, wrapping his left forearm inside the rifle's sling.
The warm current of air rising from his flower beds made him think of spring, of new beginnings, of seasonal predictability. But the autumnal gas on the wind was a more realistic indicator of his situation, he thought. It was a season of death, and for Otis it had begun not with the hurricane, but with the rape of his daughter. He had never tried to describe to others the rage he felt when he saw his daughter in the emergency room at Charity Hospital. Her attackers had even burned her breasts. A black policewoman had tried to console him, promising him that NOPD would do everything in its power to catch the men who had harmed Thelma. She said his daughter needed him. She said he should not have the thoughts he was having. She said he was a bystander now, and that he must trust others to hunt down his daughter's tormentors, that in effect the legalities of her case were not his business. The look Otis gave the policewoman made her face twitch. From that moment on, he resolved he would never allow anyone access to the level of rage that churned inside him, not until he found the 3 faceless black men who lived quietly on the edges of his consciousness 24 hours a day. Otis doubted that many people had any understanding of the thought processes, the obsession a father enters into when he wakes each morning with the knowledge that the degenerates and cowards who ruined his daughter's life are probably within a few miles of his house, laughing at what they have done. Perhaps the father's emotions are atavistic in origin, he told himself, just as protection of the cave is. Perhaps those feelings are hardwired into the brain for a reason and are not to be contended with. After Thelma was arrested for possession of marijuana, Otis attended several Al-Anon meetings in the Garden District. The only other man there as reticent as he was a neatly groomed accountant who worked for a religious foundation. For 5 meetings, the accountant sat politely in a chair and never volunteered a word. One night, the group leader asked the accountant if the meetings had helped him or his alcoholic wife. The accountant seemed to consider the question for a moment. When my daughter was raped by a teacher on a field trip, I thought about laundering $10,000 to have him castrated. But I still haven't decided if that's the right thing or not. So yeah, I guess in a way you could say I've made some progress. The room was so quiet, Otis thought all the air had been sucked out of it. After the meeting, he followed the accountant to his car. It had just rained, and the night air was pungent with the smell of magnolia blossoms, pulsing with the sounds of tree frogs. "Hey," Otis said. "Yeah?" the accountant said. "Have a good one, bud," Otis said. "You trying to tell me something?" the accountant said. "I just did," Otis replied. Now he was walking downstairs with a loaded rifle cradled against his chest. He could hear Thelma talking to Melanie in the kitchen, telling her she was sure that at least 2 of the men in the green boat were her attackers. Then she began to tell Melanie for the first time in detail what they had done to her. Otis stepped out on the mushiness of the St. Augustine grass that grew like a deep blue-green carpet on his lawn. 4 houses down the street on the opposite side, he could see a flashlight's beam moving behind the second-story windows of a home where Verena Davis, the wife of the Confederate president, had once stayed. But he didn't see the green boat, and he wondered if he was watching the same vandals or a new group. He crossed Tom Claggett's yard, walking on the dirty rim of water that covered the sidewalk and extended almost to Tom's gallery. Suddenly he was bathed in white light from a battery-powered lantern that Tom had chosen just at that moment to carry out on the gallery. "Turn that thing off," Otis said. "You got those guys spotted?" Tom asked. "I'm not sure. Go back inside, Tom." "I got some guys coming over. We can close off the block and rip the whole problem out by its roots. Get my drift?" "No, I didn't." Tom clicked off his lantern. "Bang on the door if you need the cavalry," he said. "My friends don't take prisoners." Otis sloshed into the street until his foot touched the curbing that bordered the neutral ground. But even on top of the neutral ground, the water level was above his ankles, and he could see the V-shaped wake of a cottonmouth moccasin swimming toward a mound of oak limbs that was draped over an automobile. He positioned himself behind the trunk of a palm tree and stared at the house from which he could hear glass breaking and furniture being overturned. In his mind's eye, he saw himself crashing through the front door, advancing up the stairs and taking them out one by one, the exit wounds stippling the wallpaper with their blood, the impact of their bodies hitting the floor like bags of sand. No. It had to be an eye for an eye, he thought. Thelma had identified only 2 of the 4 men as her attackers. He could not kill arbitrarily, if in fact he was capable of killing at all. It was easier to think about than to do it. When the test came, could he pull the trigger? Was he willing to join the ranks of men like Tom Claggart and his friends? But if the looters threatened him, if they were armed or they refused to halt, that would be another matter, wouldn't it? A house burst into flame on the next block, orange sparks twisting high in the sky. In the distance, he could hear gunfire, and he could see a helicopter trying to land on a hospital roof, and he wondered if snipers were shooting at it. His hands were damp on the stock of the rifle, his eyes stinging with sweat. When he swallowed, his saliva tasted as metallic as blood. He stepped off the far side of the neutral ground and began working his way down the street, past automobiles whose windows had been broken and their stereos ripped from their dashboards. He waded up onto the lawn of the house the looters were ransacking and watched the flashlight beam go from room to upstairs room. Then the light shone down a staircase, its beam bouncing off the downstairs hallway as the person carrying the flashlight descended the stairs. Otis wrapped his left arm in the sling and steadied the rifle's barrel against the trunk of a live oak, waiting for the front door to open. But the flashlight went out, and the inside of the house fell into darkness. The front door did not open. Where was the boat? Otis stared into the shadows on both sides of the house and could see nothing of significance. Then, as heat lightning rippled across the clouds, he realized the flooding at the back of the house was even greater than in front. In fact, the alley and the garages along it were filled by a dark, swiftly running river that had created a navigable canal through the entirety of the neighborhood. Somebody hit the starter button on an outboard motor, and Otis saw the bow of the aluminum boat plow down the alley, the dark shapes of 4 men slouched forward in the seats. He walked back home, his rifle slung on his shoulder. Tom Claggart and his friends were talking loudly in Claggart's yard, lighting smokes, locking and loading, grinning at Otis. A couple of them wore olive green T-shirts and camouflage pants with big pockets on them. "You save any for us?" one man asked. "They cut bait," Otis replied. "Too bad," the man said. "Yeah, too bad. There's nothing like hanging black ivory on the wall," Otis said. He had said it as bitterly and as ironically as possible, but to his listeners his remark was that of a kindred spirit. They roared at the inference. For Otis, that moment would remain like a dirty fingerprint on the mist, one that would come back to haunt him in ways he could not have imagined. Chapter 9. Eddie and Bertrand Melançon were not given to complexities. They kept it simple. If a good situation put itself in your road, you made use of it. If it might jam you up, you put it in the ditch. Anything wrong with that? Eddie and Bertrand saw the storm as a gift from God. White people in New Orleans had been making money on the black man's back for 300 years. It was time for some payback. The uptown area of the city, from Lee Circle all the way up St. Charles Avenue to the Carrollton district, was like a tree full of ripe peaches waiting to be shook. The Melançon brothers had never been house creeps. They specialized in armed robbery and took down only high-value victims and thought breaking and entering was for chumps who deserved what they got when they walked into a blast from a 12-gauge shotgun. But when tens of thousands of homes and stores were abandoned and without power, their security systems worthless, the cops either gone or pulling scores themselves, what was a guy supposed to do? Crowd into the stink at the Superdome or the Convention Center and try to find a place on the floor where somebody hadn't already downloaded his bowels? The boat they had boosted in the 9th Ward was perfect for the job. It had a wide beam, a shallow draft, cushioned seats, and a 75-horse motor on it.
As long as they concentrated on jewelry, coin collections, guns, and silverware, and avoided loading with heavy stuff like television sets and computers, they could possibly amass major 5-figure money by dawn. They just had to keep it simple. The only dude between themselves and central lockup was that cracker Purcell, a bucket of whale sperm who did scut work for Wee Willie Bimstein and Nig Rosewater, and they'd run over his fat ass with their sheen in the quarter, left that motherfucker not knowing what hit him. Now they were going house to house on a flooded street where every live oak was broken in half on top of the yards, only one house with lights working in it, choppers flying overhead to the hospital roof, not a police boat in sight. Bertrand and Eddie both working the upstairs of a mansion that had beds in it with canopies over them like the kind in Gone with the Wind. Eddie stuffing a woman's fur coat into a drawstring laundry bag along with a handful of necklaces he found buried at the bottom of her panty drawer. Bertrand shined the light into the top of the closet. "Look what we got here, man," he said. Eddie paused in his work and stared upward at the panel his brother was prying loose from the closet wall. Both brothers were thick-bodied men, the muscles in their shoulders swollen and hard as iron from shrug lifting 60-pound dumbbells in each hand. Both were stripped to the waist and sweating profusely in the superheated interior of the house, Bertrand with a red bandana knotted tightly around his head. Bertrand reached inside the wall and lifted out a short-barreled blue-black revolver with checkered walnut grips and a Ziploc bag fat with white granular crystals. "Oh, mama, Whitey's private stash and a .38 snub. This is going to be one pissed-off dude," he said. "Wait a minute, that ain't all." Bertrand stuck the bag of cocaine down the front of his trousers and handed the revolver to his brother. He reached back inside the wall and lifted out 5 bundles of $100 bills, each of them wrapped with a wide rubber band. He whistled. "Do you believe this shit? This motherfucker's into life." "Maybe this ain't the place to take down," Eddie said. "Hey, man, ain't nobody know we here. This is our night. We ain't blowing it." "You right, man. The Dagos ain't running things no more nohow. What you doing?" Bertrand stuck the bundled bills in the bag, his eyes dancing in the glow of the flashlight. "Don't worry about it." A third man entered the room. He had pulled off a gold and purple T-shirt and wadded it up and was using it to mop the sweat off his chest and out of his armpits. He wore paint-splattered slacks and tennis shoes without socks. Whiskers grew on his chin like strands of black wire. "Kevin thinks he saw a guy out in the street," he said. "That kid's been wetting his pants all night. I told you not to bring him," Bertrand said. "He just saying what he saw, man," the third man said. His eyes dropped to Bertrand's waistline and the Ziploc bag that protruded from his trousers. "Where'd you get the blow?" "Same place we got the .38. Now go take care of Kevin. We're going to be right there. I don't want to be hearing about nobody out in the street either. It's Michael Jackson and Thriller out there. This city is a graveyard and we own the shovels and the headstones. Motherfucker come in here, he going to eat one of these .38s. You hear me, Andre? Get your ass downstairs and bring up the boat, and don't be cranking it till we there." "What y'all got in the laundry bag?" the third man said. "Andre, what'd it take for you to understand?" Bertrand said. "I'm just axing," the third man replied. "We in this together, ain't we?" "That's right, so go do what he say," Eddie said. Andre huffed air out his nostrils and disappeared down the stairway. Bertrand tapped one fist on top of the other, his gaze roving around the room. "There's more. I can feel it. I can smell money in the walls," he said. "What you smell is them flowers all over the place. What kind of people put flower vases in every room in the house right before a hurricane?" Eddie said. The question was a legitimate one. Who could afford to place fresh bowls of roses and orchids and carnations in a dozen rooms every 3 or 4 days? Who would want to? Bertrand stared at the water stains in the wallpaper and pushed against the softness of the lathwork underneath, his stomach on fire, rivulets of sweat running out of his bandana. "These walls is busting with it, Eddie. It's a drop or something," he said. "Give it up, man," Eddie said. "It's burning up in here. It must be 120 degrees." Bertrand looked hard at his brother and grimaced as his ulcers flared again. This could be the perfect score.
Why did his insides have to betray him now? Why was his head always full of broken glass? Why wasn't anything easy? "All right," he said, drawing a quiet breath. "That's better," Eddie said. "You're always grieving, man, firing yourself up over things you can't change. We ain't made the world. Time to enjoy life, not worry so much all the time." Both of them went downstairs, the flashlight's beam bouncing in front of them. Then Bertrand clicked off the light, and the two of them climbed into the boat with Andre and his nephew. The sky was orange from a fire on the next block, and inside the smoke and mist and humidity the air smelled like garbage burning on a cold day at the city dump. Bertrand looked back over his shoulder at the house. For some reason that he couldn't understand, he felt his entry into this deserted antebellum structure had just changed his life in a fashion that was irreversible. But for good or bad? Why were knives always whirling inside him? Suddenly, like a camera shutter opening in his mind, he saw a young girl fighting against the polyethylene rope that bound her arms and ankles, thrashing her feet against the floor of a paneled truck, her stuffed bear lying beside her. He shook the image out of his head and pointed his face into the wind as their aluminum boat sped down the flooded alleyway, trash cans bobbing in the engine's wake, helicopters flying overhead to airlift the most desperate of the desperate from the hospital in which Bertrand Melançon had been born. It was close to midnight before Otis dressed for bed. He removed the cartridge from the chamber of the Springfield, pressed it back down in the magazine, and locked down the bolt. He propped the rifle by a dormer window that gave an encompassing view of the front yard, checked all the doors again, and kissed Thelma good night. Then he made old fashions for both himself and Melanie and took them up to the bedroom on a silver tray with 3 pieces of chocolate on it. "What's all this for?" she asked. "We owe ourselves a treat. Tomorrow will be a fine day. I genuinely believe it will." She wore a pink nightgown and had been reading on top of the sheets. The gasoline-powered generators could not adequately support the air-conditioning system, but the attic fan was on, and her bare shoulders looked cool and lovely in the breeze through the window. She placed her book on the floor and bit into a square of French chocolate, pushing little pieces of it back into her mouth with her fingertips. She smiled at him. "Turn out the light," she said. Later, when Otis fell asleep, his thoughts were peaceful, his body drained of all the rage and turmoil that had beset his life since his daughter was attacked. His home had survived Katrina. His wife was his wife again, and he had gone after his daughter's attackers with both firmness of purpose and a measure of mercy. More important, he had made his house a safe harbor in a time of societal collapse, the front yard and driveway pooled with an apron of light that held back the darkness and the men who prowled it. A man could have done worse. Inside the back of the looted Rite Aid drugstore, Bertrand Melançon felt like fire ants were eating the lining of his stomach. Andre and his nephew still didn't know about the bundled cash in the laundry bag, but it was only a matter of time before they either saw it or figured out why Eddie was acting hinky. Maybe it was better to split the loot fair and square and be done with it, he thought. The Rite Aid had been ripped apart and was in complete darkness, but it was a good place to cool out, do a few lines of the high-grade flake from the House Full of Flowers, and work things out. Yeah, that was it. Don't stiff nobody, and you don't got to be watching your back all the time. But dividing up cold cash that he found, that he ripped out of the wall, wasn't going to be easy, on several levels, personal and otherwise. "Look, me and Eddie got a surprise for you. That last house had some money in a wall. We're going to give you all your cut now in case something goes south and some of us get picked up," Bertrand said. There was no sound in the room. Andre was seated on a metal desk, drinking from a warm can of Coca-Cola he'd found under a destroyed display rack out front. He had thrown away his soiled LSU T-shirt, and in the flashes of heat lightning through the window, his skin was the color of dusty leather, his nipples like brown dimes.
How come we just hearing about that now?" he asked. Bertrand slapped a mosquito on his neck and studied it. "'Cause I didn't want no complications back there," he said. "'Cause I don't be explaining everything as we go. 'Cause you getting cut in on what you ain't found, Andre, with an equal share for your young relative here, even though you and him ain't had nothing to do with finding the money. If I was you, I'd show some humbleness and be thankful for what I got." "The split's always been fair, ain't it?" Eddie said. "If it ain't been fair, I wouldn't have no way of knowing, would I?" Andre said. But Bertrand no longer cared if Andre believed him and Eddie or not. That house back there on the flooded alley was creaking with cashola. 10 more minutes with the ball peen and the crowbar, and he would have had the upstairs walls peeled down to the floor. Bertrand could see stacks of cash tumbling out on his shoe tops. He looked at his watch. It was 1 a.m. He and Eddie could be at the alley in less than a half hour, cut the engine, and hand-pull the boat in from the side street. Nobody would even know they were there. Because they already knew the layout, they could probably work inside without flashlights. This was the big score, man. He'd done right by Andre and his nephew, and it was time to get back into action. Screw this diplomacy shit. "Me and Eddie are going back. Y'all stay here," Bertrand said. Andre pinched his abs, his eyes empty, his mouth pursed. "How come we get left behind?" "Let me ask you a better question," Bertrand said. "How come you always feeling yourself up?" "Why don't you lay off me, man, in case you ain't noticed the buses and the streetcar ain't running," Andre said. "We supposed to carry our loot through town?" "Andre's right, man. One for all and all for one. We all going back together," Eddie said. He lit a cigarette and blew out smoke without removing the cigarette from his lips. He looked at Andre's nephew. "You up for that, my little brother?" Kevin was seated on the floor eating a fried pie, his springy hair bright with sweat. He wiped his mouth with his shirt. "I ain't scared," he said. Bertrand wanted to shove Eddie's head into a commode. Otis slept the sleep of the dead. His wife's hip nestled against him, the attic fan drawing a breeze across their bodies. He dreamed of his parents and the tiny yellow house he had grown up in. In the spring, the grass was always cool in the evening and full of clover, and when his father came home from work at the sawmill, they played a game of pitch and catch in the front yard. There were cows and horses in a field behind the house, and a big hackberry tree in the side yard that shaded the roof during the hottest hours of the day. Otis had always loved the house he had grown up in, and he had loved his family, and had always believed he was loved by them in return. He believed this right up to the Indian summer afternoon his father discovered his wife's infidelity and shot her lover to death on the steps of the Baptist church where he served as pastor, then came home and was shot down and killed by a volunteer constable who had once been his fishing partner. Otis sat straight up in bed. Then he went into the bathroom and tried to wash his face in the lavatory. The faucet made a loud squeaking sound, and a pipe vibrated dryly in the wall. "What was that?" Melanie said from the bed. "It's just me. I forgot the water was off." "I thought I heard something outside." He walked back into the bedroom, his bare feet padding on the carpet. All he could hear was the steady drone of the attic fan and the wind in the trees on the north side of the house. He looked out on the street. The moon had broken out of the clouds and created a black glaze on the surface of the floodwater. A solitary palm frond rustled against the side of a tree trunk on the neutral ground, and a trash can turned in an eddy by a plugged storm drain. "I had a bad dream. I was probably talking in my sleep," he said. "Are you sure no one is out there?" "I never told you how my father died." She raised herself on her elbow, her face lined from the pillow. "I thought he had leukemia." "He did, but that's not how he died. He was shot to death by a friend of his, a constable. He was going to kill my mother," Otis said. He was sitting on the edge of the bed, staring into space, his back to his wife when he said this. The room was silent a long time. When he lay back down, Melanie took his hand in hers. "Otis," she said, looking up into the darkness,
Yes. We mustn't ever tell anyone about this. That is not what happened in your family. In the glow of moonlight through the window, her face looked as though it had been sculpted in alabaster. Say that again, Otis asked. You're a respected insurance executive in New Orleans. That's what you will remain. That story you just told me has no application in our lives today. Mel, he began. Please, I've told you not to call me that, Otis. It's not a lot to ask. Otis went downstairs to the den and lay down on a black leather couch, a cushion over his head, his ears ringing with a sound like wind in seashells. Bertrand couldn't give up his resentment toward Eddie all the way back to the house where he'd found the cash and dope and the .38 snub. Eddie loved playing the big shot, handing out favors to people, screwing a cigarette in his mouth, firing it up with a Zippo, snapping the lid back tight like he was the dude in control. Except Eddie was being generous with what wasn't his to be generous with, in this case the biggest score of their lives. Andre was sitting backward on the bow of the boat like he was lookout man, scanning the horizon, some kind of commando about to take down Osama bin Laden. What a pair of jokers. Maybe it was time to cut both of them loose. But the real reason for Bertrand's resentment of Eddie and Andre had little to do with the score at the house, and he knew it. Every time he looked into their faces, he saw his own face, and what he saw there set his stomach on fire again. Maybe he could get away from Andre and Eddie and start over somewhere else. Forget about what they had done when they were stoned. Yeah, maybe he could even make up for it. Write those girls a note and mail it to the newspaper from another city. It hadn't been his idea anyway. It was Eddie who always had a thing about young white girls, always saying sick stuff when they pulled up to them next to a red light. Andre had been a sex freak ever since he got turned out in the Lafourche Parish prison. Bertrand never got off hurting people. But no matter how many times Bertrand went over the assault on the two victims, he could not escape one conclusion about his participation. He had entered into it willingly, and when he saw revulsion in the face of the girl they had taken out of the car with the dead battery, he had done it to her with greater violence than either his brother or Andre. In these moments he hated himself, and sometimes even wished someone would drive a bullet through his brain and stop the thoughts that kept his stomach on fire. The street was completely dark, except for one house where the owner obviously had his own generators working. Eddie cut the engine at the end of the block and let the boat drift through mounds of partially submerged oak limbs into the side yard of the house they had creeped 3 hours earlier. In minutes, the four of them were ripping the sheetrock and lathwork and plaster off the studs in every room in the house. In fact, it was fun tearing the place apart. The air and carpets were white with dust, the flower vases smashed and the flowers scattered, the kitchen a shambles, electric wiring hanging like spaghetti out of the walls. This motherfucker gonna brown his drawers when he come home, Eddie said. Hey, man, dig Andre in the kitchen. Bertrand couldn't believe it. Andre had unbuttoned his trousers and was looping a high arc of urine into the sink. That's sick, man, Bertrand said. You right, Andre answered. He spun around and hosed down the stove and an open drawer that was full of seasoning, saving out enough for the icebox. That was it, Bertrand said to himself. He was splitting. Then Eddie splintered a chunk of plywood out of the pantry ceiling with his crowbar, and a cascade of bundled $50 and $100 bills poured down on his head. Oh, man, you was right from the jump, Bertrand. This is a motherfucking bank. The four of them began scooping up the money, throwing it into a vinyl garbage bag. Bertrand estimating the count as each pack of bills thudded into the bottom of the bag. He ran out of math in the 60,000 range. We rich, Andre said. We rich, man. We rich. Ain't nobody going to believe this. That's right, 'cause you ain't going to tell him, Bertrand said. Hey, man, Andre's cool. Don't be talking to a brother like that, Eddie said. Eddie, I want you to clean the wax out of your ears and hear this real good.
That's the last time you're going to act like you big shit at my expense, Bertrand said.
Hey, like Andre say, we all rich. We ain't got time to be fighting among ourselves, Kevin said. We going to burn the house? I mean, to get rid of the fingerprints and all?
The three older men stared at him with their mouths open. Up the street, on the other side of the neutral ground, Tom Claggett and two friends had nodded off on pallets they had laid out on Claggett's living room floor, hoping to catch the faint breeze that puffed through the doorway and to avoid as much as possible the layers of heat that had mushroomed against the ceilings. Their pistols and shotguns and hunting rifles were oiled and loaded and propped against the divan or hung on the backs of chairs. Their boxes of brass cartridges and shotgun shells were placed neatly on the mantel above the fireplace. All their empty beer cans and bread wrappers and empty containers of corned beef and boneless turkey and mustard and horseradish and dirty paper plates and plastic forks and spoons were wrapped and sealed in odor-proof bags. When one of them had to relieve himself, he did so in the backyard and took an entrenching tool with him. No hunting camp could have been neater or better regulated. There was only one problem. Tom Claggett and his friends had not been presented with an opportunity to discharge a round all night, even though they and several others had made probes by boat and on foot into two adjoining neighborhoods where sparks from burning houses drifted through the live oaks like fireflies. It seemed hardly fair.
Don't go back by that lighted house, man. Go back the way we come, Bertrand said from the bow of the boat. No, man, we're hauling ass. We ain't bothered them people. They ain't gonna bother us, Eddie said, sitting sideways in the stern, opening up the throttle. You just don't listen, man, Bertrand said, his words lost in the roar of the engine. The boat swerved through clumps of broken tree limbs in the street and raked on the curbing along the neutral ground. Andre was laughing, sticking his hand down in the vinyl bag to feel the tightly packed bundles of cash there, his nephew eating one of the candy bars he'd found in the Rite Aid. The wind had cleared the smoke off the street, and the water was black, stained with a rainbow slick, a busted main pumping a geyser in the air like a fountain in the park. If Bertrand got out of this with his share of the score intact, he was leaving New Orleans forever, starting over in a new place, maybe out on the West Coast where people lived in regular neighborhoods with parks and beaches and nice supermarkets close by. Yeah, a place where it was always 75 degrees, and he could open a restaurant or a car wash with the money from the score and tool down palm-lined avenues in a brand-new convertible, 3-6 Mafia blaring from the speakers. Yeah, that was the way it was going to be. The motor coughed once, sputtered, and died. The boat rose on its wake and glided into a fallen oak limb, the branches scratching loudly against the aluminum sides. Bertrand could feel his skin shrink on his face, his ears popping into silence. I don't believe it, he said. It's out of gas. It ain't my fault, Eddie said. You never looked at the gauge? Bertrand said. You didn't look at it either, man. Get off my case, Eddie said. Maybe the line just got something in it, Andre said. It's empty, man, Eddie said. Andre stood up clumsily, rocking the boat. He tugged at the gas can and slammed it back down. What we gonna do? You gonna shut up? You gonna stop making all that noise? Bertrand said. I'm just trying to help, man. We can tow it, Andre said. There's water out there that's 6 feet deep, Bertrand said. Andre started to speak again. Just let me think, Bertrand said. The four of them sat silently in the darkness, the branches of the downed oak limbs sticking them in the eyes and the backs of their necks each time the wind blew against the boat. Bertrand stepped over the side into the water. You all wait here. Don't do nothing. Don't talk. Don't make no noise. Don't be playing with the money in the bag. Keep your ass in the boat and your mouth shut. You all got that? What you gonna do? Eddie said. Hear that sound? The man over there got generators in his garage. That means he got gas cans in his garage. Why you walking bent over with your hand on your stomach? Andre asked. 'Cause y'all give me ulcers. Bertrand replied. I ain't meant nothing by it. You a smart man, Andre said. No, just not as dumb as y'all, Bertrand thought to himself. He waded across the neutral ground and approached the driveway of the lighted house. A bulb burned on the front gallery and another inside the porte-cochere. A light in the kitchen fell through the windows on part of the driveway in the backyard. His heart was hammering against his rib cage, his pulse jumping in his neck. He tripped on a curbstone and almost fell headlong into the water. In the darkness, he thought he saw eyes looking at him from the tangles of brush and tree limbs in the yard. He wondered if he was losing his mind. He stopped and stared into the yard, then realized wood rabbits had sought refuge from the floodwater and had climbed into the downed limbs and were perched there like birds, their fur sparkling with moisture. Bertrand worked his way around the far side of the porte-cochere, avoiding the light. He crossed between two huge camellia bushes, the leaves brushing back wetly against his arms, and entered the parking area by what uptown white people called the carriage house. Why did they call it a carriage house when they didn't own no carriages, he asked himself. 'Cause that's a way of telling everybody Robert E. Lee took a dump in their commode in 1865? He could hear at least two generators puttering beyond the half-open door of the carriage house. Then he detoured through the backyard and crossed into the neighbor's property, looked around and removed an object from under his shirt. He bent over briefly, then retraced his steps into Otis Baylor's yard, his ulcers digging their roots deeper into his stomach lining. He stepped inside the carriage house and let his eyes adjust to the darkness. 5 jerry cans of gasoline were lying against the wall. He hefted up one in each hand and headed for the street, the St. Augustine grass by the porte-cochere squishing under his shoes, the weight of the gas swinging in the cans. He had pulled it off. Right on, Bertrand. Stomp ass and take names, my brother, a voice said inside him. Then he was past the apron of electrical light that shone into the yard, back into the safety of the street and the warmth of the flood water that covered his ankles and rose up the calves of his legs like an old friend. Soon he would split from Eddie and the Rochons and be home free, and free at last, loaded with money for good doctors and the good life. It would be adios, all you stupid motherfuckers. Bertrand Melançon is California bound. Then he saw Eddie towing the boat from behind the pile of downed limbs, giving up their natural cover, an unlit cigarette hanging from his mouth. Andre and Kevin were outside the boat, too, steering it around obstacles in the water, all of them now in full view of the house from which Bertrand had just stolen the jerry cans of gasoline. "What the fuck you doing, man? Why didn't y'all stay put?" Bertrand said. "What took you so long? You stopped to flog your rod back there? Fill her up and let's go," Eddie said. He sparked his Zippo, the tiny emery wheel rolling on the flint, once, twice, 3 times. "Eddie," Bertrand heard himself say. The Zippo's flame flared into darkness, crisping the end of Eddie's cigarette, lighting an inquisitive smile on his face, as though he had not understood what his brother had said. Bertrand heard a single report behind him, but he could not coordinate the sound with the event taking place in front of him. A red flower burst from Eddie's throat, and a split second later, right behind Eddie, the cap of Kevin Rochon's skull exploded from his head, scattering his brains on the water like freshly cooked oatmeal. Chapter 10. In any American slum, 2 enterprises are never torched by urban rioters: the funeral home and the bondsman's office. From Clete Purcell's perspective, the greatest advantage in chasing down bail skips for bondsmen like Nig Rosewater and Wee Willie Bimstein was the fact their huge clientele of miscreants was sycophantic by nature and always trying to curry favor from those who had control over their lives. Big stripe Angola graduates who would take a back-alley beating with blackjacks rather than dime a friend would rat-fuck their mothers in order to stay in Nig and Willie's good graces. From the moment Clete Purcell had been run down in the quarter, his pork-pie hat stenciled with tire tread, the word was out. Bertrand and Eddie Melançon and their asswipe friend Andre Rochon were shark meat.
While the Melancons and Rochon and his nephew Kevin were powerboating all over uptown New Orleans, eating white speed boosted from a pharmacy, drinking warm beer and eating rotisserie chickens courtesy of Winn-Dixie, laughing at the unbelievable amount of loot they were amassing, they were dimed on at least 2 occasions by fellow lowlifes who had ended up in the chain-link jail at the airport where Nig and Willie's representatives were doing fire sale amounts of business. But ironically, it was not betrayal by his colleagues that brought about Bertrand's undoing. For probably the first time in his life, he acted with total disregard for his own self-interest and loaded his brother into the boat, while Andre bag-assed down the street and Eddie hemorrhaged cups of blood from his throat. Bertrand's hands were trembling as he fueled the boat engine. He was sure the shooter was still out there, either in one of the yards or inside one of the houses that fronted the street. He was convinced the shooter was taking aim at him, moving the scope of the iron sights across Bertrand's face and chest, or perhaps his scrotum, taking his time, enjoying it, softly biting down on his bottom lip as he tightened his finger on a trigger. The image caused a sensation in Bertrand that was like someone stripping off his skin with pliers. His hands were not only slick with Eddie's blood and saliva, but shaking so badly his thumb slipped off the starter button when he tried to depress it. When the engine caught, he twisted the throttle wide open and roared across the floodwater, Kevin's body bobbing in his wake. He thudded over a dead animal at the intersection and heard the propeller whine in the air before it plowed into the water again. He was almost sideswiped by an NOPD boat loaded with heavily armed cops. He slapped across their wake and veered up a cross street into an alley, pausing long enough to wedge the garbage and laundry bags inside a garage rafter. Up ahead, he could see the lights of a helicopter that was descending on a hospital rooftop. He reduced his speed and took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. He and Eddie had found safe harbor, a place where someone would care for his brother and save his life. It was the building in which they were both born. It was almost like coming home. Bertrand had never heard of Dante's Ninth Circle, but he was about to get the guided tour. The first floor of the hospital had 3 feet of water in it. The corridors were black except for the beams of flashlights carried by the personnel. The heated smell of medical and human waste in the water made Cleet pull his shirt up over his mouth so he could breathe without gagging. Twice he tried to get directions, but the personnel brushed by him as though he were not there. He gave it up and went back outside, sucking in the night air, the sweat on his face suddenly as cool as ice water. A black NOPD patrolman who must have weighed at least 275 pounds shined a flashlight in Cleet's face. In his other hand, he held a cut-down 12-gauge Remington pump propped on his hip. His unshaved jaws looked filmed with black grit, and an odor like moldy clothes and locker room sweat emanated from his body. His name was T-Boy Pellerin, and as a state trooper he had once lifted a cruiser with his bare hands off his partner's chest. "What you looking for, Purcell?" he said. "A gunshot victim by the name of Eddie Melancon," Cleet replied. "Is he alive or dead?" "I wouldn't know. The hospital is storing dead people," Cleet said. "I wish. I got 4 of them in a boat. I've been trying to dump them all over town. Nobody's got any refrigeration. You talking about Eddie Melancon from the 9th Ward?" "Yeah, Bertrand Melancon's brother. Nig Rosewater heard Eddie got capped looting a house this side of Claiborne." "Try the 3rd floor. The trauma victims who made it through the ER are getting warehoused up there. You got a flashlight?" "I lost it." "Take this one. I got an extra. You haven't been upstairs?" "No." T-Boy gazed into space as though a long day and a long night had just caught up with him. "So what's upstairs?" Cleet asked. "The geriatric ward is on the 3rd floor. If it was me, I wouldn't go in there," T-Boy said. "What are you trying to say?" "There ain't no good stories in that building, Purcell. After tonight, I'm going to pray every day God don't let me die in bed." Cleet took the stairs to the 3rd floor. The temperature was stifling like steam from cooked vegetables that had flattened against the ceilings, and broken glass crunched under his shoes.
He entered a ward where the elderly had been rolled into the corridors to catch a meager breeze puffing from the windows that had been blown out on the south side of the building. The people on the gurneys wore gowns that were stiff with dried food and their own feces. Their skin seemed to glow with a putrescent shine that he associated with fish that had been stranded by waves on a hot beach. A woman's fingers caught Cleet's shirt as he passed her. Her face was bloodless, her eyes the liquid milky blue of a newly born infant looking upon the world for the first time. "Is my son coming?" she said. "Ma'am," Cleet said. "Are you he? Are you my son?" "I think he'll be here any minute now," Cleet said, and moved quickly down the corridor, a lump in his throat. The intensive care area looked like a charnel house. Pockets of water had formed in the ceiling and were dripping like giant paint blisters on the patients, most of whom still wore their street clothes. The patients who had been brought up from the ER had been shot, stabbed, cut, beaten, electrocuted, hit by automobiles, and pulled half dead from storm drains. Some had broken bones that were still unset. A woman with burns on 80% of her body was wrapped in a sheet that had become glued to her wounds. A man who had been struck by the propeller of an airboat made sounds that Cleet had not heard since he lay in a battalion aid station in the Central Highlands. Almost all of the patients were thirsty. Most of them needed morphine. All of those who were immobile had to relieve themselves inside their clothes. Cleet grabbed an intern by the arm. The intern had the wire-like physique of a long-distance runner, his eyes jittering, his pate glistening with moisture. "Get your hand off me," he said. Cleet raised his palms in the air. "I'm a licensed bail agent. I'm looking for a fugitive by the name of Eddie Melanson. An informant said his brother dropped him off at this hospital." "Who cares?" "The victims of his crimes do." The intern seemed to think it over. "Yeah, Melanson. I worked on him. Third bed over. I don't think you'll find him too talkative." "Is he alive?" "If you want to call it that." "Hey, Doc, I know y'all are having a rough go of it up here, but I'm not exactly having the best day of my life either. How about getting the mashed potatoes out of your mouth?" "His spinal cord is cut. If he lives, he'll be a sack of mush the rest of his life. You want to talk to his brother?" "He's here?" Cleet said, dumbfounded. 5 minutes ago he was. The intern shined his flashlight down the corridor at a man sitting in an open window. "See? Enjoy." Cleet threaded his way between the gurneys and tapped Bertrand Melanson on the shoulder with his flashlight. "Hello, asshole. Remember me? The last time you saw me, it was through the front windshield of your car," he said. "I know who you are. You work for them Jews at the bail bonds office," Bertrand said. "I also happen to be the guy you ran your car over." "I don't own a car. Say, you blocking my breeze, you mind?" Cleet could feel his mouth drying out and tiny stitches beginning to pop loose inside his head. "How would you like to go the rest of the way out that window?" "Do what you gonna do, man." For Cleet, Bertrand Melanson seemed to personify what he hated most in the clientele he dealt with on a daily basis. They were raised by their grandmothers and didn't have a clue who their fathers were. They got turned out in jail and thought of sexual roles in terms of prey or predator. They lied instinctively, even when there was no reason to. Trying to find a handle on them was impossible. They were inured to insult, indifferent to their own fate, and devoid of guilt or shame. What bothered Cleet most about them was his belief that anyone from their background would probably turn out the same. "Turn around. We're going to meet a black cop named T-Boy Pellerin," Cleet said, pulling his cuffs loose from the back of his belt. "You'll dig this guy. He grew up in the lower nine himself. He's got a soft spot for gangbangers who strong-arm rob their own people and sell meth to their children. Just don't step on his shoe shine. He hates guys who step on his shoe shine." Cleet crimped the cuffs tight on both of Bertrand's wrists and spun him back around so he could look him squarely in the face. "Did I hear you laugh?" "I ain't laughed, man." "Yeah, you did. I heard you." "Truth is, I don't care what you do, fat man. You ought to take a bat. Get this over. I'm tired of listening to you." Cleet wanted to hit him. No, he wanted to tear him apart, seam and joint. But what was the real source of his anger? The reality was he had no power over a man who had tried to do a hit and run on him. There was no place to take him. Cleet had bummed a ride to the hospital on an airboat full of cops who had continued on down the avenue to the Carrollton district. Central lockup was underwater, and he had no way to effectively transport Bertrand to the chain-link jail at the airport. With luck, he could surrender custody of Bertrand to T-Boy and collect a bail skip fee from Nig and Willie, plus collect for finding Eddie Melançon among the living dead at the hospital, but chances were Bertrand would utilize the chaos of Katrina to slip through the system again. Also, Andre Rochon was still out there, and Cleet had a special beef to settle with him. Cleet worked Bertrand down a stairwell and shoved him outside. "I ain't fighting with you, man. Quit pushing me around," Bertrand said. "Shut up," Cleet said, walking him toward T-Boy, who was sitting on a low wall that separated the parking lot from the hospital. T-Boy was eating a sandwich partially wrapped in aluminum foil. "What you got here?" he asked. "Bertrand Melançon. 3 bench warrants, strong-arm robbery, intimidating witnesses, and general shithead behavior since he was first defecated into the world. I'm surrendering custody of Bertrand to you. I already warned him about what happens to people who step on your shoe shine." "This ain't funny, Purcell." "You're right, it isn't. Bertrand and his brother Eddie ran me down with their car on Saturday evening. They did this while I was searching the panel truck of their fellow scumwad, Andre Rochon. In the back of that panel truck, I saw a stuffed animal on a coil of polyethylene rope. Just before Shitbreath here ran me over, I remembered an article I saw in a newspaper about 3 black guys who abducted a 15-year-old girl. She was walking back from a street fair in the Lower 9. She was carrying a stuffed bear. These guys dragged the girl into a panel truck and tied her up and raped her. You still live in the Lower 9, don't you, T-Boy?" "Yeah," T-Boy replied, brushing crumbs off his face, his eyes settling on Bertrand. "You think this outstanding example of young manhood could be a possible suspect?" Cleet asked. "What about it, boy?" T-Boy said. "What about what?" Bertrand said. "Are you planning to step on my shoe shine?" "Are you crazy, man?" T-Boy hit him hard in the face with the flat of his hand, the kind of blow that rattles eyeballs in their sockets. "I asked you a question. You gonna answer it?" "No, sir. I ain't planning to step on your shoe shine." "You kidnap and rape a girl in the Lower 9? "I brought my brother to the hospital 'cause somebody shot him through the throat. A kid with us was killed, too. I ain't tried to run away. I come here for help. I missed my court appearance 'cause I was sick. That's all you got on me. You quit hitting me." "Turn around. Look out there at that boat tied to the car bumper," Cleet said. "See those bodies in there? Those bodies belong to dead people. You're going to be cuffed to them. It's a long way to the chain-link jail at the airport. If you were T-Boy and you got stuck with 4 corpses and a dog turd like yourself and you had a chance to deep six the whole collection at a convenient underwater location, what would you do?" But Cleet realized he was firing blanks. Bertrand Melançon had seen a bullet turn his brother's body into yesterday's ice cream, and manufactured horror scenarios from a bail skip chaser came in a poor second on the shock scale. Cleet also realized that T-Boy Pellerin was not listening to him either, that his eyes were fastened on Bertrand, and that his face was breaking into a grin as he connected dots and information Cleet had no knowledge of. "Want to let me in on it?" Cleet said. "We had a shots fired and a fatality about 2 or 3 hours ago. 4 looters were working out of a boat back toward Claiborne. A kid took a big one through the head. Guess whose place they just hit?" "I don't know," Cleet replied. "Guy owns a flower store. Also a bunch of escort services. His wife looks like the bride of Frankenstein." T-Boy was starting to laugh now. "Sidney Kovic?" Cleet said. "These pukes ripped off the most dangerous gangster in New Orleans and tore his house apart on top of it. One of our guys went inside and said it looked like somebody had drove a fire truck through the walls." T-Boy was choking on his sandwich bread now, laughing so hard the tears were rolling down his cheeks. "Hey, kid, if you stole anything from Sidney Kovic, mail it to him COD from Alaska, then buy a gun and shoot yourself. With luck, he won't find your grave." T-Boy stood up and coughed into his palm until his knees were buckling. "Who's this Kovic guy?" Bertrand said to Clete. "You all just jerking my stick, right?" Chapter 11. After 7 days, I was rotated back to New Iberia. I had almost forgotten Natalia Ramos, the companion of Father Jude LeBlanc. In fact, I had deliberately pushed her name out of my mind. I wanted no more of New Orleans and other people's grief. I just wanted to be back on Bayou Teche with my family and Tripod, our raccoon, and our unneutered warrior cat, Snugs. I wanted to wake in the morning to the smell of coffee and moldy pecan husks in the yard and camellia bushes dripping with dew and the fecund odor of fish spawning in the bayou. I wanted to wake to the great gold-green, sun-spangled promise of the South Louisiana in which I had grown up. I didn't want to be part of the history taking place in our state. "Phone's ringing, Dave," Alifair said from the kitchen. "Would you answer it, please?" Through the doorway I could see her frying eggs and ham slices in a heavy iron skillet, lifting it by its handle without a hot pad, her back to me. It was hard to believe she was the same little El Salvadoran Indian girl I pulled from a submerged plane out on the salt many years ago. She clanged the skillet on the stove and picked up the phone, resting her rump against the drain board, giving me a look. "Is Dave Robichaux here? Wait a minute, I'll check," she said. She lowered the receiver, the mouthpiece uncovered. "Dave, are you here? If you are, a lady would like to speak to you." That's what you get when your kid goes to Reed College and joins kickboxing clubs. I took the receiver from her hand. "Hello?" I said. "This is Natalia Ramos, Mr. Robichaux. I'm here at the shelter, the one you told me to go to. Have you found out where Jude went? I can't get no information from anybody at the shelter. I thought maybe you had lists of people who was picked up by the Coast Guard." "No, ma'am, I'm afraid I don't." "Jude's in pain all the time from his cancer. He went down to the lower 9 to give his people communion. He'd always been scared to give people communion at Mass." "I'm sorry, Miss Ramos, but you're not making sense." "His hands tremble all the time. He thinks he'll drop the chalice. He'd always let another priest give out communion at Mass, but this time he was going to say Mass and give people communion." In the background, I could hear voices echoing in a large area, perhaps inside a gymnasium or a National Guard armory. Alifair was setting my breakfast on the kitchen table, placing the plate and knife and fork and coffee cup and saucer carefully on the surface so as not to make any noise. Her hair was long and black on her shoulders, her figure lovely inside her jeans and pink blouse. I didn't know what to say to Natalia Ramos. "Where are you?" I asked. "At the high school in Franklin." "I'll be there in 45 minutes. "Where's Chula at?" she asked. "Your brother?" "Yeah, where'd you put him at?" "In the Iberia Parish prison along with his fall partner." I thought her next statement would be an abrasive one, but I was wrong. "Maybe he can get some help there. Jail is the only place Chula ever did all right. I'll be waiting for you, Mr. Robichaux." I placed the telephone receiver back in the cradle, already regretting that I had taken the call. "Who is that?" Alifair said. "A Central American prostitute and junkie who was shacked up with a Catholic priest." I sat down and began eating. I could feel Alifair behind me like a shadow breaking against the light. She rested her hand on my shoulder. "Dave, you have the best heart of any man I've ever known," she said. I could feel the blood tingle in the back of my neck. The high school gymnasium in Franklin down the bayou in St. Mary Parish was lined with row upon row of Army surplus cots. Children were running everywhere, inside and outside, sailing frisbees that a local merchant had brought from his store. I found Natalia washing clothes by hand in the lee of the building, her arms deep inside an aluminum tub, the tails of her denim shirt tied under her breasts. I asked her to tell me again of her last moments with Jude LeBlanc. "He brought the boat to the church roof. He was up there chopping a hole with an axe to get everybody out. Then I heard a fight up there. I didn't see him again. It was warm in the shade, but her face looked cool and dry, her ribs etched against her dusky skin. She wore sandals and baggy men's khakis and looked like a third-world countrywoman who was washing the clothes of children who were not her own. She did not look like a prostitute or a junkie. "Did you bring any dope into the shelter?" I said. "You drove here to ask me that?" "You were holding when you got busted. I got you off the wrist chain and sent you here. That makes you my responsibility, so that's why I'm asking you if you brought any dope into the shelter." "I've been trying to get clean. There's some people in the gym putting together a Narcotics Anonymous group. I'm going to start going to meetings again." She had managed to answer my question without answering my question. "Miss Ramos, if I find out you are using or distributing narcotics in this shelter, I'm going to get you kicked out or put in jail." She squeezed out a pair of children's blue jeans and laid them on the side of the tub. "I got to go back to New Orleans." "I think that's a mistake." "I keep seeing Jude drowning there in the dark without no one to help him." "Jude is a stand-up guy. My advice is that you don't treat him as less." "He used to say a special reconciliation mass on Saturday afternoon for all the whores and junkies and street people. He gave everybody absolution, all at one time, no matter what they done. Somebody attacked him to get his boat. I think they killed him. I got to find out. I just can't live without knowing what happened to him." "Ms. Ramos, tens of thousands of people are missing right now. FEMA is trying to—" "How come nobody came?" "Pardon?" "People were drowning all over the neighborhood and nobody came. A big fat black woman in a purple dress was standing on top of a car, waving at the sky. Her dress was floating out in the water. She was on the car a half hour waving while the water kept rising. I saw her fall off the car. It was over her head." I didn't want to hear more stories about Katrina. The images I had seen during the 7-day period immediately after the storm would never leave me, nor could I afford the anger they engendered in me. Nor did I wish to deal with the latent racism in our culture that was already beginning to rear its head. According to the Washington Post, a state legislator in Baton Rouge had just told a group of lobbyists in Baton Rouge, "We finally cleaned up public housing in New Orleans. We couldn't do it, but God did." How do you explain a statement like that to people who are victims of the worst natural disaster in American history? The answer is you don't. And you don't try to fix a broken world, and you don't try to put Band-Aids on broken people, I told myself. "I believe Jude would want you to remain at the shelter. You can do a lot of good here. I promise I'll do my best to find out what happened to him," I said. "I think he talked about you," she said. "Excuse me?" "Jude said he used to deliver the newspaper to a policeman who owned a bait shop. He said the policeman was a drunk, but he was a good man who tried to help people who didn't have no power. Isn't that you he was talking about?" She knew how to set the hook. After lunch, I drove to the Iberia Parish Sheriff's Department and went upstairs to my office. The contrast between the normalcy of my job in Iberia Parish and the 7 days I had just spent in New Orleans was like the difference between the bloom and confidence of youth and the mental condition of a man who has been stricken arbitrarily by a fatal illness. The building's interior was spotless and full of sunshine. Cool air flowed steadily from the wall vents. One of the secretaries had placed flowers on the windowsills. A group of deputies in crisp uniforms and polished gun belts were drinking coffee and eating donuts on the reception counter in front. From my second-story office window, I could look out on a canopy of palm and live oak trees that cover a working-class neighborhood. And behind the cathedral, I could see a cemetery of whitewashed brick crypts where Confederate dead remind us that Shiloh is not a historical abstraction. Helen glanced through the glass in my door, then opened the door without knocking. "You look sharp, Pops," she said. "I hear that a lot," I replied. She walked to my window and gazed at the Sunset Limited passing down the railroad tracks. She wore a pair of tight slacks and a white shirt with the short sleeves folded in neat cuffs. A 4x7 yellow notepad was stuffed in her back pocket. She hooked her thumbs in the sides of her gun belt. "You rested up?" I squeezed my eyes shut and opened them again. "Say it, Helen." "I just got off the phone with FEMA and the FBI. The civil service and governmental structure of New Orleans has been destroyed. We're about to get hit with a shitload of casework we don't need." "Shouldn't you be telling this to the entire department?" "This particular case involves one of Clete Purcell's bail skips. It also involves a guy you know by the name of Otis Baylor." "An insurance man?" "That's the guy. The feds believe a number of homicides may have been committed by vigilantes who decided they'd have some fun during the storm. They think Otis Baylor may have popped some looters who had just gutted Sidney Kovic's house." "Home invaders hit Sidney Kovic?" "Yeah. Evidently 4 of the dumbest shits in New Orleans. One got his head blown off, and one will be a quadriplegic the rest of his life. The feds believe Baylor had a grudge against blacks for raping his daughter, and he probably used the opportunity to take a couple of pukes off the board." "It doesn't sound like him." "The feds are taking heat about going after gangbangers and letting white shooters skate. The Baylor investigation will probably be a lawn ornament for them. Anyway, we're supposed to do what we can. You okay with that, Bwana?" "What's Clete Purcell's role in all this?" She pulled the yellow notepad from her back pocket and looked at it. "The brother of the quadriplegic is named Bertrand Melançon. Clete had him in custody but lost him in the handover at the Chain-Link jail. Here's the irony in all this, Dave. Clete told the feds he thinks the Melançon brothers and a friend of theirs named André Rochon might actually be rapists." "Based on what?" "Clete says Rochon's panel truck contained evidence that might link Rochon and possibly the Melançons to an abduction and rape in the lower 9. "Yeah, he told me about these guys. They're the ones who ran him over right before the storm. You want me to see Baylor?" "You mind?" "I once knew a door gunner in Vietnam who wouldn't go on R&R out of country for fear he would desert and not return to duty. So he stayed stoned in the door of his Huey, stoned in the bush, and stoned in Saigon, and finished his tour without ever leaving the fresh air mental asylum of Indochina." As Helen waited for my answer, my friend's point of view seemed much more reasonable than I had previously thought. Early the next morning, I checked out a cruiser and drove back to New Orleans. The sky over the wetlands was still filled with birds that seemed to have no destination or home. After 4 days, members of the 82nd Airborne had arrived in the city and most of the looting and violence had stopped. But 80% of the city was still underwater, and tens of thousands of people still had nowhere to go. I turned off St. Charles and threaded my way through piles of downed trees on several side streets in the general direction of Otis Baylor's house. Finally, I parked my pickup and either waded or walked across people's lawns the rest of the way. The front porch of Otis Baylor's house was rounded, with a half-circle roof on it supported by Doric columns. I raised the brass ring on the door and knocked. The water had receded on his street, exposing the neutral ground. Down the street on the opposite side, I could see the home of Sidney Kovic. A repair crew was pulling plywood off the picture windows. Otis Baylor opened the front door. His face was round and empty, like that of a man who had just returned from a funeral. "Yes," he said. "I'm Dave Robichaud from the Iberia Parish Sheriff's Department, Mr. Baylor," I said. "I've been assigned to help in the investigation of a double shooting that took place in front of your house. You might remember me from New Iberia." He did not extend his hand. "What can I do for you?" "I've got a little problem here. A high school kid got his brains blown out in front of your house, and a full-time loser with him took a round through his spinal cord. The feds think vigilantes may have done it."
Frankly, I don't think this investigation is going anywhere, but our department is on lend-lease with the city of New Orleans, and we need to do what we can." There was a beat, a microsecond pause in which his eyes went away from mine. "Come in," he said, holding open the door. "You're lucky you caught me at home. I'm using the house as my office now, but I'm usually in the field with my adjusters. Would you like some tea? I still have ice in my freezer." "No thanks, I'll make this as quick as I can, sir." He invited me to sit down with him in his den. The books on his shelves were largely referential or encyclopedic in nature, or had been purchased from book clubs that specialize in popular history and biography. His desk was overflowing with paper. Through the side window, I could see a bullet-headed man on a ladder trying to free a splintered oak limb from his roof. "An FBI investigator said you heard a single shot, but you don't know where it came from," I said. "I was asleep. The shot woke me up. I looked out the dormer window and saw a kid floating in the water and another guy lying half inside at the front of the boat." "You own a firearm, Mr. Baylor?" "It's Otis. Yes, a 1903 model Springfield bolt-action rifle. You want to see it?" "Not right now. Thanks for offering." "After you saw the kid in the water and the one half inside the boat, did you go outside?" "By the time I got my clothes on, one guy had loaded the wounded one all the way into the boat and was already down to the corner. Another guy was running." "They were all black?" "As far as I could tell. It was dark." "And you saw nobody else on the street or on a porch or in a house window?" "No, I didn't." I opened the manila folder in my hand and read from the notes given to me over the phone by an FBI agent working out of Baton Rouge. "The feds and the guys from NOPD believe the shot had to come from this side of the street." "Maybe it did. I wouldn't know." "The only occupied houses in immediate proximity to the shooting were yours and your next-door neighbors." "I have no argument with other people's conclusions as to what happened here. I've told you what I heard and what I saw." He looked at his watch. "You want to see the Springfield?" "If you don't mind." He went upstairs and returned with the rifle, handing it to me with the bolt open on an empty magazine. "Am I a suspect in the shooting?" "Right now we're eliminating suspects." "Why didn't your friends take my firearm? That's what I would have done." "Because they didn't have a place to store evidence. Because they didn't have a warrant. Because the system is broken." But there was another reality at work as well, one I hadn't shared with him. The round that had struck Eddie Melançon's throat and emptied Kevin Rochon's brain pan never slowed down, and the metal tracings inside the wounds it inflicted would be of little evidentiary value. I lifted the rifle to my face and sniffed at the chamber. "You just oiled it?" "I don't remember exactly when I cleaned it." "Can I see the ammunition that goes with it?" "I don't even know if I have any." "What kind of ammunition do you fire in it?" "It's a .30-06 caliber rifle. It fires .30-06 caliber rounds." I was sitting in a burgundy-colored soft leather chair, an autumnal green-gold light filtering through the trees outside. But the comfortable ambiance did not coincide with the sense of disquiet that was beginning to grow inside me. "That's not my point, sir. This is a military weapon. Do you fire metal-jacketed, needle-nosed rounds in it?" "I target shoot. I don't hunt. I shoot whatever ammunition is on sale." "What is this?" "It's illegal to hunt with military-type ammunition because it passes right through the animal and wounds instead of kills. I think the 2 shooting victims got nailed with a metal-jacketed rather than a soft-nosed round. One other thing. You keep referring to the DOA as a kid. You call the other looters guys." "I didn't notice." "You're correct. The DOA was a teenager. The wounded man and his brother are both adults. The man who fled was probably a guy by the name of Andre Rochon, also an adult. You speak of these guys with a sense of familiarity, as though you saw them up close." He rolled his eyes.
He started to speak, then gave it up. He was sitting in a chair at his desk, his long-sleeved white shirt crinkling. His stolid face and square hands and scrubbed manner made me think of a farmer forced to go to church by his wife. I continued to stare at him in the silence. "Listen, Mr. Robichaux. It's Dave. I've told you what I know. Right now, there are thousands of people in Louisiana and Mississippi waiting to hear from their insurance carrier. That's me. I wish you well, but this conversation is over." "I'm afraid it's not over." I closed the manila folder and set it by my foot as though its contents were no longer relevant. "Years ago, I attended a convention of Louisiana and Mississippi police officers at the Evangeline Hotel in Lafayette. That particular weekend, the FBI had dragged the Pearl River in search of a lynching victim. They didn't find the guy they were looking for, but they found 3 others, one whose body had been sawed in half. I was in the hotel bar when I heard 4 plainclothesmen laughing in a booth behind me. One of them said, 'Did you hear about the nigger who stole so many chains he couldn't swim across the Pearl?' Another detective said, 'You know how they found him? They waved a welfare check over the water and this burr-headed boy popped to the surface and yelled out, 'Here I is, boss.' These guys not only made me ashamed I was a police officer, they made me ashamed I was a white man. I think you're the same kind of guy I am, Mr. Baylor. I don't think you're a racist or a vigilante. I know what happened to your daughter. If my daughter were attacked by degenerates and sadists, I'd be tempted to hand out rough justice too. In fact, any father who didn't have those feelings is not a father." His eyes were blue and lidless. His big hands splayed on his knees, the backs as rough as starfish. "Get out in front of this, partner," I said. "The justice system is emblematic and selective. Don't let some bureaucratic functionaries hang you out to dry." His eyes stayed locked on mine, his thoughts concealed. Then whatever speculation or conclusion they had contained went out of them, and he looked toward the doorway. "Hi, Melanie. This is Mr. Robichaux from New Iberia. He was in the neighborhood and just dropped by to see how we're doing." I told him we're doing just fine, Otis Baylor said. "Yes, I remember you. It's very nice to see you again," his wife said, extending one hand, an iced drink in the other. "We're doing quite well, considering." She looked at the Springfield rifle that was propped by my chair. "This isn't about the Negroes who were shot, is it? We've already told the authorities everything we know. I can't believe something like that occurred in front of our house." I walked next door and looked up the ladder at the bullet-headed man wrestling with a broken oak limb on his roof. Out in the alley, a forklift was unloading a massive generator from the bed of a truck. "Could I speak with you, sir?" I called, lifting up my badge holder. The bullet-headed man climbed down from the ladder, his face ruddy from his work. I told him who I was and why I was in the neighborhood. "Tom Claggett," he said, his meaty hand gripping mine warmly. "Has the FBI or the city police talked with you?" "Hang on a minute." He walked out to the alley and told the forklift operator where to set the generator in his yard. Then he returned, looking back over his shoulder to make sure the generator ended up in the right place, on an old brick patio half sunk in mud. "Got a friend who's a shipbuilder. He gave me one of his generators," he said. "I should have put one in before the storm like Otis did. What was that you were saying?" "Has the FBI or the city police been out?" "No, I wish they had." "You heard the shot?" "I didn't hear anything. I was sound asleep. I'd been chasing those bastards all over the neighborhood." "I see. Why do you wish the FBI or NOPD had talked with you?" "To tell them to clean up the goddamn city, that's why." I nodded, my expression pleasant, my eyes focused on his flower bed. "You own firearms, sir?" "You bet your ass I do." "Think any of your neighbors might have gotten sick and tired of being robbed and intimidated the other night?" "Can you spell that out a little more clearly?" "People get fed up, or sometimes fed up and scared.
A housewife picks up a thumbbuster and blows an intruder through a glass window. The guy turns out to be a serial rapist. At most police stations, there's usually a round of applause at morning roll call. He looked at me blankly, his mouth a tight seam. The Second Amendment gives us the right to bear arms to protect our homes and our loved ones, I said. During a time of social anarchy, the good guys sometimes feel a need to use extreme measures. I think their point of view is understandable. You hearing me on this, Mr. Claggett? Otis has had a big cross to carry, he replied. I'm aware of that. I kept my eyes fastened on his. He huffed air out of his nose and looked at Otis Baylor's house. For just a moment, I thought I saw a cloud slip across his face, the stain of resentment or envy take hold in his expression. He said something about hanging black ivory on the wall. Mr. Baylor said this? Early in the evening, when some guys were breaking into houses on the other side of the street. Did others hear him say this? A couple of friends were in the yard with me. Otis had been outside with his rifle. Listen, I don't blame him. We offered to help him, in fact. Would you write down the names of your friends and their addresses, please? I hope I'm not getting anybody in trouble. I just want to do the right thing, he said, taking my pen and notepad from my hand. With neighbors like Tom Claggett, Otis Baylor didn't need enemies. But there was an ancillary player not far away I could not resist interviewing. Sidney Kovic was an enigmatic man whose personality was that of either a sociopath or a master thespian. He was tall, well-built with dark hair, close-set eyes, and a knurled forehead, and he wore fine clothes and shined oxblood loafers with tassels on them. When he walked, he seemed to jingle with the invisible sound of money and power. When he entered a room, most people, even those who did not know who he was, automatically dialed down their voices. He had grown up on North Villeray Street and worked as a UPS driver before he joined the Airborne and went to Vietnam. He came home with a bronze star and a Purple Heart, but seemed to have no interest in his own heroism. Sidney had liked the Army because he understood it and appreciated its consistency and predictability. He also appreciated the number of rackets it afforded him. He lent money at 20% interest to fellow enlisted men, had ties with pimps in Saigon's Bring Cash Alley, and sold truckloads of PX goods on the Vietnamese black market. Sidney didn't believe in setting geographical limits on his talents. Whenever someone asked Sidney's advice about a problem of any kind, his admonition was always the same. Don't never let people know what you're thinking. He owned a flower shop, loved movies, and always wore a carnation in his lapel. His favorite quote was a paraphrase of a line spoken by Rhett Butler in Gone with the Wind. Great fortunes are made during the rise and fall of nations. Sidney was invited to the governor's inauguration ball, rode on the floats during Mardi Gras, and performed once on the wing of a biplane at an aerial show over Lake Pontchartrain. Long-time cops looked upon him as a refreshing change from the street detritus they normally dealt with. The only problem romanticizing Sidney Kovic was the fact he could snuff your wick and sip a glass of Burgundy while he did it. Workmen were going in and out of his front door. I stepped inside without knocking. The interior looked like an army of Norsemen had marched through it. Sidney stood in his dining room looking up at a chandelier that someone had shredded into tangled strips with an iron garden rake. "They hit you pretty hard, huh?" I said. He stared at me as though he was sorting through faces on a Rolodex wheel. "Yeah, the puke population is definitely out of control. I think we need a massive airdrop of birth control devices on 2/3 of the city. What are you doing here, Dave?" "Investigating the shooting of the guys who creeped your house." "House creeps don't piss in your oven and refrigerator." "You're right," I said, plaster crunching under my shoes. "Looks like they tore out all your walls and part of your ceilings." Think they were after anything in particular? Yeah, the secrets to the Da Vinci Code. You still off the sauce? I'm still in AA, if that's what you mean. Get your nose out of the stratosphere. I was going to offer you a couple of fingers of beam because that's all I've got, but I didn't want to offend you. I hear one of those black guys was turned into an earth slug. That's the word. I haven't interviewed him yet. Yeah? I wasn't sure if he was listening or if he was asking me to repeat what I had just said. He told a workman to get a ladder and pull down the wrecked chandelier. Then he touched the ruined surface of his dining table and brushed off his fingers. "Which hospital is the human slug in?" he said. "Why do you ask?" I feel sorry for him. Anybody who could do this to people's homes must have a mother who was inseminated by leakage from a colostomy bag. You always knew how to say it, Sidney. Hey, I was born in New Orleans. This used to be a fine city. Remember the music and the amusement park out at Lake Pontchartrain? How about the snowball carts on the street corners and families sitting on their porches? When's the last time you walked down a street at night in New Orleans and felt safe? When I didn't answer, he cocked a finger at me. "Gotcha," he said. On my way out, I saw Sidney's wife in the yard. She came from a fishing hamlet down in Plaquemines Parish, a geological aberration that extends like an umbilical cord into the Gulf of Mexico. She was as tall as her husband and had a lantern face, cavernous eyes, and shoulders like a man. For decades, her family had been the political allies of a notorious racist judge who had run Plaquemines Parish as a personal fiefdom, even padlocking a Catholic church when the bishop appointed a black priest to serve as its pastor. But she appeared to have little in common with her family, at least that I could see. In fact, Eunice Kovic's father once said of his daughter, "The poor girl's face would make a train turn on a dirt road, but she's got a decent heart and feeds every stray dog and nigger in the parish." Why she had married Sidney Kovic was beyond me. "How you doing, Eunice?" I said. "Just fine. How are you, Dave?" "Sorry about your house. Y'all have pretty good insurance?" "We'll find out." "Do you have any idea why those guys would rip your walls and ceilings out?" "What did Sidney say?" "He didn't speculate." "No kidding." She had one of the sweetest smiles I ever saw on a woman's face. "See you, Eunice," I said. "Any time," she said. My last stop was at the hospital, where Bertrand Melançon had dropped his gunshot brother. Chapter 12. But I discovered that Eddie Melançon had been moved to a hospital in Baton Rouge. I headed up I-10 into heavy traffic, the cruiser's emergency bar flashing. By the time I reached the Baton Rouge city limits, the streets were jammed with automobiles, trucks, buses, and utility repair vehicles. Even with the priority status my cruiser allowed me, I didn't arrive at Our Lady of the Lake Hospital until mid-afternoon. I almost wished I hadn't. I suspected that Eddie Melançon had probably caused irreparable injury to many people in his brief lifespan, but if such a thing as karma exists, it had landed on him with the impact of a spiked wrecking ball. He looked weightless in the bed, raccoon-eyed, as though the skin around the sockets had been rubbed with coal dust. His body was strung with wires and tubes, his arms dead at his sides. I opened my badge holder and told him who I was. "Do you know who popped you?" I asked. He focused his gaze on my face but didn't respond. "Can you talk, Eddie?" He pursed his lips but didn't speak. "Did the shot come from in front of you?" I said. His voice made a wet click and a sound that was like air leaking from the ruptured bladder inside a football. "Yeah," he whispered. "You saw the muzzle flash?" "No." "You heard the shot, but you saw no flash?" "Yeah. Ain't seen it." "Are you aware you guys ripped off Sidney Kovic's house?" "Ain't been in no house." "Right," I said.
I pulled my chair closer to his bed. Listen to me, Eddie. If people you don't know come to see you, make sure they're cops. Don't let anybody you don't recognize check you out of this hospital. His eyes looked at me quizzically. If you made a big score at Sidney's, he's going to take it back from you, I said. He'll use whatever method that works. Eddie tried to speak, then choked on his saliva. I leaned over him, my ear close to his mouth. His breath smelled like the grave, his words breaking damply against my cheek. Say that again? We took a boat, that's all, he said. From Sidney Covig? In the lower 9. We just wanted to stay alive. Ain't been in no house uptown. I placed my business card on his chest. Good luck to you, partner. I think you'll need it, I said. When I got back home that night, I slept like the dead. At sunrise, I ate a bowl of grape nuts and sliced bananas and drank coffee and hot milk on the back steps. The mist was gray in the live oaks and pecan trees, and both our 3-legged raccoon Tripod and Snugs our cat ate sardines out of a can by my foot. Molly opened the screen door and sat down beside me. She was still wearing her house robe. She ticked her nails on the back of my neck. Alifair spent the night at the Munsons, she said. Really? I said. She gazed down the slope at the bayou. The gold and red 4 o'clocks were still open in the shadows at the base of the tree trunks. Out in the mist, I could hear a heavy fish flopping in the lily pads. Got time to go inside? I asked. At 10 o'clock a.m., Helen Swallow came into my office. How'd you make out yesterday? She said. I wrote up everything I found and faxed it to the FBI in Baton Rouge. There's a copy in your box. I also talked to an NOPD guy on the phone. I don't think this one has legs on it. You don't think Otis Baylor shot these guys? His neighbor seemed willing to finger him, but I had the sense the neighbor had some frontal lobe damage himself. I think bodies are going to be showing up under the rubble and mud for months. Who's going to be losing sleep over a couple of looters who caught a high-powered round while they were destroying people's homes? All right, let's move on. The rec center at City Park is full of evacuees. We need to get some of them to Houston if we can. Iberia General and Dautrive Hospital are busting at the seams. It's worse in Lafayette. I tell you, Streak, I've seen some shit in my life, but nothing like this. I couldn't argue with her. In fact, I didn't even want to comment. What did you think of Lyndon Johnson? She asked. Before or after I got to Vietnam? When Hurricane Betsy hit New Orleans in '65, Johnson flew into town and went to a shelter full of people who had been evacuated from Algiers. It was dark inside, and people were scared and didn't know what was going to happen to them. He shined a flashlight in his face and said, "My name is Lyndon Baines Johnson. I'm your goddamn president, and I'm here to tell you my office and the people of the United States are behind you." Not bad, huh? But I wasn't listening. There was a detail about the Otis Baylor investigation I hadn't mentioned to Helen because she didn't like complexities, and in particular, she didn't like them when they fell outside our jurisdiction. I stopped by Sidney Covig's house yesterday and had an informal chat with him. The looters ripped the sheetrock and lathwork and plaster from most of his walls and ceilings. Score one for the pukes. I think they took Sidney down in a major way. Sidney has never had an IRS beef. It wouldn't surprise me if his walls had been loaded with cash. So what? He was trying to find out which hospital the quadriplegic looter is in. And the quadriplegic is at Our Lady of the Lake in Baton Rouge. I tried to warn him, but he's not a listener. Helen pulled at an earlobe. Buana, what is it? Whatever happens to that bunch is on them. Got it? I wouldn't have it any other way.
Cleet Purcell did not lose custody of Bertrand Melançon during the handover at the chain-link jail at the airport. Bertrand got loose farther up the road by Gonzales when the prison bus he was riding in pulled into a soaked field that had been created as a holding area during the height of the storm. Hundreds of inmates from jails in 2 parishes had huddled in the field, along with their guards, while lightning exploded over their heads and the rain almost tore the clothes from their bodies. Many of them, I suspect, went through the most religious moments of their lives. But when Bertrand Melançon arrived and was told to line up at a porta-potty, the drama that his peers had experienced had already slipped into history, and the field was simply a churned and trash-strewn piece of farm acreage where egrets and displaced seagulls competed for litter. "How long we got to be here, man?" Bertrand asked a guard. "The Four Seasons is kind of backed up right now, but we told the maid y'all were coming and to prepare your rooms as quick as possible," the guard replied. Most of the inmates on the buses had no desire to run. Most were tired, mosquito-bitten, sunburned, and sick from bad food. Most of them wanted to be watching television in an air-conditioned main-line prison that provided clean beds and served hot meals. If most of them had their choice, they would be housed in a building with 6-foot thick walls and a foundation that Noah's deluge couldn't disturb. Bertrand had other plans. At twilight, when the bus pulled out on the highway, he pried the grill work off a back window and dropped into a rain ditch. His absence was not noticed until the bus was halfway to Shreveport. Nig Rosewater personally came to Cleet's upstairs apartment on St. Anne to give him the news. Nig could not be described as having a neck like a fireplug. He had no neck. His jowls and chin seemed to grow straight down into his shoulders. His starched shirt and gold collar pin did not help his appearance either. In fact, with his gold necktie, he looked like a hog eating an upright ear of buttered corn.
"Nig, I delivered the freight. I got a signed receipt for transfer of custody. At that point, Bertrand Melançon became the property of Orleans Parish," Cleet said. "The other half of your 30 grand skip is in Our Lady of the Lake. You owe me 3 grand. "You didn't have nothing to do with catching the vegetable in the hospital, so that makes your fee $1,500 at best," Nig replied. "And that's not why I'm here, either. I had 2 of Sidney Kovic's people banging on my door at 7 this morning. I told them I don't know where Bertrand Melançon and Andre Rochon are, because if I knew that kind of information, I wouldn't be out over 15 large right now. So they want to know which hospital the vegetable is in. I tell them I don't know that either, since the government don't consult with me when it's shipping people all over the country. One of these guys says, your 15 large is toilet paper. You deliver up the boons who broke into Mr. Kovic's house, and Mr. Kovic is going to figure whatever they done or they took is on you."
Cleet's apartment was located above his office. The day was bright and sunny outside, and the bodies of birds that had been driven by storm wind against the side of his building were piled on his balcony, their feathers fluttering in the wind.
"I don't see how any of this falls on me, particularly when you're already trying to stiff me on my recovery fee," Cleet said.
"Buy yourself a better brand of wax removal, Purcell. These guys took Sidney down for something he can't claim as an insurance or business loss. His guys said my 15 large is toilet paper. What's that tell you? These morons blundered into a big score, maybe something they can't unload. What if it's bearer bonds or high-tech military stuff? Whose interest would it be in to let a couple of street pukes skate on a bail? Who would have the connections to fence or launder whatever the pukes took from Sidney?"
Cleet honked his nose into a handkerchief, concealing his expression.
"I say brass it out and tell them to screw themselves. Don't let Sidney push you around."
"You're pissing me off."
"Gee, I'm sorry about that."
The power was off in the apartment, and Nig was sweating inside his sports coat.
"Why don't you clean the dead birds off your balcony? It stinks in here,"
Nig said, the sheen of fear in his eyes unmistakable. Before the hurricane, Cleet had filled his bathtub, lavatory, and sink with tap water. Now he was using it on a daily basis to sponge bathe, shave, brush his teeth, and to refill his toilet tank. After Nig was gone, Cleet put on fresh clothes, combed his hair, and slipped on his nylon shoulder holster and blue-black Smith & Wesson revolver. He went downstairs to the courtyard and fired up his latest Cadillac acquisition, a powder blue vintage convertible that was pocked with paint blisters, the top spotted with mold. As soon as the engine caught, a huge cloud of oil smoke exploded from the tailpipe. His pork pie hat canted on his head, Cleet swung out onto the street, chewing on the corner of his lip, wondering how far to push a man whose potential no one in either the New Orleans underworld or New Orleans law enforcement ever accurately assessed. Across the river in Algiers, whole neighborhoods had survived the storm with no flooding and only a temporary loss of power. From the bridge with his convertible top down, Cleet could look back and see the glassy shine of brown water that still covered most of New Orleans, and the miles of roofless houses, and the rivers of mud that had filled automobiles like concrete. The image was so stark and irrevocably sad, he involuntarily mashed on the accelerator and almost rear-ended a gasoline truck. In Algiers, he parked in front of a flower shop that was tucked neatly inside a purple brick building on a residential street. Two of Sidney Kovic's employees were playing gin rummy at a table in the shade of a green and white striped canopy that extended from the top of the display window. The two men were leftovers from the old Jacano crime family, and for a brief time had thought their day in the sun had come and gone, until 9/11 landed on them like a gift from heaven, and the governmental bête noire shifted from pukes dealing crack in the projects to Mideastern young males loading up with cell phones at the local Walmart. Cleet got out on the sidewalk, opened his coat, and lifted his .38 from his shoulder holster with the ends of his fingers. He held it up in the air so the two men could see it, then dropped it on the passenger seat of the caddy.
"Keep an eye on that for me, will you, Marco?" he said.
"No problem," Marco said. "Hey, Purcell, your convertible looks like it's got herpes," the other man said.
"Yeah, I know. I told your sister not to sit on it. But what are you going to do?" Cleet replied as he entered the shop, a bell ringing over his head. The temperature inside was frigid, the glass lockers smoky with cold. The tall man behind the counter was dressed in seersucker slacks and a long-sleeved blue shirt open at the collar, exposing the thick curls of black hair on his chest. "What's the haps, Sidney?" Cleet said. Sidney began placing roses a stem at a time into a green vase.
"Nig Rosewater sent you here?"
"Nig says you want the pukes who took you down. That's understandable, but that makes four of us. You, me, Nig, and wee Willie Bimstein. What I need to explain to you is we got no idea where these guys are."
"Don't lie to me. You already found one guy at the hospital, but he's not there anymore."
"That's right. I did find him, and he got moved to whereabouts unknown, so don't be telling me I'm lying."
"So why are you here?"
"Because your messengers evidently made an implied threat when they visited Nig this morning. I thought that showed a lack of class."
"Lack of class?"
"Is there an echo in your store?"
Sidney nodded toward a table that was set against the sidewall. "Sit down. I'm about to eat. You want a coffee?"
"I wouldn't touch a chair that Charlie Weiss or Marco Scarlatti sat in unless it was sprayed for crab lice."
Sidney put his hand inside his shirt and scratched an insect bite on his shoulder and looked at the tips of his fingers. "It's true you smoked a federal informant when you were with NOPD? A guy who never saw it coming?" he said.
"What about it?"
Cleet said, his eyes slipping off Sidney's face. "Nothing. You're just an unusual guy, Purcell." Cleet cleared an obstruction in his throat and let the moment pass.
"Here's what it is. One way or another, I'm going to put André Rochon and Bertrand Melançon back in the system. That's because I have a personal beef with these guys, and it doesn't have anything to do with you. But that doesn't mean we can't do business. If I recover cash or goods from your house, you pay me a 20% finder's fee. If that's not cool, see what you can get from your insurance carrier. In the meantime, you leave Nig and Willie and me alone. I know all about that chainsaw story and the guy in Metairie. Personally, I think it's mafia bullshit. Regardless, I take care of the pukes, and Heckle and Jekyll out there stay out of it. Sound reasonable, Sidney?"
10% on the recovery.
15.
"I'll get back to you."
"Screw you,"
Cleet said. Sidney's gaze drifted out the front window where his two men were playing cards in the shade. "What makes you think you can deliver?"
"It's like prayer. What do you got to lose?"
One at a time, Sidney placed 3 more rose stems in the vase. "Don't mess it up," he said. He fixed his eyes on Cleet's, a blade of sunlight slicing like a knife across his face. "Are you crazy?" I said to Cleet after he telephoned and told me what he had done.
"What was I supposed to do, let an animal like Kovic threaten me and my employer?" he said.
In the background, I could hear a sound like a rack of bowling pins exploding. "Why don't you just sprinkle broken glass in your breakfast food? Save yourself the time and effort of fooling with Kovic," I said.
"What's that line in Machiavelli about keeping your friends close but your enemies closer?"
"Yeah, it's Machiavelli and it's crap," I replied.
"Look, I need a place to stay. My power is still off, and something with black tendrils on it is growing out of my drains."
"What about your room at the motor court?"
"It got rented to some evacuees."
"Stay with us," I said, trying to keep my voice flat, imagining any number of nightmarish events associated with Cleet as house guest.
"Molly won't mind?"
"No, she'll be happy."
"I'm at the bowling alley on East Main. I'll motor on over. Tell Molly not to fix anything. I've got it covered. Everything is copacetic, big man."
And motor over he did at 6 p.m. sharp, with a bucket of Popeye's fried chicken and buttermilk biscuits and a big carton of fried oysters and dirty rice. He also brought a separate bag of paper plates, plastic forks and knives, paper napkins, and a 6-pack of Dr. Pepper. He went about setting the table while Molly and Alifair tried to hide their smiles. "Cleet, we have plates and silverware," I said.
"No need to dirty things up," he said.
Molly shook her head behind his back to stop me from admonishing him. Alifair wasn't as diplomatic. "You have any salad in there, Cleet?" she said.
"You bet,"
he replied, and proudly lifted a quart of potato salad from the sack. But Cleet's gay mood was often an indicator of worries and memories that he shared with few people. To the world, he was the trickster and irresponsible hedonist, sowing mayhem and destruction wherever he went. But in his sleep, he still dreamed of 2 adults fighting in their bedroom late at night, and of kneeling in short pants on grains of rice his father sprinkled on the floor, and of liquid flame arching into a village of straw hooches. If sometimes he looked disconcerted, he would never admit he had just glanced out a window into the darkness and seen a dead mama-san staring back at him. After we ate, he took a long walk into City Park by himself, then returned to the house and went to bed early in our guest bedroom. Shortly after 4 a.m., I heard Tripod running up and down on the clothesline where we hooked his chain. I put on my khakis without waking Molly and opened the back door. Cleet was sitting at our redwood table in his skivvies, his skin netted with moonlight. When he heard the screen open, he removed a pint bottle of bourbon from the tabletop and set it by his thigh. "You don't have to hide that," I said.
"I couldn't sleep. I thought I heard thunder, but the sky is clear."
I sat down next to him. "What's eating you, partner?"
"I went back to my old neighborhood in the Irish Channel. I always hated the house where I grew up. I hated my old man. But I went back there and saw what the storm had done, and I had feelings I'd never had before. I missed my old man and the rattling sounds his mill truck made when he drove off at 4 in the morning. I missed my mom cooking pancakes in the kitchen. It was like everything in my childhood was finally over, but I didn't want it to be over. It was like I had died, and nobody had told me about it."
He picked up the pint bottle from the bench and unscrewed the cap. The bottle was wrapped in a brown paper bag, and the moonlight glinted on the neck. He lifted the bottle to his mouth and tilted it up to drink. I could smell the bourbon as it rolled back over his tongue. I envisioned its amber color inside the yellow staves of the curing barrel, the bead it made inside the bottle's neck when it was airlocked under the cork, the splash it made when it was released again and poured over ice and mint leaves inside a glass. Unconsciously, I swallowed and touched at my brow as though a vein were tightening in my head. "It's called a vision of mortality," I said.
"What is?"
"The feelings you experienced when you went back to your old house."
"I'm afraid I'm going to die."
"You saw the big sleazy die, Cleet. It's like having an affair with the great whore of Babylon. When you finally come to your senses and get her out of your life, you find out she was the only woman you ever loved. Cleet upended the bottle again, his throat working rhythmically, watching me with one eye as though someone had spoken to him from one of his dreams. But Cleet was not the only friend or acquaintance from New Orleans seeking refuge in Iberia Parish. 2 weeks after I had been sent to help investigate the shooting death of Kevin Rochon and the crippling of Eddie Melançon, Helen Swallow called me into her office. She spit a piece of her thumbnail off her tongue. Otis Baylor just moved back to town with his family. Evidently they still own a home on old Jeanrette Road, she said. I waited for her to go on. You think he dropped those 2 looters or not? She said. You mean, is he that kind of guy? No, I don't think he is, but... What? His daughter had a terrible experience at the hands of 3 street pukes. I don't know what I would do if I were in his shoes. I didn't hear that last sentence. Maybe Baylor thought they were going to break into his house. Maybe his nerves were fried. If this guy is dirty on a homicide, he's not going to use our parish as a sanctuary. Talk to his wife and daughter. I'd rather drop this one. I'd rather not be present at my own death. Get out of here. Baylor's home was a dark green 19th century 1-story house with tall windows and high ceilings and a peaked tin roof streaked with rust that had a purple cast in the shadows, not unlike my own. It had a wide screened-in gallery and was set back from Bayou Teche under pecan and palm trees and a solitary live oak dripping with Spanish moss. A glider hung on chains from one of the oak limbs, and a tan Honda was parked in the shale driveway, its paint spotted with bird droppings. A girl of about 19 answered the door. I'm Dave Robichaux from the Sheriff's Department, I said, opening my badge. Is Mr. Baylor here? He's at work, she said. She wore black sweatpants and a white T-shirt that was flecked with tiny pieces of leaves. I was cleaning up the backyard when you rang the bell. Are you Otis Baylor's daughter? I'm Thelma Baylor. Is your mother here? My stepmother is at the grocery store. Could I talk with you? I'm investigating the shooting of the looters in front of your home in New Orleans. We have a lead or two, but I still can't quite picture where these guys were when they were shot. What does it matter? They were shot. That's true, isn't it? Could I come in? You can watch me rake leaves if you want. I followed her through the kitchen into the backyard. On both sides of her simple house were antebellum plantation homes of the kind one normally sees only on postcards. 100 yards farther down the bayou, across the drawbridge, was a trailer slum where every form of social decay imaginable was a way of life. You like New Iberia? I asked. Are there always traffic jams at the Walmart, or is that just because of the storm? She said, drawing a bamboo rake through leaves that were black with mold. I figured this one was going to be a long haul. I sat down on the back steps. Did you hear the shots? Her eyes looked into neutral space, her rake missing a beat. I heard a shot. It woke me up. Just one shot? Yes. Where were you sleeping? Her face looked pale and round in the shade, devoid of expression, her lipstick glossy and unnatural, her bangs as precise as a nun's wimple. In my room. Upstairs? Yes, my room is upstairs. Do you want to talk to my father? I don't see how any of this is helpful. Do you think your next-door neighbor, Tom Claggett, is capable of popping a couple of looters? Mr. Claggett is an upended penis with arms and legs and a face drawn on it. I don't know what he's capable of. Time to take a chance, I told myself. I know about the attack on your person 2 years ago, Miss Thelma. I have a daughter a little older than you. If I thought she was in danger, particularly from the kind of men who hurt you, I'd take them off at the neck. Her rake slowed in the leaves. her chest rising and falling. I lost my mother and a wife to violent men, I continued. I think men who abuse women are invariably physical and moral cowards. I think a man who rapes a woman should be first in line at the injection table. She became motionless. Grains of dirt were stuck to the side of her mouth. I think you saw no more than you're telling me, I said. I saw a guy floating face down in the water. Another guy was wounded. A third guy started running through the water. The fourth guy was trying to hold the wounded guy in the boat. That's very detailed. I appreciate it. I made a note on a pad and put away my pen as though we were finished. Where was your father? In his bedroom. Where was your mother? She's my stepmother. My real mother's dead. Where was your stepmother? In the bedroom with my father. Did your old man shoot those guys? If you won't believe him, you won't believe me. Why bother asking? I think you carry a big burden, Miss Thelma. I'm not here to add to it. You need to shut up, Mr. Robichaux. Pardon me? Why do you assume you know what happened to me? Why do you assume my family wants revenge on people we have nothing against? I can't stand people like you. You don't have any idea of what it's like to be a rape victim. If you did, you wouldn't be patronizing and trying to manipulate me. I apologize if I gave that impression. It's not an impression. I stood up from the steps and brushed off the seat of my trousers. I'm sorry just the same. Fuck you. As I left the yard, I glanced back over my shoulder. Her body seemed to float inside a nimbus of light particles and dust and smoke and bits of desiccated leaves. For just a moment, as she resumed her work, stroking the rake hard across the ground, the bamboo tine splintering on the root system of a cypress tree, the intensity of her concentration and anger gave her a kind of integrity that I always associated with Alifair. The following day, I called the Baylor house and asked Mrs. Baylor to come into the department for an interview. More about the looters who were shot? She said. That's correct. Is this absolutely necessary? Yes, ma'am, it is, I said. We're out on old John Rhett Road, just past Alice Plantation. Why don't you come here if you want to talk? I realized Thelma had not told her stepmother of my visit. I'd be happy to. Mr. Robichaux, let's do this on another basis. I seriously believe you're wasting your time with us, but nonetheless, we'd like to be your friend. Can we take you and your family to dinner? I think you'll see we're truthful people and want to assist you in any way we can. But the reality is we're bystanders who have no idea who shot those men. That's kind of you, but there's a protocol I have to pursue. Will you be home in the next half hour? No, I have a doctor's appointment. How about tomorrow? I'm not sure. May I call you? I need to make an appointment with you right now, Mrs. Baylor. Unfortunately, that's not possible. I've tried to be cooperative, Mr. Robichaux, but this is starting to get a little tiresome. I'd better say goodbye now. I wish you success in your investigation. The line went dead. Wrong move, Mrs. Baylor. I went into Helen's office. I interviewed Otis Baylor's daughter yesterday and just got an Academy Award nose-in-the-air performance from his wife, I said. Slow it down, Pops, she said, leaning back in her swivel chair. They're lying, I said, spreading my notes on Helen's desk. Look, both Otis and his daughter say they heard a single shot. Both use the same language. They say, "It woke me up." When I mentioned multiple shots to the daughter, she even corrected me. I was bothered from the get-go by Baylor's statement that he heard a single shot. That's not what people say when they're awakened by gunfire. All they know is that a frightening sound shook them out of their sleep. They don't count shots. I saw Helen's attention sharpen. Both Otis and Thelma described what they saw in the same sequence. Each of them began by mentioning a man floating in the water. There were 4 guys in or around the boat, but Otis and Thelma mentioned the kid who was floating in the water first. Why not the guy hemorrhaging blood out of his mouth? I think they had their story prepackaged. Helen rubbed at the back of her neck. Whenever she was pensive, her face always went through an androgynous transformation that was both lovely and mysterious to watch. I believed that several different people lived inside her, but I never told her that. Her lovers had included many men and women over the years, including Clete Purcell. Sometimes she looked at me in a way that made me feel sexually uncomfortable, as though one of the women who lived inside her had decided to stray. "Have you heard any more from the feds or NOPD?" she asked. "Nope." "Write up what you just told me and fax it to Baton Rouge. Tell them to clean up their own shit while you're at it. I want this stuff out of our hair." "Why the change in attitude?" "Have you looked at the Weather Channel?" "No," I said. "That new hurricane, what's its name? The one that was supposed to smack Texas? Rita? It's not. Is there a design in the events of our lives? Or do things just happen, much like a junkyard falling down a staircase? If it's the latter, how do you deal with it? If you have ever invested with regularity in the pari-mutuel arts or shot craps in a game that made your hands sweat on the dice or allowed yourself to believe you had the psychic power to intuit the next card out of the shoe at a blackjack table, you have probably crossed the wrong Rubicon on many occasions and are familiar with the following experience. There is magic in your hands and your walk. The magenta sky above the track and the flamingos lifting out of a grassy pond in the center ground are indicators that your perfecta wheel cannot lose. Inside the casino, the dice are as hard-edged and solid as rubies in your palm, and you double your bets on the pass line each time you bounce the dice down the felt into the backboard. The plunging neckline of the young woman dealing out of the shoe at the blackjack table cannot compare in its allure to the thrill of receiving a low number on the 5th card of a 5-card Johnny. You know that you cannot lose, that it is God's will that you not lose. Others draw close to you in the same way that candle moths surround an incandescent light burning inside a crystal container. They gasp in awe at both your recklessness and the vindication of your faith in yourself. They want to brush against you and absorb your power into their bodies. Then things start to go south. Your horse is disqualified because the jockey has bumped another rider's horse on the far turn. The dice turn to lumps of lead in your hand and come up trays, boxcars, and snake eyes. The young female dealer blackjacks on you and deals you every high card in the deck, busting you again and again, stifling a yawn, her cleavage hovering like a withdrawn invitation only inches from your face. Welcome to the dead zone. It's a special place that, unbeknown to himself, every degenerate gambler seeks. Check out the bar at the track after the 7th race. The people there are as happy as satiated hogs. They have lost the grocery money, the rent, the mortgage and car payment, even the vig they owe a Shylock. But they're safe now because they have nothing else to lose. They also have the empirical evidence to prove once and for all time that the universe has conspired to cheat and injure them. Their personal failure is God's, not theirs. The soul is packed in dry ice now. The battle over. When I went into the coffee room at the department, several uniformed deputies were watching CNN. Their collective expression and posture reminded me of helicopter pilots I had seen many years ago in a pre-dawn briefing room backdropped by the China Sea. Most of these pilots were warrant officers not over 20 years in age, but I could never forget the suppressed tension in their faces, the deliberate restraint in their voices, the self-imposed solipsism in their eyes that told you the dawn was indeed about to come up like thunder from China across the bay. Hurricane Rita contained winds of 185 miles an hour and originally had been projected to make landfall somewhere around Matagorda Bay, northeast of Corpus Christi. Then its direction shifted farther to the east. Officials in Houston, fearing a repeat of Katrina in their own city, effected a massive evacuation, choking highways all the way to San Antonio and Dallas. Then the hurricane shifted direction again, this time almost certainly zeroing in on Beaumont and Port Arthur. Texas was going to take the hit. Our exposure would be marginal, nothing more than minor wind damage, trees knocked down, a temporary power outage. We breathed a sigh of relief. Providence had given us a free pass. Then the National Hurricane Center in Miami disabused us of our hubris. In fact, the forecast was unbelievable. Louisiana was about to get pounded full force with 20-foot tidal surges and wind that would rip off roofs from Sabine Pass to the other side of the Atchafalaya River. More unbelievably, we were being told the storm would probably make landfall in Cameron Parish, just south of Lake Charles, the same place the Eye of Audrey swept through in 1957. The tidal wave that preceded the 57 storm curled over the courthouse and downtown area like a giant hammer and crushed it into rubble, killing close to 500 people. "Weren't you around when Audrey hit?" a deputy asked as I stared up at the television screen. "Yeah, I was," I replied. "On an oil rig?" "On a seismographic barge," I said. "It was pretty bad, huh?" "We got through it okay," I said. He was a crew-cut, martial-looking man, with too much starch in his uniform and a toothpick in the corner of his mouth. He removed the toothpick and dropped it in a waste can and focused his attention on the television screen. I could hear a wet sound in his throat when he swallowed. No one wants to go to the same war twice. You pay your dues in order to enter the dead zone, and you're supposed to be safe. Unfortunately, that's not the way it works. Chapter 13. New Iberia and Lafayette were now filled with evacuees fleeing Hurricane Rita as well as those who had fled Katrina. Firearm and ammunition sales were booming. The original sympathy for the evacuees from New Orleans was incurring a strange transformation. Right-wing talk shows abounded with callers viscerally enraged at the fact evacuees were receiving a one-time $2,000 payment to help them buy food and find lodging. The old Southern nemesis was back, naked and raw and dripping. Absolute hatred for the poorest of the poor. At sunset Friday evening, the air was as gold as pollen, as though Indian summer were upon us. The decrease in barometric pressure seemed to signal little more than a shower. What appeared to be rain rings were bream dimpling the surface on the edge of the lily pads. I could hear my elderly neighbor playing the piano behind an open window. Then the air grew cool and moist, and leaves began stripping from the trees in the yard, whirling in vortexes down the slope to the water. As the sky filled with dust, a shadow spread over the yards and gardens of the homes along East Main, and the bayou was suddenly wrinkled by a hard wind blowing from the southeast. My neighbor got up from her piano and began slamming down windows. From my back steps, I saw the aluminum roof of a picnic shelter in City Park peel away like the top of a sardine can and tumble end over end across the grass. I saw a man continue fishing when lightning struck an oak tree in the center of the park. I saw a man stripped to the waist in an airboat roar past our property, smiling serenely at the heavens. I heard a civil defense siren blowing at City Hall. I went on duty at midnight and was given the opportunity to meditate once again on the biblical admonition that the sun is made to rise upon both the evil and the good, and the rain is sent to fall upon the just and the unjust alike. Except for ripped shingles or tree limbs crashing on telephone or power lines, East Main was spared. But in South Iberia Parish, 12 feet of water surged into trailers and low-lying homes. That was nothing compared to the fate of the coastal parishes.
A tidal wave of salt water, mud, dead fish, oil sludge, and organic debris literally effaced the southern rim of Louisiana. Farther inland, what it did not efface, it ruined. Throughout the wetlands, almost every home was made uninhabitable, every telephone pole broken at ground level, every road made impassable. The rice and sugarcane fields were encrusted with saline, the farm machinery buried in mud, the settlements down by the Gulf reduced to twisted pieces of plumbing sticking out of grit that looked like emery paper. The greatest suffering was incurred by animals. An estimated 100,000 cattle drowned in Vermilion and Cameron parishes alone. They crowded onto galleries, tried to climb onto tractors and cane wagons, and even ended up on rooftops, but they drowned just the same. I stood on top of a hay baler with a pair of binoculars, and facing south made a 180-degree sweep from east to west and back again. I could not see a living creature. Not a dog or a cat, not even a bird. The trees had been stripped to the bark and looked like gnarled fingers. Brick houses were blown into birdshot. 50-foot shrimp boats lay upside down 100 yards from water. Drowned sheep were stacked inside the floodgate of an irrigation lock, like zoo animals crowding against the bars of their cage. Cemetery crypts were obliterated, and the coffins washed into residential yards, and in one instance, through the broken front window of a country store. I saw at least 30 head of heifers tangled in a barbed wire fence, their stomachs bloated in the heat, swarms of gnats hovering above them. By Monday morning, I was used up. "Go home, Streak," Helen said. "Nope," I said. "Why not?" "I'll go home when you do," I said. "I went home last night and came back. I ate supper and put on fresh clothes. I also took a nap. I put you in charge while I was gone." I stared at her emptily. "Go home, Bwana," she said. As I drove into New Iberia, the streets were drying in the sunshine, the sidewalks plastered with wet leaves. I parked my truck in my driveway and went inside the house. But Alifair and Molly and Cleet were gone. I stripped off my clothes in the emptiness of the house and got in the shower, like the war veteran returning from a place that is still locked in his head but which he will never tell anyone about. Then I sat in the bottom of the stall, the water splaying on my back, and fell sound asleep. While Rita was shredding the coast of Louisiana, Eddie Melanson lay propped up in bed close by a fourth-floor window at Our Lady of the Lake in Baton Rouge. He had a fine view of the night sky and the elevated interstate highway and the sheets of rain sweeping across the lines of cars entering and leaving the city. But Eddie cared little about the view or the fact a nurse had gone out of her way to move his bed and prop him up so he could look out upon the city and the light show in the sky. The truth was, Eddie Melanson could not stop thinking about his own person. It lay there, in the bed, as though dropped from 10,000 feet, disconnected from all motor controls, insentient, flaccid, and fed by tubes whose needles punctured his veins without Eddie's feeling them. He was like being buried alive inside his own body. Each time he fell asleep, he saw broken images in his head, leading up to the moment somebody had locked down on him with a high-powered rifle. He heard the sound of the tiny emery wheel striking dryly on a cigarette lighter. Then he both heard and smelled the flare of lighter fluid inside the flame guard. Just as he sucked the smoke deep into his lungs, he saw a needle-nosed projectile zipping over the floodwater, flying through the fire, making a thropping sound as it entered and exited his body, splintering his spinal cord like it was dried tuber. In the dream, he wanted to wrap his arms over his face or dive into the water, but he couldn't move or run or even drop the burning lighter from his hand. When he would wake, he would believe for just a moment that his terror was the result of a nightmare, and that his motor control was now restored, that he could walk to a bathroom and urinate into a bowl while the day and the world adjusted to his needs. but his paralysis encased him like concrete. He would push out his tongue on his lips and close and open his eyes in the dark, waiting for either movement or sensation to find its way back into his body. He would drop his eyes to where his hands lay on the sheet and wait for them to obey his mental commands. That's when he would hear a scream inside his head that was louder than any voice he had ever heard in the actual world. Eddie studied the curtains of rain sliding down his window and the patterns of shadow they made on his skin. When the two men in hospital greens entered his room, he thought they were going to check his catheter or sponge bathe him or hold a glass drinking straw to his mouth. Or maybe they would talk to him. His voice box had been spared. As long as he could talk, he still possessed a measure of control in his life. He could talk to these guys about his recovery. There must be ways to repair spinal breaks, he thought. Yeah, it was just a matter of getting to a better hospital in Houston or Boston or New York, places like that. Bertrand must have stashed the money from the house score. There would be plenty for good doctors and rehab programs. Yeah, let these local motherfuckers go play with their bedpans, he told himself. One of the men in green stared down at Eddie, his face floating above him like a white balloon. "How you feeling?" he asked. "I'm feeling okay," Eddie whispered. Why had he answered like that? Like some kid spitting watermelon seeds and tap dancing for Mr. Charlie. That's not the way he had talked to the hospital personnel before. What was different about this guy? "Because we want you to be comfortable for the ride down to the OR, the same man said. "It's the middle of the night," Eddie said. "Everything is haywire, Eddie. This storm really screwed us up," the man said. He yawned and looked at his watch. "Let's get you down the hall. I got to get home to my kids." The second man positioned a gurney next to Eddie's bed. When a tree of lightning printed itself against a backdrop of black sky, Eddie saw the man's face clearly. It was concave, the eyes recessed, the head elongated and bald, the lips the pink shade of an eraser on a pencil. The second man began disconnecting the wires and tubes that only moments earlier Eddie had looked upon as an annoyance. "What you doing, man?" he said. The man with the concave face smiled down at him. "Relax. You're in good hands," he said. Then the two men in greens lifted him as though he were weightless and set him gently on the gurney. As they pushed him through the corridor toward the elevator, they kept glancing down at him with benevolent expressions, their hands patting him reassuringly whenever he started to speak. On the first floor, he heard the elevator doors open. Then he felt the gurney's wheels rumbling through a passageway. A moment later, there was a whoosh of air and the sound of doors sliding again, and he could smell rain and engine exhaust and hear sirens pealing through the streets. The two men lifted the gurney and loaded it into the back of an ambulance. "Who y'all? What y'all doing to me?" Eddie said. "Help!" The man with the concave face and recessed eyes got inside with him and shut the door. Eddie's weight shifted on the gurney as the ambulance pulled out onto the street and drove away at high speed. "Scared?" the man said. "Ain't scared of nothing," Eddie replied. "Not of no Peckerwoods. Not of nothing." "You ought to be," the man said, inserting a chocolate bar into his mouth. He smiled as he chewed on the chocolate. Clete Purcell worked out of his secondary office on Main and stayed at our house, but he returned to New Orleans 3 times in his pursuit of the Melançon brothers and André Rochon. He used a city map to recreate the possible routes Bertrand Melançon could have used in his escape from Otis Baylor's neighborhood immediately following the shooting. He walked through backyards and alleys, and at a residential intersection found a woman throwing the remnants of her kitchen onto her terrace, smashing dishes and glassware on the flagstones. "Can I help you?" she said when she saw him watching her. Sweat was leaking out of her hairband. He showed her his PI badge and told her about the shooting down the street. He gave her the date and the approximate time the shooting took place. "I know all about it. I think they got what they deserved," she said. She wore a halter and shorts and flip-flops, and she had chestnut hair that hung in strands on her brow. Her skin was unnaturally white and dotted with moles. Cleet doubted if she was the type who would be seen in halter and shorts were it not for the intense heat inside her house.
"Two of those guys are still on the loose. I'd like to find them. They were in a green aluminum boat with an outboard motor on it."
"What, you think they're parked somewhere on the street waiting for you?"
"No, I think they dumped some stolen property around here. I'd like to recover it for my client."
She walked out on the edge of her lawn. She put her hands on her hips and stared at the intersection. There were blue veins in the tops of her breasts. "I saw an outboard like that almost hit an airboat full of cops. A black man was in the stern. It looked like another guy was slumped down in the bilge. They swung around behind my house and went up the alley. Were they the ones you're after?"
"It sounds like them. Did they stop?"
"I wish they had."
"Pardon?"
"If looters broke into my house, I was going to serve them ham sandwiches I'd filled with rat poison. I mixed the poison with mustard so they couldn't taste it. I made a dozen of them."
Cleet finished jotting down her words about the boat in his notebook. "Mind if I ask you a personal question?"
"What is it?" she said, her left eye wrinkling at the corner.
"Why are you smashing your dishware?"
"Because the goddamn insurance company just told me my policy doesn't cover water damage. Because I thought I'd give their worthless asses breakage they could understand. Because they just fucked me out of every cent I got from my divorce." Cleet looked down the street, suppressing a smile.
"Sorry I didn't get your name. Like to take a break? Get something to eat?" he said.
It was noon, Wednesday, and I was in Cleet's New Iberia office located in a refurbished brick building on Main Street, listening to his account of his most recent trip to New Orleans. The 19th century tin ceiling was stamped with a fleur-de-lis design, and the walls were decorated with antique firearms. Outside the rear window was a brick-paved patio shaded by potted palm and banana trees where Cleet often ate his lunch. But today, he couldn't stop talking about the Melançon brothers and André Rochon and the new woman he had met down the street from Otis Baylor's house. I believed Cleet was still wired from Katrina and was now giving himself over to an obsession, one that allowed him to believe if he nailed the guys who had run over him with their automobile, he could somehow revise all the events that had turned a gingerbread Caribbean city into food for every kind of jackal in the book.
"I got it figured, big man," he said. "Bertrand Melançon almost collided into an airboat full of NOPD guys, so he swerved down this alley behind Courtney's house."
"Whose house?"
"The gal I told you about, the one breaking dishes all over her terrace. Bertrand bagged it down the alley and hid Sidney Kovik's goods somewhere along the way. The hospital is only 3 blocks from Courtney's. I think I even found his boat. It was wedged under a pile of trees. The motor was gone, but it's a green aluminum job. Ducks Unlimited is painted on the hull. I bet they boosted it from a rescue operation."
"I think you're spending more time on these guys than you should," I said.
"How'd you arrive at that brilliant idea?"
"Twisting these guys won't bring back New Orleans, Cleet. It's gone. Just like our youth. The place we knew will be a place we look at in books that feature historical photography." He got up from behind his desk and stared out the window. He was wearing a short-sleeved green shirt with bluebirds and flowers printed on it. The back of his neck was pitted, his hair lightly oiled and clipped. I could see the color rising in his neck.
"Don't say that about New Orleans."
"All right, I won't. The guys who let people drown for 2 days are going to pour billions into rebuilding poor neighborhoods." He turned and faced me. The flattened scar that ran through one eyebrow and across his nose was the dull color and shape of an elongated tire patch.
"The shield I carry could have come out of a cereal box. The only credibility I have is the degree of respect I instill in scum like the Melançons. I wish it was different. I wish I was still with NOPD. But I flushed my legitimate career a long time ago. Don't be lecturing at me, Streak.
The room was silent a long time.
I got a call this morning on my cell from Bertrand Melançon, he said.
The Melançons have your number, I replied, glad to have something else to talk about.
Nig gave it to Bertrand. He says his brother was kidnapped out of Our Lady of the Lake. He wants me to get him back. That's what I was trying to tell you, but you kept interrupting me.
Who kidnapped him?
Bertrand thinks it was Sidney Kovic's people.
What did you tell him?
That I don't work for street pukes, particularly ones I think are rapists.
What's the rest of it?
I made a mistake. I should have figured out a way to bring him in. Bertrand must have found something in that house he can't fence. In fact, I got the impression he's not sure what he's holding.
You're not making sense.
That's what I told Bertrand. He wants to cut a deal with Sidney to get his brother back, but he thinks whatever it is he's holding is so hot Sidney is going to kill him and Eddie and Andre Rochon once he gets it back.
Don't get any deeper in this.
You haven't heard half of it. Bertrand started talking about bodies under the water in the lower Nine. He said they glowed under his boat. He said he's going to hell for something he did. I told him to take his bullshit to a priest and to lose my cell number. You know what he said?
I didn't want to hear more of it. Cleet's face was spotted with color the way it got when his liver was aching for a drink.
Bertrand said the last person he wanted to see was a priest. He said it was a priest who caused the bodies in the water to glow.
I'm gone, I said.
See what happens when I'm straight up with you? He yelled at my back.
I went back to the department, my head pounding. The enormous loss of life in New Orleans kept the media focused on Katrina, but Hurricane Rita had hurt us bad too, and it also flattened or flooded thousands of homes along the southeast Texas coast. In Lake Charles and Orange, Texas, there were blocks of houses that looked like a lumber yard after a tornado has gone through it. My desk and cell phones rang constantly. My intake basket was overflowing, my mailbox stuffed with pink message slips. Every cop, firefighter, and paramedic in the parish was getting by on a few hours sleep a night, sometimes on a desktop. Cops and firefighters from other states were on lend-lease to us, but the workload was staggering. I didn't have time to worry about people who had made bad choices for themselves or whom I couldn't help, including Father Jude LeBlanc. Wasted words. Wasted words. In his office, Cleet had mentioned a detail about the green aluminum boat that I couldn't get out of my head. I picked up the phone on my desk and punched in his number. You said you found the boat Bertrand Melançon was using?
Yeah, it was upside down under a pile of tree limbs and trash by the emergency room entrance, he replied. It looked like it had blood smears on the bow.
The words Ducks Unlimited were painted on the hull?
Yeah, what about it?
Was there anything else on the hull? He thought for a second.
A mallard with its wings outstretched. What's the deal?
Jude LeBlanc's girlfriend said Jude had found a boat to evacuate his parishioners from the church attic. She said it had a duck painted on it. Jude was chopping a hole in the attic when somebody attacked him. She never saw him again. He didn't reply, and I knew Cleet had done something else he wasn't eager to tell me about. What are you hiding? I said.
Bertrand Melançon called me again about 3 minutes ago. He wants help, but he won't come in. He thinks I'll either stomp his ass or turn him over to Sidney Kovic, so I gave him your cell and office numbers. If you don't want to talk to the guy, just hang up on him.
You made the right move.
I don't believe it. Are you feeling okay? He asked.
That evening, Molly and I ate by ourselves at the kitchen table. Cleet had gotten his old room back at the motor court up the street from the Winn-Dixie, and Alifair was working as a volunteer at the evacuee shelter in City Park. I thought you'd like smothered steak for a change. You don't like it? She said. I couldn't focus on her question. I think Jude LeBlanc probably drowned in the lower Nine, but maybe his death was a homicide, I said. I saw a quiet sense of exasperation take hold in her face, like a bad memory from her sleep that the daylight hours would not dispel. Dave,
Nobody can ever change what happened in New Orleans. I remember Jude. I liked him, but he was a sick man. I may have knowledge of a murder. I'm a police officer. I can't just say, sorry, son of a bitch, I've got my own problems. She looked through the window at the shadows in the pecan trees and live oaks and the wide expanse of Bayou Teche, now 20 feet up in the yard. She set her fork down on her plate. Her thumb ticked at a callus on her palm. Maybe you should take a nap and rest up before you go back on duty. A street puke by the name of Bertrand Melançon told Cleet he saw the bodies of drowned people glowing under his boat in the lower Nine. I think he and some lowlifes like him attacked Jude and took his boat. I think it cost Jude his life and the lives of people who were waiting in a church attic for Jude to rescue them. That's hard to blow off. Her plate was only half empty. She picked it up and walked outside, peering down the slope as though she wanted to witness the gloaming of the day. I thought perhaps she was going to finish her supper at the picnic table in solitude, but she scraped her smothered steak and rice and brown gravy and creamed corn on the ground for tripod and snugs. When she came back in, she washed her dishes and knife and fork in the sink, set them in the dry rack, and let out her breath. I think I'll take a walk. Do you want to come? She said. Not right now, thanks. Then I'll see you later. I like the food real good, Molly. I can't get all those dead people off my mind. I think about them and I want to kill somebody. That's just the way it is. I heard the front door shut behind her. Through the side window, I could see my neighbor's rotund, feminine, middle-aged son upending a long-neck beer in his backyard, his throat working smoothly, a band of late sunlight sparkling inside the bottle. 15 minutes later, a tan Honda stopped at the curb. Alifair got out and thanked the young woman driving, then came inside. "Where's Molly?" she said. "Taking a walk. Who was that?" "Thelma Baylor. She's helping out at the shelter." "Really?" I said. "She says you were out to her house." "That's right." "She says you think her dad shot some black guys." "It's a possibility." "I don't think Mr. Baylor is that kind of man." "Maybe he's not, Alf." "Don't call me that stupid name." Mr. Baylor's daughter was raped and sodomized and burned with cigarettes by 3 black degenerates. If that happened to you, maybe I would not be the same kind of person you'd think I am. Don't talk like that, Dave. I don't want to tell you whom to associate with, but I'd lose the connection with Thelma Baylor. That's as judgmental as it is unfair. So is killing people. What are you talking about? Like you said, Mr. Baylor doesn't seem like the kind of guy who gets off dumping a 17-year-old kid's brain pan into the water. But how about his daughter? You think she might be a candidate? I come home from the shelter, and I feel like I just walked through cobweb. Did you eat yet? God, she said. I walked across the railroad tracks in the drone of cicadas to an AA meeting that was held twice a week in a cottage opposite the old high school I attended many years ago. After the meeting, I walked to the office and began sorting out the piles of paperwork in my intake basket. At 10:14 p.m., my cell phone rang. "You Mr. Robichaud?" a voice said. "I am." "These motherfuckers in Baton Rouge ain't gonna do nothing about my brother." "Would you watch your language?" "What, my brother been kidnapped and you bothered about my motherfucking language?" "I'm going to take a guess. You're Bertrand Melançon." "Look, man, I don't know if them stones got blood on them or what. I just want my brother back." "Stones with blood on them? You got a hearing problem?" My wiring was frayed, my batteries on 0. The behavior of violent and stupid people never varies. The problem in attitude and frame of reference is yours, not theirs. If you're a pro, you become laconic and impassive and turn their own energies against them. But I wasn't up for it. You listen, you idiot. Your brother was shot because he asked for it. I don't know what stones you're talking about. I'm not your brother's keeper or yours either. I tried to tell that fat cracker Purcell, but he wouldn't listen.
I want to wash this city off me, man. I want to take my brother out of here. I want to make up for what we done. I ain't blowing gas, Jack. You going to help me or not? If you ain't, say it now. Where are you? I got to have your word, man. You're not in my jurisdiction. The warrants on you are in Orleans Parish. That's as good as it's going to get. I could hear him breathing into the phone's mouthpiece. You know your way around Jean-Rett? I see a cruiser. I see a uniform. I'm a rocket. Chapter 14. The club was constructed of cinder block with a flat tin roof salvaged from a barn and was located on a back street in Jean-Rett not far from a drawbridge over the Teche. The sky was black, but floodlights illuminated the signs advertising the drive-by window where the owner sold frozen daiquiris to the happy motoring crowd at $5 a pop. The outside lights also lit the iron framework of the bridge and the bayou's surface, which was running high up on the pilings and looked like yellow rust. When I got out of my pickup, the night air was throbbing with the sounds of tree frogs, the wind blowing through a sugarcane field out in the darkness. I didn't want to enter the club. I didn't want to breathe the cigarette smoke and bathroom disinfectant and refrigerated sweat and revisit the world in which I had lived a large part of my teenage and adult life. But that's what I did. The only light inside came from the neon beer signs over the bar and the partially open doors to the restrooms. The booths were made of wood and red vinyl and were nicked, split, gouged, and cigarette-burned, and reminded me of a row of darkened caves along the wall. Most of the people drinking in the club were either African-American or blue-collar, hardcore coon-asses or people who called themselves Creoles and lived on both sides of the color line. It was a place marked by neither joy nor despair, and seldom by violence or as a place of inception for romantic trysts. It was a place people went when they wished to set their lives into abeyance, where clocks didn't matter, and where Fox News assured them the problems in their lives were of other people's manufacture. In a booth at the back of the club, I saw a young black man sitting by himself, a beer and a length of microwave white boudin unwrapped from its wax paper in front of him. He was wearing a short-brimmed fedora with a tiny red feather in the band, one like John Lee Hooker used to wear. But he had the same haunted jailhouse look as the kid whose mugshot was in a manila folder in my office file cabinet. His eyes lifted into mine. You Robichaud? I sat down across from him. You called me Mister on the phone. You can call me Mister now or Detective. Whatever. I've got a long night ahead of me. What is it you have that might be of interest to us? Man, you reeking of hostility. What's your fucking problem? You are. Me? What I ever done to you? I have it on fairly good authority you and your brother and your friends are probably rapists. How about lowering your voice, man? I could feel a tuning fork start to tremble inside me. I once saw American troops who had been hung in trees and skinned alive. The anger I experienced then was of a kind that destroys our humanity and gives false justification for the evil we in turn perpetrate upon others. I had these same feelings toward Bertrand Melançon now. I went to the bar and bought a bottle of carbonated water and sat back down. I drank from the bottle and screwed the cap tight. What did you take out of Sidney Kovic's house? He kept trying to read my face as though he were watching a dangerous animal through the bars of a cage. A .38 and some cash and silverware and shit. Looky here, man, before I say anything else, what are these stones you keep talking about? No, man, you got to clear up this rumor I'm hearing about this guy Kovic. He cut off somebody's legs with a chainsaw? Sidney and his wife used to live in Metairie. They had a little boy who was 5 years old. He was playing on his three-wheeler in the next-door neighbor's drive. The neighbor came home drunk and drove over him with his car and killed him. About 6 months later, the neighbor disappeared. No one knows what happened to him. But some people say Sidney put on a raincoat and rubber gloves and went down in a basement in Shreveport and committed an awful deed. I don't know if I'd put a lot of credence in that or not. Bertrand's face looked stricken and seemed to actually turn gray with fear. He clenched his hands between his thighs and drew air through his teeth. Man, I don't want to hear stuff like that. You mess with Sidney, that's the way it flushes. Tell me about the stones you took from Sidney's house. No fence is going to touch them. The word's out. The guy holding these rocks is going to get hung up in a meat locker a piece at a time. That ain't a shuck, man. 3 different guys told me that. That's why they took Eddie. While we're sitting here, they're sweating Eddie. I can't stand thinking about it. His breath was sour with funk, his face coated with an oily sheen. He gripped his stomach and shut his eyes. You okay? I said. I got ulcers. And you're eating boudin and drinking alcohol? Looky, what if I leave most everything for you in a bag? Maybe I just hold back a little, and you give it to Mr. Kovic. Where did the shot come from? He swallowed, disconcerted, angry over his powerlessness and the fact that I kept redirecting the conversation. I ain't seen it. I just heard it and saw Eddie go down. You know what bothers me here, Bertrand? You make no mention of Kevin Rochon. He was 17. He was the only one among y'all without a sheet. He got his brains blown out, and all you can talk about is yourself and your brother. We told Andre not to bring him. It ain't our fault. Why you keep getting on my case? You boosted a boat in the lower 9, didn't you? I saw his fingers splay on his stomach again, his mouth hang open as a rush of pain flared into his bowels and wrecked him. I can't take this. I wish it had been me instead of Kevin or Eddie. I just want to get my brother back. I just want out. He wasn't acting. I genuinely believed that Bertrand Melançon had taken up residence in a place that does not have geographical boundaries, one that we associate with mythology and outmoded religions. If I were you, I'd ship Kovic's goods to his flower store in Algiers. With luck, he'll turn your brother loose and he won't come after you. I tried to hold my eyes on his and not blink, but he read the lie in them. I'm dead, ain't I? Tell me what you did to the priest in the lower 9. That fat cracker said you were straight up, but you ain't no different from me. You working the angle, running the con, trying to make me sick and afraid so you can get what you want. The people glowed under the water. That's what happened out there, man. Won't nobody believe that. But I seen it. I hope I end up with them. Maybe you're gonna feel like that one day too, motherfucker. He clutched his boudin inside the wax paper it had been heated in and took it with him out the door. I unscrewed the cap from the bottle of carbonated water and drank from the neck. I wondered at the ease with which I had just gone about dismembering an impaired man. The club was stone quiet. I could hear the carbonation bubbling inside the bottle in my hand. Molly was asleep when I got home, her face turned toward the wall, her hip rounded under the sheet. I lay my shirt and trousers across the back of a chair, but I didn't get in bed. Instead, I sat on the floor in my skivvies inside a box of slatted moonlight, my spine against the bed frame. I sat there for a long time, but I cannot tell you exactly why. Outside, I could hear the drawbridge clanking at Burke Street and the droning of a deep-draft workboat laboring down the bayou. "What are you doing down there?" Molly said above me. I didn't want to wake you up. I could hear her moving herself across the mattress so she could see me better. "You're not going crazy on me, are you?" She meant it as a joke. "I have memories I can't get rid of no matter what I do," I replied. "It's like trying to self-exorcise a succubus. I don't have your degree of spiritual conviction, Molly. I remember events that happened either yesterday or years ago, and I remember the bastards who caused them, and I want to go back in time and do them great injury. That's not honest. I want to paint the wall with them." She lay on her stomach, propped on her elbows, her head hanging down close to mine. You can't confide in me? You don't think we're a partnership in dealing with whatever problems come down the road? Is that where we are in our marriage? She tapped a finger on my neck. I asked you a question, Trooper. I just put the screws to a black kid in Jeanrette. He's a street puke and meth dealer and maybe a rapist. But you don't rip out their spokes when their wheels are already broken. Her face hovered on the side of my vision. I could smell the shampoo in her hair. She put one hand on my shoulder and squeezed it. You never deliberately hurt an innocent person in your life, Dave, she said. You take on other people's suffering without their ever asking. Your greatest virtue is your greatest weakness. I turned my head and looked into her face. Her mouth was pink, her skin shiny in the moonlight. She'd had her hair cut short so that it was thick and even on the ends where it hung down on her cheeks. One of her nightgown straps had pulled loose, and I could see the spray of freckles on her shoulder. She walked her fingers through my hair. Will you get off the floor, please? She said. I lay down beside her and pulled her against me. I could feel her breath against my ear. Her hands pressed me hard in the small of my back. She hooked a thumb in the elastic of my underwear and began to work the fabric down on my hip. Then she gave it up and let me undress by myself while she pulled off her panties and nightgown. I started to get on top of her, but she pushed me back and sat on my thighs, her arms propped by my shoulders. She stared down at me in a way I didn't understand. I don't know what I would do if anything happened to you, Dave. I never thought I would feel that way about a man. But I do about you, she said. Molly, I began. No, that's the way it is. Anyone who tries to hurt you will have to kill me first. She lowered her hand and pressed me inside her. When it was over, I placed my head against the dampness of her breast and could hear her heart beating as loud and full as a drum. The next day, Thursday, a homeless man was rooting in a dumpster behind a Baton Rouge veterinary clinic, spearing cans out of it with a stick that he had mounted a nail on. All the animals had been removed from the clinic in advance of Hurricane Rita, and the veterinary had not returned to reopen his business. The bar next door had opened at 7 a.m., but the only movement inside was the swamper airing out the building and sweeping trash through the back door into the alley. The homeless man filled his vinyl bag with cans and was tying the top when he heard a sound that did not fit into the normal routine of his morning. He set his bag down gingerly on the asphalt and let the cans settle inside the vinyl. He listened for the sound to repeat itself, but heard nothing except the wind blowing through the trees in the cemetery at the end of the block. He walked down to one end of the alley and looked both ways, then went to the other end and did the same. The swamper, a black man, paused in his work. "Something wrong?" he said. "You ain't heard that sound?" the homeless man asked. "What sound?" the swamper said. "A sound like an animal trapped in the wall or something." "There ain't no animals in that building. Owners came and got 'em all. Lightning burned out the air conditioning. Ain't no animal in the wall either." The swamper went back in the bar, but the homeless man continued to stand in the middle of the alley, turning his head one way, then another as the wind gusted and died. He picked up his bag of cans and flung it over his shoulder, the heavy load of it hitting him solidly in the back. Then he heard the sound again. This time there was no doubt where it came from. The homeless man set down his bag and pulled open a heavy metal door that gave onto a foyer and the delivery entrance to the clinic. Deep inside the gloom, he could make out a gurney that had been left by the clinic door. On top of it was an oblong shape someone had wrapped with a sheet and strapped down against a rubber pad that smelled of urine. The homeless man lifted up the sheet, revealing the crown of a black man's head. He peeled back the sheet farther and saw the black man's eyes and unshaved jaws and a bandaged wound in his throat. But it was the eyes and the expression in the black man's face that caused the homeless man's hands to shake. "I'll get help. I'm coming back. I promise," he said. He tripped over his bag of cans as he ran for the back door of the bar, waving his arms. That same afternoon,
I received a call from Special Agent Betsy Mossbacher in Baton Rouge. She had grown up in Chugwater, Wyoming, and wore jeans and boots, and on one occasion tracked horse shit into Helen Swallow's office, and to Helen's face referred to her as a member of the Tongue and Groove Club. Oddly, they became the best of friends. "How's it going, Dave? I'm taking over the shooting of Eddie Melanson and Kevin Rochon. I thought I should update you." Betsy Mossbacher was an in-your-face cowgirl, probably the most socially inept federal law officer at the Bureau, and the worst non-drunk automobile driver I ever worked with. But her level of integrity and courage was unquestionable. I had previously thought that the investigation into the shooting of Melanson and Rochon would either die as a result of investigative dead ends or simple bureaucratic inertia. Betsy's assignment as the new case officer was not good news for whoever had pulled the trigger. "I'm only involved in the Melanson-Rochon investigation in a tangential way," I said. "I love your vocabulary, but cut the crap. A homeless guy found Eddie Melanson behind an animal hospital early this morning." "Melanson is dead?" "That would be one way of describing him. He has sensation from the neck up, but there's no way to know about his brain. There were adhesive traces over his mouth and nose. I suspect he was tortured in some fashion involving air deprivation. My guess is he didn't have anything to give up, and it took a long time for his abductors to accept that." She paused to let the implications sink in. "What have you got on your end?" "Not much. It started as a Lend-Lease investigation following Katrina," I said. "I talked with Bertrand Melanson in a bar in Jeanrette last night. I think he's holding goods he stole from Sidney Kovic's house and is afraid to keep them and even more afraid to give them back." "You were with Bertrand Melanson and didn't bust him?" "Our Ritz-Carlton is full up. How about yours?" I could hear her frustration building. "Listen, Dave, this case would go away except for the fact somebody put a bullet through the brain of a 17-year-old black kid with no record. Too many white-swinging dicks were having a fine time shooting black ass in uptown New Orleans. Or at least that's what my boss thinks. Secondly, Sidney Kovic is a person of ongoing great interest to the Bureau. When you interview perps who are in my caseload, I want to know about it." "Bertrand told me he's holding stones of some kind from Kovic's house. He was talking about stones that have blood on them." This time it was my turn to let the implication sink in. "Blood diamonds," she said. "That's what it sounds like." "You mean a street puke may have scored millions on a simple B&E? I think right now Bertrand would trade them for a bus ticket to Saskatoon." I wanted to forget about the Melanson brothers and the Rochons and Sidney Kovic, but I couldn't get Father Jude LeBlanc off my mind. Regardless, I hadn't brought up his name with Betsy Mossbacher. Why? Because the honest-to-God truth is law enforcement is not even law enforcement. We deal with problems after the fact. We catch criminals by chance and accident, either during the commission of crimes or through snitches. Because of forensic and evidentiary problems, most of the crimes recidivists commit are not even prosecutable. Most inmates currently in the slams spend lifetimes figuring out ways to come to the attention of the system. Ultimately, jail is the only place they feel safe from their own failure. Unfortunately, the last people on our minds are the victims of crime. They become an addendum to both the investigation and the prosecution of the case, adverbs instead of nouns. Ask rape victims or people who have been beaten with gun butts or metal pipes or tied to chairs and tortured how they felt toward the system after they learned that their assailants were released on bond without the victims being notified. I don't believe in capital punishment, but I don't argue with the prosecutors who support it. The mouths of the people they represent are stopped with dust. What kind of advocate would not try to give them voice?
But what could I possibly do for Jude LeBlanc? He had volunteered for the Garden of Gethsemane, hadn't he? Everybody takes his own bounce. Those were the kind of thoughts I walked around with in the middle of the day. That evening, at sunset, the sky directly overhead was absolutely blue. The trees in our yard dark with shadow and pulsing with robins who were returning from the north. As we were clearing the dishes from the kitchen table, Alifair happened to glance out the window. "Clete Purcell is in our backyard," she said. He was sitting at the redwood table, watching a tugboat pass on the bayou. Tripod and Snugs were both on the tabletop enjoying the evening. Tripod was sniffing the breeze while Snugs paced up and down, his stiffened tail bouncing off Clete's face. Clete lit a cigarette, something I hadn't seen him do in months. I went outside and sat down next to him. His face was red, but I couldn't smell booze on his breath or weed on his clothes. He read my eyes. "I drove back to the big sleazy with the top down," he said. "You in the dumps about something?" "Courtney and I got a little greedy." "Wait a minute. Who's Courtney again?" "Courtney de Gravel, the gal who lives up the street from Otis Baylor's house, the one who saw Bertrand Melançon almost sideswiping an OPD airboat." I took the cigarette from Clete's hand, dropped it on the ground, and mashed it out. "Dave, cut me some slack, will you?" "Got greedy how?" He lifted up Snugs by his tail and bounced him up and down on his back paws. Snugs was thick-necked and had short white hair and muscles that rippled when he walked. His ears were chewed and bent, his fur threaded with pink scars. He was profligate in his romantic life and proprietary about his yard. He fought ferocious battles to safeguard Tripod, and often slept on the roof at night to make sure no interlopers violated his and Tripod's turf. Clete was the only person he would allow to take liberties with him, I suspect because Snugs knew a brother-in-arms when he saw one. "Courtney says she saw a young black guy prowling in the alley behind her house a couple of weeks ago. He was pulling something out of a rafter in a garage. She didn't think a lot about it until I told her I believed Bertrand Melançon stashed Kovic's goods somewhere in that alley before he took his brother to the hospital." "You told her all this?" "Hey, she's trying to help. She called me yesterday and says she found some soaked bills in her hedge. Not just a few, bundles of them. I think Bertrand dropped them in the water and they floated down to Courtney's." "How much are we talking about?" $17 grand and change." "You and Courtney were going to keep it?" "I thought about it. What was I going to do, take it to Sydney? What if it wasn't his? Think he was going to admit that? Not mine, Purcell. You keep it because you're a great guy." "So what did you do?" "I had a funny feeling about the bills. If they were Sydney's, why would he keep them in his house? Even if the money was hot, he could launder it through a South American bank. So I took a few bills to Fat Tommy Whalen. Remember him, Tommy Orca? Used to fence, smash, and grab jewelry and watches for the Carlucci crew. Tommy started going over the bills with a magnifying glass, making all these bubbling sounds of approval until finally I say, 'You turning queer for dead presidents?' 'Yeah, queer is the word, Purcell,' he says. 'The work is beautiful, but it's queer. Who did it?' Can you believe that? The street pukes not only had the bad luck to rob and destroy Sidney Kovic's house, the money they got out of it is counterfeit." His account had been long and circuitous, which was always Clete's method of avoiding an admission of some kind. "Back to the subject," I said. "I want to take a bath in lye water. Ever since Katrina hit, I've been hearing the sound of little piggy feet running for the trough. Washington insiders are down here by the shitload. Now I'm as dirty as they are." I tapped him between the shoulder blades with the flat of my fist. "You're the best of the best, Cletus. Give the bills back to Courtney de Gravel and tell her to turn them over to the FBI. Stay away from Sydney. End of story." Snugs did a U-turn, bumping his tail across Clete's face, waiting for Clete to scratch him between the ears. In the morning, I called Betsy Mossbacher's extension at the FBI office in Baton Rouge and got her voicemail. Sidney Kovic may have had counterfeit money stashed in his house. Some bills washed up in an alley down the street. Again, I'm not sure they're his. Good luck, I said. I hoped I would not hear from Betsy for a while. She rang back 3 minutes later. "How do you know about these bills?" she asked. "Confidential informant," I replied. "Right." Then I broached the subject that had preyed on my mind since Natalia Ramos had first told me of Jude LeBlanc's probable fate. "You hear anything about a priest drowning in the lower Nine?" "No." "His name is Father Jude LeBlanc. He was trying to chop a hole in the attic of a church when his boat was stolen from him. Maybe the Melançon brothers and the two Rochons were the guys who took the boat." "A lot of people were washed out to sea," she said. "I think there's still hundreds of people under the debris. Some state troopers believe there are over 35 people buried under one building alone. The smell is awful." "There's more to the story, Betsy. Bertrand Melançon says he saw luminescent bodies under the water in the lower Nine. You hear of anything like that?" "I better let you go." "Don't blow me off. Melançon said Jude LeBlanc caused the bodies to glow. The guy's got the Furies after him. He saw or did something out there. Maybe he committed a homicide." "These are bad times. Why carry a load that will break your back and not make the load lighter for anybody else? Take care of yourself, Dave." Many years ago, United States Senator Huey P. Long, also known as the Kingfish, made a gift of our state to Frank Costello. In turn, Costello subcontracted the vice in Louisiana to a crime family in New Orleans. NOPD and the mob coexisted in much the same way the mob had coexisted with legal authority in Chicago and New York. The French Quarter was Elsie the cash cow, and no one was allowed to mess with her. The model was the baths of Caracalla. Conventioneers from Omaha and Meridian could watch bottomless strip shows on Bourbon. They could spit whiskey and soda on each other in hotel bedrooms and get laid by hookers who looked like movie stars. At Mardi Gras, they could frolic with transvestites and twirl their phalluses on the balcony of Tony Bacino's gay nightclub. If the bill was a little high, few complained. The operational rule was simple. Everyone had a grand time and went home happy. Sin City was safe, and all sins committed there were forgiven, courtesy of NOPD and the local chapter of the New Orleans Mafia. Law and order and family values were not abstractions. Murphy artists got thrown off roofs, and jack rollers and street dips got escorted to the parish line and had their bone structure remodeled. Anyone who stuck up a restaurant or bar frequented either by New Orleans cops or wise guys got smoked on the spot. No one was sure what happened to child molesters. I always suspected some of them started new incarnations as fish chum. Cultural symbiosis was a way of life. The mob's leadership was amoral and ruthless, but they always operated in pragmatic fashion. They were family men and adhered to certain rules, one of which was not to attract attention. As businessmen, they understood the importance of public church attendance, ceremonial patriotism, and the appearance of decency. Most of them kept their word, particularly when they dealt with NOPD. In fact, it was the only currency that allowed them to remain functional. This all changed when crack cocaine hit the city. Within 2 or 3 years' time, the Walking Dead were all over the downtown area. Black teenagers who looked like they had baked their mush in the microwave that morning were wandering around with 9mm, totally disconnected from the suffering and death they sometimes inflicted. New Orleans' long and happy relationship with the great whore of Babylon was over. A kid with the IQ of tapioca pudding might rob you of your money in the St. Louis cemetery, and as an afterthought, for no reason he would ever be able to explain, splatter your brains all over a brick crypt. John Dillinger, while being booked at the Crown Point, Indiana jail, was asked by a newsman what he thought of Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow. He grinned lopsidedly and replied, They're a pair of punks. They're giving bank robbery a bad name. In New Orleans, the respectable criminal infrastructure of the city was being replaced by pipeheads and street pukes. They were the new punks, and they were ruining the fun for everyone. But some members of the old order clung to the old ways and refused to accept the fact they were dinosaurs. One of these was a 585-pound pile of whale sperm by the name of Fat Tommy Whalen, also known as Tommy Orca and Tommy Fins. He wore ice cream linen suits and had slits for eyes. His neighborhood country club revoked his membership after he cannonballed off the diving board and sent a tidal wave into a wedding party and knocked the bride into a flower bed. His family vehicle was an SUV whose undercarriage was supported by tank springs. The youngest of his 5 children, his daughter, weighed over 300 pounds. Years ago, every Wednesday and Saturday night, Tommy took the entire Whalen family to an all-you-can-eat $6 buffet in Metairie and drove the owner out of business. He was a Damon Runyon character I had shared a box with at the racetrack, a gelatinous cartoon of a human being who smelled of baby powder and lilac water and mouth spray. But the dope culture had been the bane of respectable illegal enterprise in New Orleans, and Tommy's personal code had gone down the toilet with the city's. The shorter version, Clete Purcell had managed to walk into an airplane propeller. The general story made the Times-Picayune. The particulars came to me from a New Iberia paramedic who had gone to work in New Orleans right after the storm. Tommy Fins arrived at Sidney Kovic's flower store in Algiers in fine style, resplendent in white slacks that would fit a rhino, and sky-blue silk shirt and flowing polka-dot necktie. One of Sidney's hired help, Marco Scarlatti, opened the door of the SUV for him as though royalty were arriving and walked with him to the entrance of the store. The morning was still cool, the green and white striped canopy above the display window filling with the breeze off the river. Marco opened the door wide for Fat Tommy to enter. "Sidney is running a few minutes late. Have some coffee and chocolate donuts. We got a shit pile of them," he said. "Yeah, I could use a snack. Thanks, Marco." "You got it, Tommy. You're looking good. Looks like you lost a few pounds." But while Tommy Orca had been talking to Marco, he had not kept his attention focused on the width of the doorway. Before he realized it, he had wedged himself inside the door frame. His buttocks splayed on one jam, his stomach and scrotum crushed into the other. "You gotta give me a push, Marco," he wheezed. Marco began shoving from behind, squatting down, pushing with his shoulder as though loading a horse onto a trailer. Then his fellow bodyguard, Charlie Weiss, came from the back of the shop and began pulling on Tommy's arm, twisting it in the socket. "Your face don't look too good. You okay?" Marco said. "Get him a glass of water, Charlie." "He weighs enough as it is. Christ, his legs are giving out. Stand up, Tommy. This is not the place to sit down." "Oh, shit," Charlie said. By the time the paramedics arrived at the store, Tommy's enormous girth had settled into the door frame like a partially deflated blimp. His lips were filmed with spittle, his breath an agonized gasp. "Hang on, buddy, we're going to knock out the wall," a paramedic said. But Tommy wasn't listening. His face was pouring sweat, his eyes focused on Marco's. "I'm fucked," he said. "No, we're getting you out, Tommy. Just hang on, man," Marco said. Tommy breathed in and out as though deliberately oxygenating his blood. "Listen, tell Sidney that Clete Purcell has got his queer. Tell Sidney to take care of my family." Then Tommy the whale closed his eyes and swam out to sea, leaving Clete with a millstone hung around his neck. Chapter 15. Otis Baylor came into my office early Monday. He wore slacks and suspenders, a long-sleeved white shirt and a tie, and seemed to radiate the freshness of the morning. But obviously he did not want me to misinterpret the purpose of his visit. "I have a question that needs to be resolved," he said. "Sit down." A man named Ronald Bledsoe came by my house Saturday, unannounced and uninvited. He said he's a private investigator working for the state. He showed me a gold badge and an ID card with his photograph on it. Is this something the state is doing? I'm not sure. What did this fellow want? He said he's investigating the shooting of those black kids. He asked me if one of them had gone up my driveway. I told him I didn't know. He asked me if I'd found any items on my property that might have been stolen from other people's homes. What did you tell him? That if I'd found stolen goods anywhere, I would have turned them over to the authorities. He said my neighbor had seen one of the looters in my driveway. Which neighbor? At first he didn't want to tell me. Then he said it was Tom Claggart. I didn't like this man's manner, Mr. Robichaux. It's Dave. He ignored my correction. I think this man is a fraud. He's a strange-looking fellow. He has strange eyes. I took a yellow legal pad out of my desk. Did he leave a business card? No, I didn't ask for one either. Would you describe him, please? He's a tall white man, bald, with a long face that's sunken in the middle. His mouth is a funny color, like it has rouge on it, or it doesn't go with his skin. He's got a soft voice and accent, the kind people from the Carolinas have. His eyes are green. My daughter was working in the yard. He kept looking at her. I don't want this guy around my house again. If he comes back, tell him to leave if he doesn't call us. You'll come out? Yes, sir. That's all I needed to know. He started to rise from his chair. I wanted to ask you a question on another subject, I said, pushing aside my legal pad as though our official business were over. In the Army, the first military weapon I fired was the .03 Springfield. He was standing up now, waiting for me to pull the string. It's a fine rifle. Did you leave yours behind in New Orleans? I said. No. It's in my house in New Iberia. You want to see it? I thought maybe I could shoot it sometime. Be my guest. You must have a lot of time on your hands, he said. After he was gone, I stirred my pen in a circle on my ink blotter. Otis Baylor was either an innocent man or a very smart one. If he or a member of his family had shot the two looters, the temptation would have been to lose the probable murder weapon in the event the round was found embedded in a house or tree trunk across the street. But I suspected Otis did not get where he was by doing the predictable. I pulled the file on the shooting from my metal cabinet and looked back at the notes on my interview with the next-door neighbor, Tom Claggart. Claggart had said he had been sound asleep and had not heard the shot that crippled Eddie Melanson and killed Kevin Rochon. But the man calling himself a private investigator claimed Claggart had told him he saw one of the looters emerge from Otis Baylor's driveway. If the P.I. was telling the truth, Claggart had lied to either me or the P.I. Why? I didn't know. Early Tuesday morning, Cleet Purcell woke to the sound of bird song in his cottage at the motor court. In its shabby way, his home away from home was a grand place, straight out of another era, with no telephones in the rooms, shaded by live oaks, the slope down to the bayou spangled with autumnal sunshine. He fixed coffee and dropped a ham steak and 3 eggs in a frying pan and brushed his teeth and shaved while his food cooked. Then he opened the blinds and looked out upon his caddy, its top spotted with bird droppings. It sat where he had parked it the previous night, under a spreading live oak. A tall man, whose waxed bald head seemed unnaturally elongated, was studying it, a knuckle poised on his chin. He leaned down and looked at the wire wheels and the rusted chrome on the back bumper and the Louisiana tag filmed with dried mud. He wiped the film from one number on the tag with his thumb, then dusted off his fingers. "Can I help you with something?" Cleet said from his doorway. "I was admiring your vehicle. I restore vintage cars as a hobby," the man replied. He had heavy eyebrows like half-moon strips of animal fur that had been glued onto an expressionless face. I own a Rolls-Royce, but I love Cadillacs, too. Where'd you get yours?
A movie company was making a film in New Iberia. They sold off all their vehicles when they left town.
I wish I could have gotten in on that, the man said. My name is Ronald Bledsoe. What's yours?
You'll have to excuse me. I'm eating breakfast right now, Cleet said.
He started to close the door. I just moved in across the way and wanted to introduce myself.
That's funny. A family that got blown out of Cameron Parish was staying there.
My agency helped them relocate. I'm a private investigator.
Is that why you were checking out my tag?
No, it's just a habit I have. I see dirt and I wipe it off. Early upbringing, I guess.
Maybe you can recommend a place that restores old caddies.
The man who called himself Ronald Bledsoe stared thoughtfully at the bayou. As a matter of fact, I do know a local gentleman. Let me write his name down for you on my business card. He wrote on the back of a card and handed it to Cleet. Tell him I sent you.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate this, Cleet said, holding up the card, sticking it into his shirt pocket.
Cleet finished his breakfast, then called me on his cell phone.
A guy with a hush-puppy accent and the name Ronald Bledsoe was messing around my caddy. He's hinky as a corkscrew. Can you run him through the NCIC?
I already did.
What'd you get back on him?
The same guy was out to Otis Baylor's house. Baylor thought he was weird, too. The National Crime Information Center has nothing on him.
Why was this guy talking to Baylor?
He seemed to think Bertrand Melançon might have stashed stolen goods on Baylor's property. He claims to be working for the state.
His business card says he's out of Key West. I called the number, but the phone is disconnected. He also referred me to a car detailer in Lafayette. The guy didn't recognize the name. You think he's working for Sydney?
Maybe.
This guy's a real creep, Dave.
How many PIs are normal people?
I can't believe you just said that.
You know what I mean.
I'm glad you explained that, otherwise I would think you're insulting as hell.
Cleet had said that since Katrina he had heard the sounds of little piggy feet clattering to the trough. I think his image was kind. I think the reality was far worse. The players were much bigger than the homegrown parasites that have sucked the life out of Louisiana for generations. The new bunch was educated and groomed and had global experience in avarice and venality and made the hair oil and polyester crowd in our state legislature look like the Ecclesiastical College of Cardinals. Think of an inverted pyramid. Staggering sums of money were given to insider corporations who subcontracted the jobs to small outfits that used only non-union labor. A $500 million contract for debris removal was given to a company in Miami that did not own a single truck. Then the work was subcontracted to people who actually load debris and haul it away. Emergency roof repairs, what are called blue roof jobs, involved little more than tacking down rolls of blue felt on plywood. FEMA provided the felt free. Insider contractors got the jobs for $100 a square foot and paid the subs $2 a square foot. In the meantime, 50,000 non-union workers were brought into the city, most of them from the Caribbean, and were paid an average of $8 to $9 an hour to do the work. Why dwell on it? It's unavoidable. It became obvious right after Katrina that the destruction of New Orleans was an ongoing national tragedy and probably an American watershed in the history of political cynicism. I knew early on that the events taking place in New Orleans now would lay large claim on the rest of my career, if not my life. If I had been able to convince myself otherwise, the call I was about to receive from Special Agent Betsy Mossbacher would have quickly disillusioned me. Sorry to bother you again, but I've got some conflicting information here regarding a Felix Ramos, street name Chula Ramos. This guy and his buddy were supposed to be transferred from the Iberia Parish prison into our custody, she said. That's right. He and his fall partner got nailed at a meth lab. I interviewed both of them. That was right before Katrina. You guys were supposed to pick them up. 2 informants, independently of each other, say Chula is working as an electrician and plumber in New Orleans. I've talked to 5 different people in Iberia Parish, including your jailer. No one seems to know where Ramos is, or what happened to him, or if he ever existed. Can you explain that? How about his partner? His partner is in the stockade. There's no problem with his partner, not unless you guys lose him before we can get down there. I'll get back to you. I called the parish prison and the district attorney. Then I went into Helen's office. The FBI thinks we've lost Felix Ramos, one of those guys who... Yeah, the one who called me queer in Spanish. Yeah, that one, I said, my eyes slipping off hers. The ADA who caught the case says he was marked for transfer to federal custody, so she put everything on hold. In fact, she thought the FBI had already picked him up. Maybe they did. Maybe they lost him in their own system. Betsy Mossbacher isn't one to screw up like that. She says Ramos may be drawing paychecks in New Orleans. A lot of MS-13 guys are in the trades. Give me a few minutes, she said. I went back to my office. It was almost quitting time. I felt like I was in a bad dream, unable to extract myself from New Orleans and the Melanson-Rochon shooting and the probable homicide of Jude LeBlanc. I wanted to go home and eat a hot supper with my family, and perhaps walk down Main Street with them in the twilight and have a dessert on the terrace behind Clementine's restaurant. I wanted to have a normal life again. My extension buzzed. Ramos's name got misspelled on the arrest report, Helen said. The misspelling went into the computer. We have 3 other inmates in custody who have similar names. One of them finished his sentence during Rita. The day he was supposed to get out, he was at Iberia General for treatment of a venereal infection. Felix Ramos walked out in his stead. To top it off, the ADA says the bust probably won't hold anyway. Ramos was 100 feet from the lab when it was raided, and there's no evidence or witness statements to put him inside it. Nothing like drinking rum and Coca-Cola on the bayou, huh, boss? In the morning, I decided the only way to deal with the Melanson-Rochon file was to hit it head-on and to stop giving a free pass to people who had lied to me. There was no conventional telephone service in New Orleans, and I doubted there would be any for a long time. I called Otis Baylor and asked if he had a cell number for his next-door neighbor, Tom Claggett. There might be one in my Rolodex, he said. Do you mind looking it up? After a pause, he said, Just a minute. He came back to the phone and gave me the number, but he did not hide his impatience well. Does your call to Tom Claggett concern us? I'm not sure, but it's a police matter, Mr. Baylor. We're not obligated to inform the public about the content of an investigation or the procedures we follow. I think it's important we all understand that. He eased the telephone back into the cradle, breaking the connection. I punched in Claggett's cell number. He answered on the 3rd ring. Tom Claggett, he said. This is Dave Robichaux again. I need to check a discrepancy between... How'd you get this number? That's not the issue, Mr. Claggett. It is to me. My cell number's private. Would you like to conduct this interview in handcuffs? I'm sorry. We're under a lot of pressure here. I should have gone with Otis Baylor. He can be a pain in the ass, but at least he's honest. Say again? I should have bought my insurance policy from Otis. My carrier is sticking it to me. I hear Otis has been approving his clients' water damage claims on the spot. I bet his company is shitting their pants. I tried to get the conversation back on track. There's a discrepancy between your statement to me and the account you gave a private investigator regarding the shooting of the looters. You told me you were asleep, and you heard and saw nothing. Do you stand by that statement? I had a few drinks that night. Things got kind of mixed up. Did you tell the private investigator one of the looters was in the Baylor driveway, that maybe he left stolen goods there? I don't remember saying that. I don't remember saying that last part. The investigator's name is Ronald Bledsoe. Do you remember that name? I think so. Can you come into my office?" "No, I can't do that. I'm all tied up here. I don't know what all this is about." Why had he lied? Was it because he had done nothing to stop the looters? Was he simply trying to hide the fact that he was a blowhard? People lie over less. "You told Bledsoe the truth?" "Maybe I saw one of those black guys in the shadows, but I didn't see the shooting. Look, I just want out of this." "Out of what?" "Everything. I didn't hurt anyone. Leave me alone." I could almost smell his fear on the other side of the connection. "Mr. Claggett?" He clicked off his cell. In my mind's eye, I saw a man whose eyes were tightly shut, his hand clenched around his cell phone as he tried to rethink every misstep he had just made. I saw a man who despised himself for his own weakness, and who now carried the extra burden of knowing that through his own volition he had revealed himself to others as a liar and a fraud, if not a coward. Also, he had blurted out that he had not hurt anyone, when in fact no one had accused him of doing so. There was a very good chance Tom Claggett was speaking of another incident, perhaps another crime of which I had no knowledge. For whatever reason, he had done all these things to himself without external provocation. I believe that Tom Claggett had just discovered that stacking time on the hard road is a matter of definition and not geography. After I hung up, I assembled 3 photo lineups. A photo lineup is composed of 6 mug shots inserted in a cardboard holder. Among the 6 photos, only one is of the suspect. Ideally, the other photos should be of people in the same age range and of the same race as the suspect. The photo lineup has several advantages. The viewer, who is often a victim of a violent crime, is spared public embarrassment and is less fearful of retaliation from the suspect's friends and relatives, and hence less apt to be influenced by the presence of either prosecutors or defense attorneys in a police station environment. Secondly, jailhouse photography indicates by its nature that the suspect has been put away previously and hence can be put away again. I inserted mug shots of André Rochon, Eddie Melançon, and Bertrand Melançon among their peers, dropped all 3 lineups in a brown envelope, and drove up old Jeanrette Road to Otis Baylor's house while a sun shower chained the bayou with rain rings. I cannot say what I thought I would accomplish. I was tired of people lying to me, that was obvious, but I wanted to confront Otis Baylor for another reason. As Americans, we are a peculiar breed. We believe in law and order, but we also believe that real crimes are committed by a separate class of people, one that has nothing to do with our own lives or the world of reasonable behavior and mutual respect to which we belong. As a consequence, many people, particularly in higher income brackets, think of police officers as suburban maintenance personnel who should be treated politely but whose social importance is one cut above that of their gardeners. You ever watch reality cop shows? Check out the guys who are always streaking through wash lines and across darkened yards, their tennis shoes flopping on their feet, their crime of the day, possession of a dime bag. What conclusion does the viewer arrive at? Crimes are committed by shirtless pukes. Slumlords and politicians on a pad get no play. It was time that someone put a human face on the men who ate a high-velocity round directly opposite Otis's front door. I had assumed Otis Baylor would still be home, but he wasn't. "Can you tell me where he is?" I asked his daughter on the gallery. "He's probably down in Vermilion Parish, down by the coast. His company covered a lot of the houses down there." "I understand your old man is standing up for his clients." "Standing up? Like—" she replied, her eyelids fluttering as though she could barely deal with my impaired abilities. "Your dad is making good on his client's water damage claims. I hear a lot of people aren't that lucky." "Maybe my father will end up working as a route manager for the newspaper, too." "Could we sit down somewhere?" "I have a class at 1. Is your mother home?" "I told you she's my stepmother. And no, she's not here." "I don't want to be rude, Miss Thelma, but I'm pretty tired of your bad manners. Step out in the light, please." "What for?" "We'd like to make sure we have a positive ID on the men who were looting your neighborhood. One of these guys is dead, and one is a vegetable who was kidnapped and possibly tortured because he knows where some stolen property is hidden. I don't want any more sarcastic remarks from you. In truth, I think your family is about to drown in its own shit. Maybe you can do them a favor by being honest for a change." We were standing in the yard now. She was trying to blow off the lecture she had just gotten, but her face was white inside the black rectangle of her hair, her bottom lip twitching. I seemed to tower over her, and I didn't like the feeling it gave me. "Here," I said, putting the lineup holders in her hand. "Do any of these guys look like the ones you saw in front of your house the night of the shooting?" She began sifting the holders, sliding one stiffly against the other perfunctorily, her eyes not quite focused, as though she already knew she would not recognize any of the men. But I did not expect what happened next. She widened her eyes, not in surprise, but in an attempt to control the water welling into them. "Look, kiddo, I was a little hard on you there. Sit down in the glider and take your time. You and your family are decent people. You all get hit by a wrecking ball, but eventually you'll get this behind you." She sat down heavily in the glider, and I realized that something far more serious was on her mind than seeing again the faces of men who had been looting her neighborhood. "What is it?" I said. "What is what? I've never seen any of these people. It was dark. I was still half asleep. How could I recognize these people?" Her fingers were pinched tightly on the photo holders. Then, almost as an afterthought, she pushed them at me. I didn't offer to take them. "You don't recognize anybody in those mugshots?" I said. "No, I just told you. I don't know who they are." I sat down next to her. I could hear the chains on the glider biting into the oak bark overhead. "Look at me, Thelma." "I don't want to look at you. Please go, Mr. Robichaux. I have an anthropology class. I have to get ready." I took the photos from her hands. "Why do you want to lie? Why not admit you recognize someone in these photos? Was it you who fired the rifle?" "No, I never fired a gun in my life. I hate guns." Then she pressed the palm of her hand over her mouth and began to gag. I placed my hand on her back. Her shirt was damp with perspiration, and it flattened and stuck against her skin. I could feel her muscles constricting with each breath she drew. A tremor rippled through her body, and she began to sob and shake all over. Suddenly I knew her secret. Only one kind of injury produces the level of injury and misery she was experiencing. It's of a kind that never goes away, that carries with it an unearned sense of shame and dishonor and humiliation and rage that the worst of my own memories cannot compete with. These are the guys who raped you, aren't they?" "No," she said, swallowing, drawing it back inside herself, wiping the tears off her cheeks with her fingers. "Yes, they are, Thelma." "No, you mustn't say that." "Somehow they blundered into your life again. You recognized them, and you told your old man. You won't admit that because you're afraid you'll provide us with the motivation for his shooting them." "Don't do this to us, Mr. Robichaux." "You're a stand-up kid, but you're not thinking clearly. As soon as you told your father these were the guys who attacked you, he had every right to use violent force to protect his home and family. Get a good lawyer and tell him the truth, then come into our office and do the same." But she was already running for the inside of her house like a little girl who has just been tricked into betraying the only friend she has. Chapter 16. Clete Purcell's advice on dealing with mainline perps and full-time dirtbags was simple. When they deal the play, you bust them or dust them. But what about a guy who didn't have a category? Or worse, one who operated without handles? Early Saturday morning, Alifair went to City Park with Clete, jogging with him down a serpentine asphalt path that led through live oaks still deep in shadow. Somehow, she had convinced herself she could wean him from his diet of booze and fried food and the self-delusion that clanking iron 3 times a week while he drank a pitcher of vodka Collins would control his weight and reduce his blood pressure. Rain clouds had sealed the sky, and inside the trees the air was warm and almost luminescent with humidity. Cleet and Alifair jogged past the old brick firehouse, then across close-cropped St. Augustine grass that was emerald green from the rains, past camellia bushes and islands of hyacinths floating in the bayou, and a cypress pond set in the center of the park. They thumped across a wood pedestrian bridge and caught the asphalt again, their eyes stinging with sweat, the smell of burning leaves clinging to their skin. Up ahead, they saw a man sitting in a picnic shelter, tying his tennis shoe, his mouth twisted in a self-amused smile. He was overdressed for the morning, his navy blue workout pants dark with sweat below his waist, his matching windbreaker open on a T-shirt that was glued to his breastbone.
"See that dude with a caved-in face?" Cleet said, panting with the effort.
"What about him?" Alifair said.
"He's bad news. Cut across the grass."
Alifair followed Cleet as he angled back toward the bayou, running through shade trees again, down into depressions sprinkled with leaves, tannic with the smell of gas. Then she made a mistake. She looked back over her shoulder at the man with an elongated head and a face that seemed to have melted and been remodeled to resemble the back of a thumb. A moment later, she heard a man's feet pounding the sod behind her, his breath coming hard in his throat. "Thought that was you," the man said to Cleet. "Who's your young friend?" Cleet slowed, working hard to catch his wind.
"We're on our run here," he said.
"Watch this," the man said. He sprang onto a picnic bench and caught a limb with both hands, grinning from ear to ear, his exposed stomach fish belly white, splayed with black hair. He dropped to the ground with a thump. He wiped his hands on the front of his windbreaker, his smile still in place. His eyes were green and recessed, playful as marbles. "I'm Ronald," he said to Alifair. "How do you do?" she said. "You didn't tell me your name," he said.
"She didn't give it. We need to finish our regimen here, Mr. Bledsoe. I'll chat you up some other time," Cleet said.
"You're all out of breath there. I've got cold drinks in my cooler. I have some po' boy sandwiches as well." His eyes shifted to Alifair, lighting with curiosity or perhaps a proprietary sense that he knew and had claim on her. "Are you Mr. Purcell's daughter?" "No, I'm not." Cleet placed both of his hands against a tree trunk, breathing through his nose, his heart rate starting to drop, his head spinning.
"I don't know how else to say this to you, Pajo, but you seriously need a DD. That means beat feet down the road, no insult intended."
"You from South Carolina?" Bledsoe asked, ignoring Cleet, stiffening an index finger playfully at Alifair. She looked at her watch and rubbed the glass clean with her wrist. She tapped on it with a fingernail as though the second hand was stuck. In the silence, the man named Bledsoe shifted his weight, his shoe crunching a pecan husk. "I knew a girl across the line in Savannah looked just like you," he said. "She was part Indian and had the same kind of coloring. She had long legs and wore an ankle bracelet, the kind with little charms all over it. You could hear her jingling when she walked. I always got a kick out of her."
"Go on without me for a minute," Cleet said to Alifair.
"Dave and Molly are expecting us, Cleet," she replied, squeezing his upper arm. "Let's go." He put his car keys in her hand.
"Bring the caddy around. I blew my circuits. I'll be all right in a minute." He winked. "Believe me, I'm copacetic here."
The keys felt heavy and hard inside her palm, foreign and reductive somehow, as though their presentation to her had relegated her to the level of an object, one that required protection. The sun came out, and she saw motes of desiccated leaves swimming in the shafts of light that fell through the tree overhead. The air was damp and stained with the septic odor of a public restroom a few feet away. She wiped a cloud of mosquitoes out of her face and felt a surge of anger like a bubble rising in her chest. A fox squirrel clattered across a limb above her head, and involuntarily she looked up at it. When she lowered her gaze, the man named Ronald Bledsoe was staring at her, intrigued, his eyes roving over her features and the broken lines of sweat trickling into her sports bra. "I'm going to get my friend's car and come back for him," she said. "If you bother my friend or me in this park again, I'll have you arrested." "I wouldn't offend you for the world," Bledsoe said, placing his hand on his heart. "But you still haven't told me your name, little darling." She walked back to the parking area by the concrete boat ramp and started up Cleet's caddy, the exhaust pipe coughing a cloud of oil smoke into the air. As she drove back toward the clump of oak trees, she saw Cleet talking heatedly to Bledsoe, like a third-base coach angry at an umpire, his arms pumped. All the while, Bledsoe continued to look back at Cleet without speaking, nodding occasionally, his mouth forming a smile that made her think of earthworms constricting on a hand-rolled piece of pie dough. She drove out onto the grass and stopped the car a few feet from them. The top of the caddy was down, and leaves drifted out of the trees onto the leather seats. "Time to boogie, Cletus," she said. "You got it," he said, pulling open the passenger door, looking back over his shoulder, his face as hot as a slap. Alifair turned the convertible around and headed out of the park. She looked in the rearview mirror. "What'd that guy say?" she said.
"Nothing. He's just one of those guys who's a couple of quarts down."
But wheels were turning in Cleet's head all the way back to the house, his sweat drying in a glaze on his skin. She pulled the caddy to the curb in front of the house and got out. "Tell me what he said, Cleet."
"The guy's a meltdown. Just stay away from him."
He slid behind the wheel and rubbed his palms along its surface and clicked the radio on and off. "Stop acting like a dope and tell me what he said." Cleet blew out his breath and lifted his eyes up to hers.
"How about I take you all to dinner tonight?" he replied.
Down the street, Cleet got stuck behind a tourist bus in front of an antebellum home called the Shadows. He turned out of the traffic at the red light and headed down St. Peter's Street toward his motor court, punching in my number on his cell.
"Dave?"
"Hey, Cleet."
"We ran into this character, Ronald Bledsoe, in the park," he said. "He was coming on wise to Alifair."
"In what way?" I asked.
"Innuendos, mostly, but..."
"But what?"
"The guy gives me the chills. His eyes were all over Alifair's body. The guy's a sadist. You can smell it on him. Can Alifair hear you now?"
"She's not here."
"What do you mean? I just dropped her off."
I put down the phone and looked out the front door and through the side window. "She's not here, Cleet. What did this guy say?"
"I sent her to get the car. He watched her walk away, then he said, 'Old enough to bleed, old enough to butcher.' That's what country people say back in South Carolina."
"I'll call you back," I said. I knocked the garbage can into an oak tree getting out of the driveway. Alifair had jogged back down East Main and crossed the drawbridge at Burke Street, taking long strides, breathing evenly, the bottoms of her running shoes ringing on the bridge's steel grid. The sun was well above the trees now, the bayou's surface bladed with mirror-like reflections that made her eyes water. Up ahead, inside the park, she saw the man who called himself Ronald Bledsoe standing under a picnic shelter, gazing across the bayou in the direction of her house. She jogged down the asphalt path, then slowed to a walk, studying the ground as she did, Bledsoe's silhouetted image hovering on the edge of her vision. Dave would have told her not to confront a defective man, not to empower those whose destructive energies always turned against them if you left them alone. But Cleet had treated her as he would a child, and then had tried to conceal information from her, as though she were incapable of dealing with the world. And Bledsoe had violated her with his eyes and his language and the lascivious curl of his mouth, and had gotten away with it. She walked down to the bayou's edge, perhaps 30 feet from the picnic shelter. She tossed a stick into the current. The wind wrinkled the water's surface and carried with it the smell of charcoal starter flaring on a grill. "I knew you'd be back," Bledsoe said from the edge of her vision. "Is that right?" she replied. He was sitting on the picnic table now, one foot resting on a bench, his smile like a slit upturned at the corners. "Know how I knew that?" "No, but why don't you tell me?" she said. "'Cause you don't let people push you around." "Really? You have sharp edges. That means people can't get over on you. That means you don't let an older man boss you around." The stick she had tossed into the water spun on the edge of the current, a green horsefly resting on top of it. "I didn't want you to have a wrong impression back there," she said.
I know that. I know what you're going to think before you think it, darling. You see, I am Indian. I was born in a village in El Salvador. A Catholic priest tried to fly my mother and me into the United States, but we crashed off Southwest Pass. My mother drowned in the plane. I think she was a brave woman. You have quite a history. It seems you're educated, too. But you got something else on your mind, too, don't you, little sweetheart? You weren't going to let Mr. Purcell treat you like you don't know your own mind about things. He reached into a cooler and removed a dark bottle of beer with a silver and gold label on it. He made a ring with his thumb and forefinger and wiped the crushed ice from the surface, then cracked off the cap. He stepped out into the sunlight and approached her, his hand cupped around the bottle's coldness. "Here," he said, "put this in your mouth and tell me how you like it. I told you about my mother because I wanted you to understand I couldn't care less about the racist and sexist remarks of a Peckerwood degenerate. Because of your impoverished background and your cultural ignorance, we're going to let you slide with a C- as a human being and hope you go away someplace where the standards are minimal. But that's a one-time only exception. You shouldn't presume you'll be treated as generously in the future. Are you able to follow what you have just heard? Darling, I've cut it all over the country. Black and white girls, Indians, Hispanics, an Eskimo girl once. I think of them all with respect. But it's not the saddle that counts. It's the man who climbs in it." He stepped between her and the sun, his face dropping into shadow. She could smell his deodorant and the peppermint mouthwash on his breath. His hand was moist when he fitted it on her bicep. His fingers began to massage her muscle. "Want to take a ride? In my car, down to the bay? Let go of me." He leaned forward and began to whisper. She felt his spittle touch her skin and his breath probe her ear. The next moment was one she remembered only in terms of images and sensations rather than in a linear fashion. She stepped backward, spinning and pulling loose from his grasp simultaneously. Her left leg came up so quickly from the ground he never saw it coming. His feet must have been set solidly because he took the blow full on the mouth, his nose and lips bursting under the sole of her shoe. The beer bottle rolled down the embankment into the water. Bledsoe cupped both his hands to his face and walked half-crouched to the picnic shelter, sitting down like a man who was holding his brains inside his head. I braked my truck by the shelter and got out, unsure of what I was seeing. Bledsoe picked a broken tooth off the heel of his right hand and stared at it. Then he grinned at me, his lips bright red. "Bet I know who you are. You're Daddy, Mr. Purcell's friend. My name is Ronald. What's yours?" That afternoon, the sky was glistening with humidity when I parked my pickup truck in front of Sidney Kovic's flower shop in Algiers. Across the river, New Orleans was sweltering in mold and receding pools of sewage, and from a distance looked deserted of automobiles and people. Cleet stared at the city of his birth for a long time. Then he and I went inside the shop. Sidney came out of the back. A full-length clean apron hung from his neck and tied around his waist. As always, his face showed no expression. Behind him, his wife Eunice said hello by jiggling the fingers of one hand at us.
"I'll make it quick, Sidney," Cleet said. "I found some money that was probably washed out of a garage up the street from your house. I took it to Tommy the Whale for his opinion on it. He told me it was queer, so I put it in an envelope, marked it FBI, and dumped it in a mailbox. I don't know if it was your queer or not, but I would have dumped it in a mailbox just the same. That doesn't give you the right to sick this Bledsoe fuck on me."
"Watch your language," Sidney said. "What Cleet is saying to you, Sidney, is you've probably placed a dangerous man in our midst," I said. "This morning he made some nasty remarks to my daughter. She kicked his teeth in, but I suspect he'll be back around. If that happens, I'm going to punch his ticket. But I'm going to punch yours first." Sidney drew in his cheeks as though he were gathering the spittle in his mouth, his nostrils swelling slightly as he breathed in and out. He closed the door to the back of the shop and faced us again. "The pukes started this, not me. 2 of them got what they deserved. The other 2 give me back what's mine. All these other problems go away. You guys are screwing with something that's way over your heads."
"Oh yeah? Check this out, Sidney. I was in Saigon when pogey baits such as yourself were funneling PX goods to the VC, so clean the mashed potatoes out of your mouth."
Below the level of the counter, I touched Cleet's upper thigh to shut him up. "You've always had 2 problems, Purcell. You're 90 proof most of the time, and you never learned how to keep that fat dick in your pants. It cost you your career and your marriage, and everybody in New Orleans knows it except you, so they tolerate you the same way they do a child. But don't ever come around here, acting disrespectfully in front of my wife again." "We're losing the thread here, Sidney," I said.
"No, let him talk," Cleet said.
I kept my eyes focused on Sidney's, trying to keep an invisible wall between me and Cleet and the obvious injuries Sidney had done to him. "My daughter is not a player in this. This man Bledsoe insulted her without provocation. You want respect for your own family, but you're not giving it to mine. What do you think we should do about that?" "Who says this guy Bledsoe works for me?" "We're talking as family men, Sidney. If you want to blow smoke at us, we're through here. I thought more of you." His face was opaque, impossible to read. "I got no say in what happens over in New Iberia." "I'm sorry to hear you take that attitude," I said. "The pair of you walk in here like your shit don't stink and threaten me in my own store, and it's me who's got the problem. I know what loss is, Dave. You say you're gonna punch my ticket? I got news for you. I paid my dues a long time ago." Our visit was pointless. Sidney was now using the accidental death of his son as a shield against his own criminality. I could not say if this was because of his narcissism or a genuine belief that the gods had wronged him and had thereby made him unaccountable for the damage he did to others. But either way, Sidney knew how to wrap himself inside the role of victim. I hit Cleet on the shoulder. "Let's go, partner," I said.
"This isn't over, Sidney. I kicked your ass all over magazine when we were kids. I can do it again," Cleet said.
I opened the door for Cleet, the bell ringing over my head. But he remained stationary in front of the counter, the blood in the back of his neck climbing into his hairline, his fists balled, the accusation of drunken womanizer and disgraced cop embedded in him like a rusty fishhook. Sidney began pulling dead flowers from a vase, shaking the water off the stems before he dropped them in a wastebasket. He glanced up at Cleet. "You still here?" he said. I waited for Cleet in the truck. When he came out of the flower shop, his expression was somber, his tropical shirt damp on his skin, his pork pie hat tilted at an angle on his forehead. He made me think of a haystack. Even in the Marine Corps, his fellow jarheads had called him the heap. Out of sync, consumed by his own appetites,
instantly recognized as a troublemaker by authority figures. But his greatest vulnerability always lay in the power he gave away to others, in this case to Sidney Kovic. He got into the truck and eased the door shut, restraining his energy so as not to show his anger and sense of defeat. "Blow it off, Cleet. You've cut Kovic slack when he deserved a bullet in the mouth," I said.
I let him wipe his feet on me.
"No, you didn't. Sidney Kovic is a pimp. Anyone who has a conversation with him wants to take a shower afterward." But Cleet wasn't buying it. I started up the truck and drove to the end of the block, then turned up the street that led past the alley behind Sidney's shop. I glanced down the alley as we passed. Amid the trash cans and the clusters of banana trees between the garages, I could see a floral delivery van parked at the back door of Sidney's shop. Sidney's wife was helping a Hispanic man load flowers in the side of the van. I stepped on the brake and shoved the transmission into reverse.
"What's going on?" Cleet said.
"The guy in the alley with the gothic lettered tats. He looks just like Chula Ramos," I said.
"Who?"
"The MS-13 dude, Natalia Ramos's brother. He was released from the Iberia stockade by mistake."
"The brother of the hooker who was shacked up with the priest?"
"Yeah, that one."
"You really want to mess with this, Dave?"
"Yeah, I do." I bounced into the alley and headed toward the van. An elderly woman backed a gas guzzler out of a garage, wedging her vehicle at an angle between the garage and a cast-iron dumpster. When I blew my horn at her, she responded by staring at me aghast, then taking off her glasses and wiping them with a Kleenex so she could see me more clearly. I hung my badge out the window and waved for her to pull her car out of the way. She stepped on the accelerator and smashed her taillight into the dumpster. I got out of my truck and started walking toward the delivery van. "Hold on there, Bubba," I called, not sure if I was actually looking at Ramos. The Hispanic man slammed the driver's door behind him and drove away. "What's the trouble, Dave?" Eunice said. "Who's your delivery man?" "It's Chula something or other. Did he do something?" I heard Cleet walk up behind me. "How'd you come to know this guy, Eunice?" I asked. "Sidney gave him a job. Chula's sister used to clean Sidney's office in the quarter." "Natalia was Sidney's maid?" I said. "Yes. They're Central American refugees, I think. Sidney wanted to help them. Why?" I looked at her face. It was clear of guile or deception. Even though Eunice was a big-boned countrywoman and the butt of jokes among NOPD cops, she seemed possessed of an inner beauty. I tried to keep my eyes and face empty. I did not want Eunice to learn of her husband's lies from me. "Do you have an address or phone number for Chula? I think he might have some information that could be helpful to a federal agent I know." "I doubt it. Chula comes and goes in his spare time. I think he's working on a FEMA job and living in a bunkhouse. He'll bring the van back about 8. You want to come back or leave him a message?" "No, that's all right. I'll catch him another time. In fact, forget I was here, will you?" "If that's what you want." "It's nice seeing you again, Eunice." "Same here, Dave." When she smiled, I was convinced, as always, that she had become the most beautiful woman in New Orleans. I walked back to the truck with Cleet. As I started the engine, he took off his hat and combed his hair. He slipped his comb in his shirt pocket and put his hat back on.
"Sidney was porking the girl from El Sal?" he said.
"That's what it sounds like."
"Why would Eunice want to marry a bucket of shit like that?"
I shrugged and looked at him. I could almost hear the wheels turning in his head.
"Pull around in front of the shop," he said.
"You going to bring him down in front of his wife?"
"Don't worry about it. Just stay in the truck."
"That's no good, Cleet." He opened the passenger door while the truck was moving and got out. He slammed the door and looked back through the window.
"You quit judging me, Streak."
Kovic was still behind the counter when Cleet re-entered the store.
"Hey, Sidney, I got something to tell you," he said.
"What's that, Purcell?"
"It's going to surprise you, but try to live with it and adjust and come out on the sunny side of things. Dig-a-vous?"
"No, I don't dig-a-vous, and I'm not really interested either."
I bounced your head off a sidewalk when we were kids. I'm sorry I did that. Just keep Bledsoe away from Dave's daughter. I got no personal beef with you.
That's the big news flash?
Yeah, that's it. Lock your flopper in a vault while you're at it.
Sidney stuck a matchstick in his mouth and rolled it across his teeth, searching for the design in Cleet's words. When Cleet got back in the truck, his expression was serene. He clicked the door shut and smiled at me with his eyes. "What happened in there?" I said.
Nothing.
"What do you mean, nothing?"
Nothing. That's the point, he said. Come on, let's motor, big man.
Chapter 17. On Monday morning, I called Betsy Mossbacher at the FBI and told her that Chula Ramos was probably working part-time as a delivery man for Sidney Kovic. "Delivering what?" she said. "Maybe just flowers. Look, Cleet Purcell and I told Sidney we knew he had been stashing counterfeit in his house. He said something to the effect Cleet and I were in over our heads." "What does Purcell have to do with this?" "Not a lot. Some counterfeit money showed up in a Morgan City mailbox. The engraving and paper are impressive. Is this the money we're talking about?"
It could be.
"You tell Purcell to stay out of federal business." The purpose of my call was slipping away, and I think that's the way Betsy wanted it. I didn't take the bait. "Why would Kovic tell us we're in over our heads?" I asked. "I think he's convinced himself he's a patriot defending his homeland. Personally, I think he's psychotic. An agent in Mississippi believes Kovic's goons poured the body of Kovic's neighbor into the foundation of a casino in Biloxi." "You're losing me, Betsy." "The Taliban funds Al-Qaeda with the sale of heroin. You don't think they're capable of other criminal enterprises?" I still didn't know what she was talking about, and I wasn't going to guess. "I need a favor from you," I said. "A guy named Ronald Bledsoe may try to harm my daughter. He claims to be a PI out of Key West, but Tallahassee has almost nothing on him except the fact he got a license through a bail bonds office about 10 years back. Neither does the NCIC. I'm convinced he's a dangerous and depraved man, the kind who leaves shit prints somewhere, but so far I haven't found them." "Have you run him through APHIS?" "Not yet." "Give it a try. In the meantime, I'll do what I can. What did your daughter do to this guy?" "Busted his nose and lips and knocked out one of his teeth." "He's pissed over that?" But jokes about Ronald Bledsoe weren't funny. 3 days earlier, a Guatemalan illegal had been stripping cypress planks off a wall inside the entranceway of a historic New Orleans home. The workman made $8 an hour and feared civil authority in this country and his own, but he feared losing his job even more. The contractor who had hired him specialized in the restoration of historical properties. The contractor also made a sizable income by salvaging colonial-era brick, heart pine floors, brass hinges and door knockers, square head nails, milk glass doorknobs, clawfoot bathtubs, iron wall hooks for cookpots, and grape shot and .58 caliber mini balls embedded in house fronts during the White League takeover of New Orleans in 1874. Every item with possible resale value at a tear-down or refurbished job went into a pile. The workman from Guatemala sank his crowbar into a strip of rotten cypress and peeled it and a shower of Formosa termites onto the floor. Amid the sawdust and insects and sponge-like wood, he saw a blunted and bent metal-jacketed bullet no bigger than half the size of his little finger. He blew the dust off it and examined its torn surfaces. "Hey, boss, what you want to do with this?" he asked. Helen called me into her office just before quitting time. Raindrops had started to fall on her window, and I could see trees bending in the wind by the cemetery. She was leaning forward on her desk, her chin propped on her fist. It was the kind of body English and opaque manner she used when she was preparing to tell me something I didn't want to hear. "I just got off the phone with Betsy Mossbacher. She'll be here in an hour and a half," she said. "She has a federal warrant on Otis Baylor's house. I talked to her this morning. She didn't say anything about coming to New Iberia.
She just got the warrant. Last week, some repairmen working across the street from Baylor's house in New Orleans dug a rifle slug out of a wall. The contractor had heard about the Melanson-Rochon shooting and called in OPD. They passed it on to the FBI. The round is a .30-06. It came through a ventilated shutter and a glass pane behind it and embedded between two planks. She says it's in real good shape, considering the fact it may have gone through two people. Anyway, the feds are jumping on it before word gets back to Baylor. So, you need to be there when they serve the warrant. They don't need me to serve a search warrant. This is our parish. We cooperate with outside agencies, but we don't abandon our own jurisdiction to them. Get with the program, Streak. I ate a sandwich in my office and met Betsy and another agent in the parking lot at 7 p.m. The sky was bright with rain in the west, the live oaks along Main a dark green as we drove out of town toward Jeanrette. I was sitting in the back of their vehicle, feeling like a hangnail, a perfunctory witness to the scapegoating of a man who had been caught up in events that were either beyond his control or his ability to bear them. Betsy was quiet most of the way. I had the feeling she was not comfortable with her assignment that evening either. Betsy was always the odd piece in the puzzle box, a straight arrow whose clumsiness and cowgirl manners gave her an unjustified reputation as an eccentric. As in the case of Helen Swallow, her male colleagues often made jokes about her behind her back. The truth was, most of them weren't worth the parings of her fingernails. "You say you still got the Springfield?" the man behind the wheel said. "That was the last indication he gave me," I replied. The agent driving wore his hair boxed on his neck. He kept his hands in the 10-2 position on the wheel, his eyes always on the road, never glancing in the rearview mirror when he spoke to me. "Why wouldn't he dump the Springfield?" he said. "Because he knows that's the first thing a guilty man would do." "You're saying he's dirty for this?" "No, I'm saying Otis is smart. I'm also saying he's probably taking somebody else's weight," I replied. "Oh, yeah? How did you arrive at that?" he asked. "Hundreds, if not thousands, of New Orleans residents drowned who didn't have to. I suspect that's because some of the guys in Washington you work for couldn't care less. So a guy who sells insurance gets a chainsaw up his ass. That's the way it shakes out sometimes." This time his eyes shifted into the rearview mirror. "You guys down here have issues about something?" "Not us. We're happy as clams," I replied. Betsy gave me a look that would scald the paint off a battleship. The grounds and trees outside Otis's house were dark with shadow when we arrived, the inside brightly lit, the air cool and filled with the fragrance of flowers and freshly baked bread in the kitchen and rainwater leaching out of the oaks into the leaves. His home was the picture of a family at peace with the world, but nothing could have been further from the truth, particularly after our arrival. Betsy walked up on the screened-in gallery and knocked hard on the door, her mouth crimped, her ID in her hand. In the gloaming of the day, her hair had the bright yellow color of straw. She glanced at her watch and hit on the door again, this time harder, with the flat of her fist. Otis answered, wearing a white shirt and tie, a piece of fried chicken in his hand. "Are you Mr. Baylor?" she asked. "Yes," he replied, his eyes going from Betsy to me as though somehow I were his betrayer. "I'm Special Agent Betsy Mossbacher. We have a warrant to search your house. I want you and your family to sit in the living room while we do. Where's your rifle, Mr. Baylor?" "I'll get it for you," Otis replied. "No, you won't. You and your wife and daughter and anyone else who's in the house will sit down in the living room. Then you'll tell me where it is," she said. "What the hell is this?" he said. "Do what she says, Mr. Baylor," I told him. He went back in the kitchen and returned with Thelma and Mrs. Baylor. After they sat down, the three of them looked up at us expectantly, as children might, caught between their inveterate American desire to obey the law and the fact that strangers who were basically no different or more powerful than themselves could walk into their home during dinner and treat them like livestock. "The rifle is in the closet of the master bedroom," Otis said.
A box of shells is on the shelf. That's the only firearm in the house.
Why are you doing this now? I thought all this was settled, Mrs. Baylor said.
She had brought her drink from the table. It was tea-colored but had no ice in it. She was trying to appear poised, her back straight, her drink resting on her knee, but somehow she made me think of a china plate threaded with hairline cracks.
Is this being given to the media? Do you know what that will do to my husband's business?
No, ma'am, we don't report to the media, Betsy said. We try to treat you in a respectful fashion. We try to be as unobtrusive as possible.
Then why do you keep bothering us? This is where our tax money goes? For God's sake, Otis, say something.
The men who were shot in front of your house were shot in cold blood, Miss Baylor. By anyone's definition, that's capital murder, Betsy said. The 17-year-old had no criminal record and lost his life for committing a burglary. Vigilantes were hunting people of color in uptown New Orleans. My boss isn't going to let that stand. I'd like to contact my attorney. At this point, I don't think we should have any further conversation with you, Otis said. That's your right, sir, but we're not your enemies, Betsy said.
Stop lying, Thelma said.
Say that again, Betsy replied.
You're here to put my father in prison. Stop pretending you're his friend. My father never hurt anybody in his life. You're scum, all of you, Thelma said.
That's enough, Thelma, Otis said. Betsy's colleague came from the back of the house with the Springfield looped upside down over his shoulder, the bolt open on the magazine. He carried a carton of .30-06 caliber shells in his left hand. The Marine sniper's dream, he said. Betsy looked down at Thelma. Did you see the faces of those black dudes? She said.
Yes, Thelma said.
Where? Betsy said, surprised.
Mr. Robichaux showed me pictures of them the other day.
Did you ever see them before the night they came to your house? Betsy asked.
No.
Nobody in your family would have any reason to shoot them, huh? Betsy said. Thelma's mind was working fast now, her eyes locked on Betsy's, her expression as flat as paint on canvas.
You know that I was raped by black men, don't you? You're using what happened to me to build a case against my father.
From what I know of your father, he wouldn't arbitrarily shoot someone. What about that, Thelma? Betsy said. That's it. You have what you came for. Now please leave our home, Otis said. Give it some thought, Mr. Baylor. You're an intelligent man. We have a reason for taking your rifle. By noon tomorrow, we may have evidence that can send you or a member of your family away for the rest of your life. Is that what you want? His eyes were glistening, his jaws locked tight. Outside, I got in the back of the vehicle, glad to be gone from the Baylor home and the fear and angst we had just sowed inside it. The sky was dark now, the lights of houses reflecting off the surface of Bayou Teche. I could see Betsy's face in the glow of the dashboard. You were pretty quiet inside, Dave, she said. It's like using a spear gun on fish in a swimming pool, I said. Funny attitude for a cop, the man behind the wheel said. Betsy was half turned in her seat, her eyes searching my face. You know something you're not telling me, she said. Maybe. We're on the same side, aren't we, buddy? How about losing the role of the laconic man from Shittsville, the driver said, looking in the rear view. Thelma Baylor looked stricken when I showed her mugshots of the looters. I think they're the guys who raped and tortured her. I think she wanted to conceal that fact from me because it would drive the nail in her dad's coffin. You just now decided to tell us that? The driver said. I leaned forward against my safety restraint. There were small pits in the back of the driver's neck, just below his boxed hairline. His jowls had a wrinkled sag in them, like those of a man whose face doesn't belong on his youthful body. My conclusions are speculative in nature. In fact, they're based entirely on personal perception and have no prosecutorial value, I said. The moon was bright overhead, and the cane in the fields that had been mashed flat by Rita looked dry and hard on the ground, like thousands of discarded broom handles. The driver glanced at a row of Negro shacks speeding past us. Several of them had lost their tin roofs, and plywood and blue felt had been nailed across the exposed joists. Up ahead, a drunk man was walking unsteadily alongside of the road, his body silhouetted by the neon beer sign on a rusted house trailer that served as a bar. "This is quite a place," the driver said. "A person needs to visit to get the full bouquet." The next morning, a technician from the Acadiana Crime Lab lifted a print off Cleet's car tag in the spot where Ronald Bledsoe had rubbed off the mud to see a number more clearly. We ran the print through the automated fingerprint identification system and came up with nothing. "I don't get it," I said to Helen. "Guys like this get in trouble." "Maybe he's slicker than we think he is," she said. "Maybe that neurotic personality is manufactured. Maybe he works for the G. How about I figure a way to bring him in?" "I don't want to step on your feelings, but legally Bledsoe is the victim, not the perpetrator. Your daughter remodeled his face with her foot. He could have her up on an A&B and sue you all cross-eyed for good measure. Count your blessings, Pops." "I don't see it that way." "I didn't think you would," she replied. I went home for lunch. Alifair was in her room working on her first attempt at a novel, tapping away on a computer she had bought at a yard sale. I had offered to buy a better one, but she had said a more expensive computer would not help her write better. She kept a notebook on her nightstand and wrote in it before going to sleep. She had already filled 200 pages with notes and experimental lines for her book. Sometimes she awoke in the middle of the night and wrote down the dreams she had just had. When she awoke in the morning, 2 scenes had already written themselves in her imagination, and during the next few hours she would translate them into 1,000 words of double-spaced typescript. She often wrote out her paragraphs in longhand, then edited each paragraph before typing it on manuscript paper. She edited each typed page with a blue pencil and placed it face down in a wire basket and began composing another one. If she caught me reading over her shoulder, she would hit me in the stomach with her elbow. The next morning she would revise everything she had written the previous day and then start in on the 1,000 words she required of herself for the present day. I was amazed at how much fine work her system produced. In high school, she had been given special permission to enroll in a creative writing class taught by Ernest Gaines at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. Gaines believed she had an exceptional talent. So did the admissions boards at Reed College in Portland. She was given an academic scholarship and received a degree in English literature last spring. She also earned a graduate fellowship at Stanford University, which she would enter this coming spring. The fact that she had gotten herself into a conflict with an aberration like Ronald Bledsoe was a source of frustration I could barely constrain, particularly when I needed to discuss it with her in a forthright fashion. "Got a second, Alf?" I said. She rested her hands in her lap, staring straight ahead, trying to conceal her vexation at being disturbed while she was writing. "Sure. What's going on?" she said. I pulled up a chair by her desk. "We've run Bledsoe through APHIS and the National Crime Information Center, but he's a complete blank. In some ways, that's more disturbing than finding a sheet on him. He's obviously a geek, and geeks leave shit prints, but this guy is the exception." "So what's that tell you?" she asked. "That he's slick, or he has some juice behind him. He got what he deserved. I say fuck him." "Do you have to talk that way?" "He put his hand on me. I could feel his spittle in my ear. Want me to tell you what he said?" "No." "I didn't think so." "Okay, Alf. Will you stop calling me that stupid name? Look, one other thing. I may end up putting Otis Baylor in jail. I know you and Thelma are friends, so..." "I got the message. How about giving me credit for having more than 2 brain cells?" The years have not brought me much in the way of wisdom, but I have learned that the father of a young woman has to remember only 2 lessons in caring for his daughter. He must be by her side unreservedly when she needs him, and he must disengage when she doesn't. The latter, at least for me, has been more difficult than the former. You have more than 2 brain cells? I said. Have you ever been hit in the head with a basket full of manuscript paper? She said. I went back to the department at 1 p.m. Wally, our hypertensive elephantine dispatcher and full-time departmental comedian, stopped me on the way to my office. I was just about to put these messages in your box, he said. Thanks, Wally, I said, taking 3 pink memo slips from his hand. His first name is Bertrand. He don't like to give his last name. He also don't have any manners. Was this a black kid? Hard to tell. When a guy says pull the Q-tips out of your nose 'cause I can't understand what you say and you honky motherfucker, does that mean the guy's got racial issues? Could be. Thanks for taking the message, Wally. Glad to help out. I love this job. Thanks for introducing me to your friends. I went to my office and punched in the cell number that Wally had written down on all 3 message slips. Bertrand, I said. Is that you, Mr. Dave? A voice said. Mr. Dave? Yeah, it is, Bertrand. What's up? There's something weird going on. Somebody's handing out free cell phones to people that's into life. Even people in the shelters. Anybody who might know something about them stones. A phone number comes with the cell. I seen Andre with one. They come from Walmart. Andre's attitude ain't making me feel real comfortable. What do you want from me? What you said about me being a rapist was the truth. I done it with Eddie and Andre. Twice. We done it to a young girl in the lower 9. I've been all over down there looking for her. I've been in the shelters, too. Maybe she died in the storm. I didn't want to be his confessor. In fact, my stomach turned at the image of 3 grown men sexually assaulting a helpless 15-year-old girl who'd had the bad luck to walk home from a street fair by herself. You still there? Bertrand asked. Yeah, I'm here. You did the crime, stacked the time. But he wasn't listening. The other girl was sitting in a car that was broke down by the Desire. She was white. She said she'd been at a high school prom. Eddie got pissed off at her and burned her with a cigarette. He burned her on her breasts. If you're looking for Valium for your sins, you called up the wrong guy. Who else I'm going to tell, man? People all over the city got cell phones waiting to dime me. They say you call this certain number and a guy with this cracker voice tells them he going to make them rich if they give me up. I walked past a guy in a shelter yesterday and he made these sounds like a chainsaw starting up. Everybody thought it was funny. What happened to Father Jude LeBlanc? He paused. Then I heard him take a breath. We'd been in my auntie's house. A wave smashed right through the picture window and washed us out the back. We swam up on this trash pile, but it was full of them brown recluse spiders, the kind that eat into your tissue and mess you up later. A woman was in the water with them brown spiders all over her face and in her hair. They was biting her, and she was screaming and swatting at them and swallowing water at the same time. That's when we seen the priest pull his boat up to the church roof and start chopping a hole in it with an axe. That's when Eddie said, "It's that motherfucker or us." We all went into water and headed for him, with them spiders still in our clothes. I was the first one on the roof. I said, "We need the boat. There's 4 of us and ain't but 1 of you. You can come with us maybe, but we're taking the boat." He stops chopping and says, "The attic is full of people. They're going to drown. You guys got to help me." Help him? How I'm going to help him with Eddie and Andre and Kevin all looking at me to do something, like it's on me, like ain't nobody shooting off the mouth now, like I got to do something. Eddie ain't such a big shit no more. So I grabbed the axe. What was I supposed to do? Maybe he was going to hit me with it. I seen a man shove a boy off an air mattress, just stuck his hand out and shoved him in the face. A boy wasn't more than 10 years old. That's what it was like down there, man. You wasn't there. What did you do to Father LeBlanc? I said, my heart beating.
my palm clammy on the phone receiver. He wouldn't give up the axe. He was standing between me and the boat on the edge of the roof. I went toward him, and he just stood there and wouldn't get out of the way. I say, man, we gonna get that boat one way or the other. Don't get fucked up for something you can't change. He says, you don't know what you're doing. What do he mean by that? I knowed what I was doing. I was saving my life. I was saving Eddie and Kevin Andre's life. I knowed what I was doing. I ain't had no choice. How come he said that to me? What'd you do, Bertrand? He started fighting with me. He wasn't strong at all. His arms was like sticks. He had tracks on him. I couldn't believe it, man. He was a priest and he was a junkie. I could see his teeth and smell his breath, and he was clawing at my eyes. That's when I hit him, man, hard, with my fist right in the face. He went over backward in the water, and I heard Eddie say, hit that motherfucker with the axe. Don't let him get into the boat. But I ain't seen him again. The water was dark, and it was like he went straight down the wall of the church into the darkness, like a stone statue sinking. How come he said them words to me? I knowed what I was doing, man. I was saving lives in my own way. Are you that stupid? Most of the people in that church attic died because of you. What do you think he meant? I said. Bertrand Melançon began to weep uncontrollably. I'm going to hell, ain't I? You're wrong, kid. You're already there, I thought to myself.